Alright, the countdown has been and gone, so let's finally get to it. Our first proper streamed run of EU5. Honestly, my first proper run. I haven't played any nation more than 10 years in this game, and the only nations I have played have been Novgorod and Golden Horde. Have I actually touched anybody? No, I touched Scotland for a year or two, starting out in Civil War. That's the first nation I ever touched, and I couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. But let's jump into the Horde. Again, prefacing it, I don't have a lot of information about the game. There's a good chance you, watching right now or in the enlightened space future, know the game better than I do. But in time, that will change. Someday I will have great mastery over this, as I did 3 and 4. But not right now. We need to get there. Slowly and painfully. Let's play as Golden Horde. Although, let's check the settings here. There are loads of settings, and I don't plan on deviating from the norm, except for one thing. It always defaults to country change prohibited. There might be times where I want to learn something about the game because I don't understand it, so I'm absolutely enabling that. I've actually got that as a preset. Although there are presets, I don't think you can change a preset to be a default, but whatever, there we go. Keep that in there, and let's go with Golden Horde. There's information here, but we're going to see that information when we get in regardless. Are you okay with people asking questions about the mechanics, or more focused on playing? Oh, ask away. If there's something that you want to see or know, or if there's something you know and you think I should know, by all means, let me know in chat. But one thing is, this game, as you can see, it's got a pretty heavy UI. There's a lot to see here, and although I tried playing this in windowed 1920 by 1080, to get everything within sight, I need it running full screen. So chat is actually on the second monitor, and significantly harder for me to keep up with. So the absolute best way to pose one of these questions or other comments that you really want me to see is absolutely ping me with it. Just slam DDR Jake in the message and I'll see it a whole lot easier because it highlights in red for me. So, historical context. Tell me about good old Genghis Khan. He forged a great empire for all the Mongol peoples. One of the great things about Golden Horde, you have incredible map view. Love it. Yes, all the way from Europe to China, Great Khan, but bang, he's dead. Now we control the westernmost expansion of the Great Empire, the vast steppes in many European countries, and it gives you hints about the problems that you have. We seem to have a lot of problems. Let me talk a bit about why I love the Horde so much to begin with. This thing can actually go away. These problems are at the top of my screen anyway. Looking at the map, they are the biggest country you see. I think they slightly outmass Great Yuan with the projection we have here. It's 6.5 So at a glance, you think, wow, so big, so strong, but that's a joke. Your nation is pathetic for so many reasons. Probably the biggest one is control. Control is kind of like autonomy in EU4, but I like it. It feels a lot less gamey in this one. A lot more natural, you know, and it stems out from your capital. If you have better roads, if you have better laws, if you have just better taken care of people, then you're going to exert more control. And as you can see, a whole lot of our land is just no control. And even those that claim that they have control, let's see. No, maximum control is actually far lower, so these are going to go down over time. All of this land is going to contribute virtually nothing to our coffers, or really anything in the nation. I could be wrong about that. And yeah, maybe in time I'll find that I am wrong and this land is actually useful for something. But I can't think of anything we can press out of that other than levies. And I'm a little curious just how many levies they're able to produce for me. 6,000 in total. Now, do we actually have a map mode to show me the amount of levies I have access to? I'm unsure about that one. Well, even if we did or did not, the population over here is absolutely dire. Why are there some areas in your country not highlighted when mousing over your country? Impassable terrain. Land like this. Siberian forests, impassable. Siberian forests, impassable. What about this? Oh, you guessed it. Siberian forests, impassable. So yeah, that highlights impassable terrain. I wonder if there's a setting to not have those colored in with the country. Yeah, this gameplay will not be fast, by the way. If you're looking to see a bang, bang, bang run through of the game, maybe come back in 2 or 3 campaigns for me. Because right now there is so much more I need to learn about this. Depth of field turned off. Good. Don't tell me there's motion blur to get rid of as well. If there is a way to not see colored impassable terrain, then that's beyond me a bit. I know you can make custom vassals. Is it worth it to... Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be doing once we have a quick look over what we do here. So well done for seeing that ahead of time. Let's run through the problems that we have, the status of our country, and see what needs to be done. The status of an... We can already be targeted by an international organization because we have disloyal subjects. Kiev and Halik don't like me. Why are they even a concern to begin with? Well, they pay me tribute. We have delicious tribute payers and... Are these... vassals? Or are they all just tribute players? I don't actually know what the coloring is here. For some reason, those are colored like war allies? Well, better way to look at it is just look at my subjects right here. And they sure look like... I got some minor tribes as actual subjects, but the rest of these are tributary payers. And they're paying me... not much money. Frankly, not enough for me to be particularly happy. Hey-ho. Right, what do we have here? I lack a commander for my units. I'll care about that when I'm at war. Kiev and Halik don't like me, but that's okay. I'll just pump up my strength and I'm sure they'll like me. Over cultural capacity limit. So this system has changed. Now you've got a capacity for the amount of cultures that you can tolerate within your country. And, you know, me and tolerance, we go hand in hand. We're going to sort this out real soon, but you better believe some of these cultures we supposedly tolerate are going to be exiled. It costs stability, and stability is no longer -3 to +3. It's -100 to +100, so it's 33 times as much fun as before. Well, jokes aside, I do far prefer this system. Remember when you had to invest in stability in EU3? Better believe that is back. Pops have needs. Yeah, they're always going to have needs in my garbage country. Rebels want to rise up, such as nature for the Horde. I'm trying to look for things that I actually care about. Here's one, unprofitable buildings. This game has a wonderful setting for automation. If there's stuff that you don't want to be bothering with, you can just tell the game to take care of it. I don't have an assessment of how good the game is at this, but I am going to turn on automation for trade, and I'm going to let it open and close buildings depending on profitability. I would like to not automate trade, but the sad, sorry state of affair is that I have no idea how trade works in this game. So I'm going to have to make some educated guesses until I feel out the rest of the game to a good enough standard that I can actually focus on trade and figure that out. But for now, that's just going to be sitting around on automated mode. Inefficient mining, not much I can do. Research, there's only one to be done. There is a whole research tree to marvel at. But the Golden Horde is no slouch, even at this part of the game, so we already have Age of Traditions taken care of. Mostly. Organized religion is still something we seem to struggle with. I think it's very important to get my hands on diplomatic capacity +20. So if I just plow in that, it's going to change my research thing here to organized religion guilds and expanded archives. I care a lot about diplomatic capacity as a Horde, so anything we can do to bump that up, I'm all about. You mean comets are no longer -1 stability? I imagine if we see comets, it's going to be something like -10 stability. Hard time. I believe it said minting, not mining. Either way, it's not really something we can do much of right now, so I'm not concerned about it. Right, our cabinet. Quite like this cabinet system. Seems taken straight out of CK3, but that's okay. It's fine when EU does it, right? EU is meant to be the culmination of all the other Paradox Grand Strategy games. They're all a lot more focused in their own little niches, whereas EU takes them all. Most of the things I think I'd ever want to do as the Golden Horde revolve around military capability. I'll want to integrate provinces. I will want to strengthen my government with Horde unity. I'll want to increase stability. I will certainly want to convert my populace. What's the one for converting their culture, though? Conversion is... converting is religion. Where's the one for... Here we go. Oh, assimilation is what I care about. That's diplomatic. Interesting. I think what I'm getting at is I don't need administration tasks here. So I would like good members of my cabinet to be healthy in primarily military, but if they're also good at diplomacy, then that's great. Troublingly, we don't have people that are good at both. I mean, this Ukshal is phenomenal administrator, but not someone that we're really looking for here. I guess I will hire Aru Pariwatsits. Very good. How old are you? You're 30. Good, don't die on me anytime soon then. And I will want you to get on the conversion. Yeah, convert to Sunni in my capital, please. Because my capital is a sad sorry state. We'll get to that once we're finished assigning our cabinet here. I'm a little torn on this one because I do really want to assimilate in my capital as well. I don't want to accept the culture that I have here. But that would mean taking in someone who's got a fantastic administrative ability, and I don't have a terrible use for that. I'll take him anyway. I have to pay for the privilege, of course. I'm paying 11 ducats to bring this person in. The currency is still ducats, right? Damn right. Ah, tooltips and tooltips. I was there when we were trialing this at Paradox. Good times. All right, huzzah. Well done in your new position. I'm going to need you to... assimilate pops into our culture. Wait, I thought it said our culture now. Let's me choose all the cultures. Well, our culture is Mongolian. I get to work in my capital. So why am I focusing on my capital? A funny thing, my capital is not even a core. Wait, where's that shown? Here we go. It's integrated for sure, but it is not a core. In order for a province to become your core, it's not waiting like EU3, and it's not pay mana like EU4. It's a much more authentic feel to it. It has to have your majority, your religion, and majority an accepted culture. I wonder if that also applies to an accepted religion with tolerance. I'm not entirely sure. But you better believe tolerance is not what I do in this game. So even though tolerance is very, very strong, I don't like it. One culture, one religion. So we're going to do that in Sarai. The reason I'm going to be doing that here in my capital, Sarai, is that currently it's a bit of a miserable place right now. Not a lot of Mongols, far too many native Astrakhanis, and, well, actually, Sunnism's doing not too bad here. It's doing much better than I thought. Even so, it should do even better. We ain't Tengri. Oh, where does Tengrism come from? We are Sunni, we'll try and stay Sunni, but the cultural situation here is an absolute mess. Notice the severe lack of Mongols here. And the religious situation, tentatively Sunni, but not quite so. Different religions give different benefits. Are they interchangeable? They all have their own mechanics. We've got Sunnism here, and if I can remember where we find the interface of that, society, religion, we've got some things that you might recognize. Hey, it's religious unity. Conversion rate here, it's a little different. And you've got these religious activities that we've had at least since EU3. For example, I could study Islamic texts if I want to be jurisprudent. Well, where are we going to see that? That's going to be in one of my favorite screens that I've seen in the game so far. The value screen. I think we all miss EU3 sliders, and now we've got, well, sliders, but again, they work in a far more authentic feeling. Very much reflects what you do with your state rather than just a button that you click on every now and then. So a good example is centralization to decentralization. Used to be in EU3, you just click centralization as much as you can when you can. But now this is more based on the activities that you take. For example, we flow into decentralization. Why is that? Because we have a decree for it, because our lands are communal, we have market fairs, and not many things centralize my state. I'm not sure if we'll ever truly be able to centralize. We need the resilience of decentralization. Well, that counter-espionage could be useful. Aren't Mongols originally Tengri? Well, we ain't Tengri now. I see my army is very, very small. I've loaded up the Golden Horde a fair few times, and it always seems to randomize the starting size of your army. I think 650 is the lowest I've seen it. It can go up to 900. So a funny thing about the Golden Horde is that we are... I don't know if it's going to show somewhere. Here we go. We're a steppe horde. Where's it showing the thing that I really want to talk about? I don't know where it's shown, but we are an army-based nation. We will actually dissolve if our army dies. So if this 650 completely routes, kaput, there goes the nation. I don't know how that manifests, but hopefully we don't see that here. Have you played the tutorial at all? I did play the tutorial. Was it as bad as usual? It was nowhere near as bad as usual. It walked you through the very basics you need to at least play the game, or at least teach you how to automate the game enough to play. Possible diplomatic actions. Yeah, plenty of those. We'll get to that. Laws are not codified. Precious metal and distribution. This game has a lot of different laws, which is really cool. This is not law screen. Where was I for the law screen? I forget. It's going to take me a while to remember where all these different screens are. There we go. There's laws. Different laws for religious, military admin, etc. And more of these open up as we go along. But two things we haven't got sorted is a slave conversion policy, and what was the other one? Precious metal distribution. I don't care so much about the precious metals. I care a lot about the slave conversion, because there's going to be a lot of slaves in my Golden Horde. There are already slaves, and when I get to work, there are going to be a whole lot more. I think it's only natural that we force them to convert. They will rebel more, but rebellion is Golden Horde life. I really want them to convert, though. I don't know if they convert if you simply allow their religion. And literacy is always good, but I certainly don't want them eating more food. And I don't want my clergy being unhappy, and I don't really care about their output so much. And humanism, you best be joking. We're going to force them to convert. We can't just choose that and expect it to happen, though. It's a codifying law, and it's going to take some time. I forget how long. Is the game going to tell me? It's expected to be done within the next 2 years. Not so bad, and it doesn't have that incredibly egregious system that Victoria 3 has. I don't know if anybody out there enjoys passing laws in Vicky, but it's like pulling teeth, frankly. I don't enjoy it. There's a lot I don't enjoy about Vicky 3. In fact, most of Vicky 3 I don't enjoy. It has one really good thing, though. I do particularly love working with goods and pop satisfaction, but everything else about that game just makes me not want to play that game. Anyway, I'm not here to harp on about Vicky. I'm here to get my EU groove on. We can also do government reforms. We're allowed 2. We currently have 1 for the legacy of Genghis Khan. Cost of court down, aristocracy up, cavalry maintenance cost down. That all sounds really quite bad. Frankly, I'd like to remove it and add in another better reform, but I currently don't have particularly better reforms that I'd like access to, because a lot of these, they require sliders at certain levels, or I think some of them require age advancement. Patrimonialism not accessible. So my options are few, but there is an option here that is head and shoulders above the rest, in my opinion. And it is only my uneducated opinion. Don't know this game well enough to know what is optimal in any particular situation, but I highly value diplomatic capacity. You see, diplomats work almost like EU3, where you get them over time and you spend them like a resource, rather than have a diplomat, send them out specifically, recall them, put them out, travel times, etc. Which I did think was a good step in EU4, but this, haven't played enough to say if it's better or worse. But anyway, diplomats, you can have a third of a diplomat and such. But more interesting to me is the capacities here. You have a capacity of spending diplomatic ability through improving relations, currying favor, espionage and such. But we also have a diplomatic capacity. And having subjects, having the Tatar yoke, it all costs, and it's going to cost me a lot over time, so absolutely want diplomatic traditions. We're going to be a surprisingly diplomatic horde here, but we need to keep our people in line. What's that about? 650 is a standing army. Oh, yeah. 650 is my standing army. Most nations don't even have a standing army. We still rely on levies, and if I wanted to raise my levies, I have access to 6,500 of them. The majority of them, the largest single chunk I have is over in my capital province of Meshet, which I need to remember is called Meshet despite the capital there being Sarai. It's a really, really bad capital location. As if to harp on about the weaknesses of the Horde again and again. Your power, your control emanates from your capital, or radiates from it, and it sure doesn't radiate far in these horrendous steppes. I'd rather have it somewhere nice and coastal, so at least it can spread along coastal provinces, but no, Sarai is what we've got, and moving our capital is far beyond our capabilities right now. That's not strictly true. It costs time and it costs money and stability, but both of those are trending downwards already. Unraised army, I know. Possible rivals, okay, sure. So interestingly, you don't have to label your rivals. Notably, you become more conciliatory if you don't have rivals, although that comes at a pretty hefty cost. Your antagonism actually goes up, counter-espionage goes way down, and I think counter-espionage is a bit more important now. It was so badly implemented in EU4. I always felt quite bad about that. You needed to counter-espionage against a specific country, and, if they're not working against you, then it's wasted. If they change targets, it's wasted. You have no way of knowing if it's working or not. Not good. Now it just seems to be a more passive thing. Anyway, that might be good, but I don't want to get too aggrieved, and I do want to pick on people, so I think we're going to label Bulgaria as a rival. There's no confirmation on this, by the way, so do not accidentally right-click on a country. I did that before, and I was like, why is all my stability gone? Definitely Muscovy. Muscovy is, of course, going to be a big punitive target for us. The Chagatai Horde is a little tempting, but I could see me wanting to bully Georgia in due time. So I'll point the finger at Georgia, and they can be our rivals for now. Now, my heir is unwed, but there's nobody that's willing to accept marriage with us for now. We're going to change that real soon. And I don't think I can be bothered studying Islamic texts. I actually quite like mysticism over jurisprudence at this time. Can I actually justify that? Army morale? Population conversion speed? Oh, heavens, yes. Monthly research? Well, I'm just going to accept that research isn't going to be very good. Efficiency of cabinet? Whatever. The world worries about Ottomans, but the real threat will be the Horde. How can you worry about the Ottomans? They're so tiny. Surely this Bellic won't rise. The Byzantine Empire will reign forever, especially with Epirus as their loyal subject. We should worry more about Bulgaria. Fortgaria is actually. Look at all these bloody forts. I tried invading this place one time, and it's just you choose through one fort, you gotta go through another. And if there's one thing the Horde is not good at, it's dealing with lots of forts. Damn, my army is small. I'm really gonna need to pump that up, but it's so expensive to raise units. My money is limited. So what are we gonna do about this miserable nation? I've looked at the start a fair bit. I haven't played through it very much. But the best idea I could come up with is that all this land is a liability. We don't get anything from it. So we should just cut it off, at least for now. The problem with creating subjects as a horde is that those subjects are also hordes. Here, I'll show you. Go to diplomacy. You know what? I'm going to save and save often, because this game does crash on me a fair bit. So what's this? Golden Horde, stream... just stream. Right, so creating subject is very flexible. It took a long time for it to be fairly flexible in... where is that bleeding button? Here we go. It took a fair bit of time for it to be this flexible in the original EUs. Greek doesn't need to worry about the Ottoman, but they need to... Greek doesn't need to worry about Ottomans. They need to... Jake. Sorry, Alpha, I'm losing it. Or maybe you are. Anyway... Creating a subject, we are going to create Nogai. They don't exist now, they certainly do in 40 and 44, but let's just accelerate their existence. Kick them out of our nation. They will be a vassal, of course. And now, huzzah, the Horde of Nogai is here. But yes, since they are a horde, they're going to have horde struggles, like dissolving if they have too many problems, tribal succession crises, you name it. Want to pop out Nogai. I hope they are a good enough friend. I'm tempted to actually just spend time improving relations with them. Before I do that, though, I am going to spend my diplomats as best I can. Diplomats feel like a real tight resource. Because they have an ongoing cost of spending them, I often feel like I need to be using them optimally. But heavens knows how one does that. Anyway, I'm going to build up a spy network. I want to create a casus belli. Now, it's weird to me that you don't just have a casus belli as a horde, and it's even weirder to me that I need a spy network to create the horde expansion casus belli, given that the justification is, we are a horde, we're going to kick your arse. But such is life. So we need to get the spy network built up, so that's what we'll do. Build a spy network, and we're going to target Perm. And I'm going to target Ryazan. Why am I targeting these two nations? Can you hazard a guess? Well, I suppose at this point a guess would be only a guess. Perm is really isolated from the rest of the Rus, largely because they're not Rus at all. What even are they? It's not Permian, is it? Okay. Komi culture. Who would have thought? Surprisingly populous over there. 350,000 people, although quite sparse within the area. But the point is, they're nice and isolated, so antagonism will not be really developed from gobbling up their land. And gobble I must. I really want to pin in Novgorod and Muscovy. Novgorod not so much of a threat, although they are the biggest, strongest Rus at this point. Muscovy, however, you know, I have an inkling that they're destined for great things, and I want to smother them in the crib. But you can only do Horde expansion on nations that you border, so we're going to cut our way into Muscovy. And the way to go through it is Ryazan, in my opinion. Ryazan is relatively populous for its size. In fact, if we just zoom out and look at population overall, without anything particularly clicked on, yeah, you can see that Moscow is pretty hefty up there. But we're going to chew our way through Ryazan. Another nice advantage is that Ryazan has Bronsk as a subject of theirs. And who can remember what happens to a subject if you completely annex their overlord? That's right, you get the subject. Not sure if you have to pay antagonism for it, but anything to curtail the power of the Rus is good for me. You might think, but Jake, they pay you so much money. No, the Tatar yoke gives you virtually no money. I don't know why it's so low, but yeah, where's all this money coming from? Not sure if it's going to break down it per country. Here we go. Yes, Muscovy is the one bringing me the manpower and the tribute, but it's paltry. Like, why is it so low? Give us some bloody money, governor. Yeah, even the manpower is piddly there. It's 3, as opposed to my normal plus 80. I don't get it. I don't know why it's so pathetically low, but they need to give me more money, and if they're not going to give it willingly, then I'll be sure to take it very unwillingly from it. Historically, after one point, they stopped paying it. Yes, that's the breaking of the Tatar yoke, something I'm sure they want to do, but something I'm surely not going to let them do. So we must fight and fight often. By the way, okay, I was wondering if it's gobbing out the Nogai Horde gave me access to somebody to marry. Right, that takes care of this land, which was already kind of useless for me. And since they get a lovely new capital, they make much more use of that land than I do. So I want them to have better control over the lands with which to raise an army and levies to help me out in war. And that is already going to do more for me than I could if I held onto the lands. Hang on, did they get partial control over this? That they did. They also took some land where I did have some control, but whatever. I couldn't let them out with without giving all of their core land. Then we look at all this land. This is the biggest pain in my bum region that needs to go. There's no way I want to spend my time hauling my army over here to put down 2 hilly-billies with a rake and a rabbit that are rising up against me over there. But for some reason, we cannot release the likes of the Uzbek over there in the Urals. So what is a man to do in this situation? Well, he goes create subjects. He realizes the only other historical ones are Crimea and Astrakhan. And I can't even release Astrakhan because my capital is in Sarai, and you can't release your capital as part of this. And I don't want to give up Crimea. Crimea's good land. It's good Western expansion material. If I ever get navy going, I'll want the land for it. And it's relatively close to my capital, so expanding control over here is not out of the question. It's also generally the direction I want to be going. Now, I am of the opinion that if you really know what you're doing and you play Golden Horde, I think the way to win is actually just to immediately murk China. Show superiority, beat their ass down. You can get something like 3,000 to 4,000 ducats out in a peace treaty, plus reparations for showing superiority. I think that's very doable, but I do not have the knowledge or the skill set to do that currently. It's just an inkling that I have. So if I'm deciding that Western expansion is what I want to do, besides, come on, it's Europa. Let's get to Europe. I need to cut this off like a gammy tumor. So we go to custom subjects. However, now here's the cool thing. You can release a custom subject with pretty much any province. So I could, I want to do Ural or Western Siberian stuff here. I could just release Tomsk and I have the nation of Tomsk. And that would let me spit out a tributary or vassal. Well, there's a problem here. I want them to be a vassal because I want them to aid me in war. I don't want tributaries. And to be honest, there's not a lot of money to be had over there, so what am I even going to get out as a tributary? And also, very notably, I have a diplomatic capacity, and it's not very high. Even though we get a bonus on it. What is it, like plus 50%? No, it's, yeah, our blood, giving +1. somehow. I'm going to up that immediately with diplomatic spending, so that suddenly my diplomatic capacity is up at 8.2. I have to pay for the privilege, but trust me, I think this is worth paying for. But I'm going to do something, because I'm not entirely satisfied with that situation. I am going to cut off this region using my beloved new Horde of Nagai. And I'm going to look at the provinces here, and it looks like if I give them the Urals, which they already have a little bit of, and then I either give them Krasnaya Gorka or Yetkul, that will cut me off from this region. That is quite important. And we're not done yet. There's an RGO of gold over here in Yetkul. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the Nagai Urals and Krasnogorka. And this is just a strategy that I've cooked up in a few minutes from looking at the situation. I don't actually know if it's going to work out too well, but we'll do it anyway. How do I give them land again? Diplomatic actions, subject actions. Excuse me. And let's cede a province. Not a location. Location is just a single little chunk here. I want to give away the whole province of the Urals. No confirmation screen again, just boom, away it goes. Better not misclick much in this game. Cede one more province. I said I wanted to give them Krasnaya Gorka. It's all yours, buddy. Boom. And now, this land, well, what is it about this land? It's now on a different continent. Is that true? It better be true. Imagine if it's not. Barely, but it looks like Asia. I know my ancient EU to know that surely this will get what I want. Surely. We're going to create ourselves some subjects over here. And this is what I really want to do. I want to have non-horde subjects. So if I hand over, say, Jarkol, now I can make a colony over there because it's on a different continent. Seems a little early for this, but I really, really do not want them to be hordes. So now I can establish some republics over there. God knows how that works, but I don't trust hordes. Now, this is another weird thing I found, because I did try this before. If I give them somebody of my dynasty, so don't give any Borgines, because if you do, they turn into a fiefdom, and don't ask me how that works, because I have no idea. So I want to very notably give them non-Borgines. So if I hand over this dubious little captain here of the Dandebe dynasty, you can look over this. QHA catted again. First stream and already whipping out exploits. No. I'm doing what I think is the right way forward here. Cutting off the Gami lands. Anyway, there we go. Our new subject, a colonial nation over in Asia. Playing it by the rules. So, this brings up an interesting quandary. I want lots of small nations so that they can enjoy maximum control over their land. Get me out of this. I want to see that control. Yeah, there we go. Well, it stems out of the capital. Unfortunately, the capital is here. I wish it were more, over there. But what can you do? At least it's closer to the gold. However, there are only so many people that are not of my dynasty that I can actually create these nations with. And each nation is going to eat up my diplomatic capacity. So this colony isn't using much. It gets halved for a colonial nation. All very well and good. So I'm going to cede you a bunch of provinces, especially that gold province. A big reason that I want colonial nations is that you get market control through colonial nations. Now, I have said earlier that I don't actually understand how trade works in this game. And that is true. Is there meant to be a but in that? No, it's simply true. Alright, so now you have this land, and that's a lot better for you to manage control in. Yeah, it doesn't look good now, but I'm sure it'll get better. And what I'll do is I'll create a bunch of nations over here. And then what they'll do is they'll just hold this land, hopefully peacefully and causing me no problems, whilst I can focus on westward expansion. That is the dream. Jake is essentially following the URSS administrative template in 1337 for managerial purposes. Who's to say I can't? Busting out the exploits from day one, I missed you playing EU. Well, here's the thing. This land is useless to me normally. At least now, it might be able to serve some greater purpose. Now, did that hurt my levies at all? Barely. Not even 10%, and I've cut this all off. So we're going to establish a few colonies over here. I don't think they're going to be worth spit in a war. but I'm interested in what they can do for me economically. So let's continue to crank out a few more subjects until we've gotten rid of all this land, and then we can focus on kicking ass over in the west. And remember, I think the optimal thing to do in terms of power is just give every single province a country, but that will destroy your diplomatic capacity, and that comes with some pretty frighteningly large downsides. Although, might be a way to get away with it, but heavens knows. Anyway, more is more, as a wise man once told me. Sadly, I don't know the name of every single one of these regions. I'm trying to nail this one in particular. Yeah, Turgay. Smack out another nation here. And yeah, well, it looks like I've got a lot of captains and such, so I'm more than happy to give them all. As long as they're not of my dynasty, I think they won't do that weird thing I was talking about earlier where they become a fiefdom. Maybe I'll do it for one of them so I can show you off what happens there. It's almost certainly a bug. Like, how could a republic colony be a fiefdom? But who's to say? Anyway, I want to cede some provinces to you. Take this. Take this. The reason that I'm not just making one large colonial nation is the same reason that I'm not governing the land myself. It simply just won't have any control if I do that. Tell me about your control from here. I wonder if this doesn't update for a bit, or if that truly is zero control for them. It's right next to their capital, isn't it? Tempted to give them a little more, but I should probably hand out this ugly, ugly land down here. So I want to give out Sarsu now. Create a new subject, a custom subject with Sarsu. What kind of order is it? Oh, I can search. Nice. So I could just go, give me Sarsu. What do you mean there's no Sarsu? I was just looking at Sarsu. Are you telling me I was wrong? This is the province of Sar-Isu. My mistake. Sar-Isu. I don't want to give away my good captain over here, but again, it's important not to give away my beloved dynasty. Because I don't think it's going to warn you. They just, boom, become a fiefdom for some reason. Like I said, maybe I'll show that off with the last one. See, that's some provinces here. Get this land off my back. So these lands were integrated, and I believe it's integrated when I give it over to them as well. That's what I'll choose to believe, at least. There we go. It's an ugly little colony, but it's yours to enjoy. Please press space. We will eventually. We will unpause at some point. Control needs to grow if what I watched is correct. Control increases over time, not instantly. Land gave them has no control over it just yet. It does for some of them. But yeah, control is hard to do for a horde, so that's why I'm giving it over to these colonies. Right, a few more in this land will be gone. Won't take but a second. Well, it'll take several seconds, but we'll get there. Especially when I don't know the names of all of these, but I want the capital to be in central locations for them. So when I find a good central province, like lots of... Oh, yeah, look at that. It's going to have lots of places around it. Very handy. All right, Omsk. My colonial nation with this decently administrative-looking captain. It's all yours, my friend. They're republics, so hopefully they'll be nice and stable. And then, once more, hand out these. You seem in a good position, so I'm going to crank out a lot of land for you. Again, if I make lots of small ones, then they're going to contribute quite well each, but the diplomatic capacity is going to continue to be a problem. Maybe that was a bit large. But it looks so ugly if I don't give them this. Nah, I can hand this over to others. Right, who should we hand over now? Sar Bulak, or maybe Karsor itself. We'll do Sari Bulak. Create a subject in... Is that Sari again? Yeah, Sar. Sari Bulak. We'll see how this works out. Not my heir, that's going to cause problems. But yes, Erdene here. There you go, Erdene. You now can enjoy this land as well. I guess I'll save after doing all this. It would be horrible to have the game crash on me or something, and then I got to do all this again. You take over this land. The provinces are so large. I don't know if control considers the size of the provinces or just the number of them, but control can be a real pain. Do I want to give this stuff away? No, I'll make another one over in Susan. Suzanne? Suzun. Very well. Relation, create a subject over in... Always with the S's. Almost done. Wow, you're good at administration. Hopefully you can administrate my colony nice and well. What was with the bong there, by the way? Oh, I think I gave away my cabinet minister there. That was a mistake. I paid for him to be in that position, and now I just went and kicked him out. Oh well, such is life. Back to 1337. Here, I'll give him this land around here. I will be keeping one for myself, though. I'm going to keep a tiny little notch of land here so I have a border with China. Is that going to be relevant? I don't know, but I might come to a position where I really, really want to destroy China. And by holding on to Minusinsk, I might be in a position to do that. All right, one last region to hand off over here, and then we're good to go. I said I would show one of them becoming a fiefdom, so we'll have our fiefdom up in the north here. It's probably just going to cause me a headache, but I want to show that I'm not crazy with making my my colonies over here. Although, go figure, this is the one time that it's gonna do it, and then I am going to look crazy. Custom subject over in... Oh, good lord, what are these called, and where do I want to give? Vasyagun, Upper Ob. If I want it to be the capital, I probably want them to have the most populous, productive area here. At least maybe somewhere with gold. No, there's none of that. All right, then they're just going to have this crappy, fishy province. It kind of borders the other. What's it called? It's called Surgut. Oh, we all remember Surgut. I mean, I do actually remember Surgut. All right, there you go. Enjoy Surgut. Again, colonial nation. And this time, instead of giving them a specific individual, I'll just say randomly choose. This will create a new subject to take control. All right, very good. Now, colony of Surgut. Are you really a colony? Huh. You got a bit more land than I thought I was giving you there. Either way, we need to finish off giving off this land. Use it wisely. Use it wisely. Use it wisely. Why is it named differently from the rest? What's up with the Republic of Surgut? The Republic of Surgut. Where do I get their information again? They're a republic, fiefdom of the Golden Horde. And then I go, what? They somehow got me in control. I don't know how or why that happened, but there they are. Maybe that's actually better than having the colonies, but fiefdoms cost more in a variety of ways. This is all, once they actually figure out with their nation, they're all going to cost me a fair bit more in diplomatic capacity. So this 3 out of 8 sounds like I have a lot to spare, but it's not going to be that way forever. You forgot one province to the east? No, I want to keep this one. I suspect it might be useful down the line to have a border with Great Yuan. I don't know how it would be useful. I'm certainly not in a position to kick their arse in war. You start war with them, you're warring about 70,000 levies total. Of course, they can't all make it up to you, but I think there's ways to do it. I think if you had a proper show superiority war, and you brought in your best horses and you fought them on open terrain, which notably is not this mountainous province. Yeah, does this really look like somewhere I want my horse archers working in? Because I certainly don't. Anyway, I think you could actually make mint out of kicking their arse and taking their money, but that's not what we're doing right now. So now the country is more or less set up how I want it to be. We've cut off all this land that we had no control over, and instead we still have a little land we have no control over, but proportionally it's not such a ball ache, because land that you have no control over can often be worse than nothing. Because in this game, there is food. Now, if you make an excess of food, you'll make a smaller amount of money selling it. But if you don't have enough food, it always feels like you have to pay through your nose to buy enough for your people. And the better your people, the more food they want to eat. So you better believe we get some slaves in and don't feed them at all. Yeah, let's save and save often. I don't want to go through all that clicking again. As in, even if I get my arse kicked and completely annexed and whatever, at least I can load back to this point and it'll still be on the first day. Right, do we finally get to unpause? We should consider that. Okay, I'm done considering. Horde of Nagai, you are actually the biggest, strongest subject I have. So I need to make sure you don't start kicking my arse. Let's actually improve your opinion. So yeah, it costs you 1 diplomat to send one, so always try and keep a buffer of that. But also the ongoing cost is there. I think it's worth it though. I need Nagai to be on my side. I hope, like me, they actually get a proper army, so they don't collapse as well. Otherwise, I am busy converting Sarai so that it can actually become a core province. The idea of your capital not being a core, I haven't seen that since EU3 with one of my good multiplayer buddies, Mino Rico, playing as Mormon, funnily enough in a similar region. Did you assign your leader for your standing army for crown power? Is that a real thing? He doesn't appear to be available here. Still not wed though, but maybe I should unpause a bit and see how that goes. Yeah, lack of a commander, but all I could put on are captains, and notably not myself. That's okay, you can get a captain later on when I think we need you. For now, let's unpause. So I'm building up 2 spy networks, I'm improving opinion. Bulgaria hate me, it's nothing unusual. If your family controls most of the army or so, that would be handy. It would be handy to get more Horde unity, because this thing utterly collapses on Monarch death. Where does it show that? Proximity cost is rather nice. Stability cost investment, that's also rather nice. We do diplomatic spending. Tell you what, I'm going to automate my taxes to keep all of my estates relatively happy. Although, notably, our taxes are rather pathetic. We're going to have to find better ways to get our money. Well, would you look at that? This money seems better already. Or maybe I'm imagining it, trying to pat myself in the back for a potentially good thing done. I will invest a bit into stability, because currently it's going down, and I will need some stability to make reforms and such. Might as well spend it when it's relatively cheap to do so. As for minting, it looks like we can't really mint at all, but maybe the turn of the month will give us more information on that. You have not rehired your council member. That's true. Where does that pop up? Rebel movements, yeah, minister lacking. The job still gets done, I think, but yeah, kicking out our minister was a poor choice. And we have a fairly lackluster possible replacement. How much do I have to pay for him? Not too much. All right, get in there. Do the job better, because we need these people assimilated. It's a weird one, right? If I tried to assimilate out in the Bed, Bath and Beyond here, it's really poor because of lack of control, but control is also really low because of satisfaction, and they're not satisfied because they're not my culture, they're not my religion. But one of the biggest pains in the bits that we have as the Horde are with the estates. Tell me more about the estates, please. Here we go. There's one thing in particular. The chieftains have... There it is. Banal lordship. They cost me control. They make my population more rebellious. They make me more serfdom. It gives them more control. The only thing it does is make them a bit happier. I need to revoke that, but revoking that costs an eye-watering 152 stability. So you'd need to be at 152 and then go all the way down. No, sorry, you'd have to be at 52. You go all the way down to minus 100 for that. Painful stuff, but I think it does need to be done. So if Nagai explodes, do you lose the land, or do you get a bunch of smaller vassals? I think I would be forced into a war to deal with their defecting power, is my best guess. I'm not entirely sure, but even if I lost this land, I wouldn't be crying over it. It was no use to me now. It's not going to be used to me until I have a stronger nation that can actually have laws and have control over the land. At least now I have a more concentrated nation to deal with the problems, and we'll double check our levies and such at the turn of the month. Very interested to see if eventually we can have a marriage option for my heir. Right, so we're gaining cores, that's good. A scholar has arrived. They could be employed in our cabinet. Just after I pay for the cabinet. Tell me more, tell me more. Oh wow, we got a fair few people available now. But I've already paid for you and I don't want to pay twice. We're actually, surprisingly, making a touch of money. I could even mint some money without causing inflation. I'm not actually sure if it's good or bad to mint. I mean, in days of yore, minting came at the expense of something else. But now it just looks like free income. I'm wondering what the downsides to minting are. And if there are no downsides, I don't know why you can't just automate, mint as much without causing inflation. But whatever, I will mint a bit. Surely it's free income. Yeah, just making more coins. Sounds good, right? I suppose the downside is it costs you goods, right? There's a demand of gold and silver to do the minting. But I believe we have access to gold and silver, so it's no big deal. Also, tell me that diplomacy income didn't go up. Are these colonies paying me diddly? Well, they're not being highlighted in this, so maybe not. You have to import the precious metals now. We have them. At least I think we have them. Hold on, I think my phone is going off. It is. I've been constantly phoned by my provider for some reason, but they can go suck a lemon. Can you show your cores now? Is there actually a core overview? Of that, I'm not sure. I mean, you'd think so, but where? Integration? This colors locations depending on the level of integration of their owner. All right. There we go. I think I managed to mute in time to not cough and splutter into the mic. A surprising amount of well-integrated land, assuming... Yeah, there we go. Here are our core provinces. These are cores that we gave away, but we had no control over them, so it's not like I'm crying over not having them anymore. If I accepted this culture, then these lands would all become core. And that's probably a good thing to do, but I don't want to. I don't like the idea of accepting cultures. What I feel more like is kicking cultures out. Although, it seems like they've already been kicked out, most of them. Looks like they got auto-kicked out when we had 0 of them. Not entirely sure, but some of them... I'm unsure where you check to see if something is actually tolerated or not. I guess it's these ones, right? The Bashkir make up barely any of my country. And yet they cost me... How much ongoing? Capacity used is 0.57. So just kicking out the Bashkir, the Turkic group on their own, is enough to do me good. So we're going to kick them out. They're not going to be happy, but that's going to free up my my accepted culture thingamajigger. All right, very good. I forget what the downsides were there, but I don't want to face the downsides anyway. Can we see the culture and religious? We saw that earlier, but sure, why not? We certainly get the raw end of the stick here. It's a right mishmash. And if you want to consider how useful that is for us, then we could also look up... Oh, Crivens, what is it? Population? Or is it something else entirely? Demographics, of course. Now let's try culture groups then. Tatar and Turkic. That's the whole group here, but we are Mongol, and notably we don't have Mongol lands. We could culture flip, but I've never been a big fan of culture and religious flipping of countries. Religious a little less so, but culture flipping just seems like you're not even playing the same nation anymore. Anyway, not very good. This is a great culture group. This is a great culture group. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. So I'm wondering just how much cultural enrichment we can do. Oh, now, here we go. Chinese and Confucian influenced. What a group. Try the search function in the middle of the map mode's bar. It's a contextual search. Oh, yeah, you're right. We'll get this one right here. So if I wanted to look for culture groups, boom. Religion groups as well. Asian folk religions. Ugh, no, we need to make them all Muslim. And even if we can't make them all Mongol, we need to have them respect the Mongol rule. Total rule from Mongolia, except this time from Sarai. Let's carry on, we've got work to do. We're still trying to improve. So, one thing about this game is you get this massive freaking pop-ups wherever your cursor is. You can disable this, but I found that when I disabled it, whenever I wanted the information, it wasn't there. So instead what I did was I disabled the water pop-up, or water hover over tooltip. So I just idle in the water if there's no information that I need to have immediately to hand. So people want to rebel, that's not surprising. Profitability, RGOs. Now, I'm not investing much in the economy, and heaven help me, I could do a lot. For example, Sarai. If I wanted to improve control, I'd need to build some roads out from Sarai. And you know what? It sounds really good, right? Run a road down into the sea, and then improve the control that we have over all of these lands. Wonderful. But if I wanted to build a road, it would cost me every penny in my coffer just to build it down, not even to the water. And that would have a bit of trickle-down economics for me. But I am firmly in the belief that that is something for a not Horde to do. We're not dense and tall enough for that. If you were playing over in Italia, for example, I could see that being a wonderful thing to do. It's not very far to drag a road. So many dense, homogenous culturally and religiously people to bring control over to. Sounds amazing, but here it's spending all of my money on something that isn't making my army beefier. Speaking of making my army beefier, perhaps that's exactly what I should do. I'm very disappointed with how small my starting army is, and I don't know why it varies on starting. Like, you re-roll to start with the Golden Horde several times, you'll get different army sizes. I think one thing that's worth doing, though, is expanding that. Now, I do have the ability to make regulars here, which is quite rare. Not many people can make regulars, and I think it's all just about having more horse archers, right? I think I'll recruit one bunch of horse archers, and I will consider making some groupies. So these are auxiliaries, and they aid logistics. They bring in food, they up the travel speed. I don't know if they actually contribute anything to battle. I can assume not really. Even so, I'm going to bring in an additional one of you. Merge you into the army so I suddenly have a significantly better army. And then I will be in a better position to lay the smackdown on Perm and Riazan. And I don't think they're going to put up much of a fight, right? Regulars utterly smash levies. The levies will get their leg up over you if they are, like double your size, but for the most part, you're going to smash them. Call a jihad. Ooh, I like the sound of that. A jihad is created against a selected country. Cost me manpower, cost me stability. I'm not really in a position to be spending my stability, so let's not mind that right now. Still, nobody wants to accept a marriage with my heir. I'm not going to worry about that for now. Although I don't want to lose prestige and stuff for having marry a lowborn. Oh, that's right. I could always just arrange a marriage from within our own tribe. Sure. Who's got the most fertile-looking hips? Well, we don't see above the collar here. But you're a good, fine Mongolian individual. Excellent. Right, you'll do. I just need my son to start cranking out the babies because tribal succession crisis is horrible. I've experienced it once in this game, and it's just a pretty much permanent debuff. And that's all because of this freaking Horde Unity thing. You know how you handled Horde Unity in EU4? There were actions you could do to raise it, and it even says here, it goes down over time, okay. It's increased with looting and raising provinces. As far as I'm aware, that doesn't exist in EU5. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. We'll have to look very hard for a loot or raise button, or action, or anything when we go on the war. What's that minus 789k at the top? Minus 789k. Minus 789k. I beg your pardon? I don't know, but I'll need to look at this first. Right, so it's informing me about the Tatar yoke. Keeping everybody paying me their dues, as they should, although they barely... Look, they're paying even less now. I don't even know why this exists for me. I don't get anything. Obedience is expected, and yet acknowledged. And we gain Kalita for 9 years. Our subject income goes up. Wonderful. And we lost a bunch of cores. Well, that's not really a surprise, is it? When we cast away the Bashkiris. The number just changed. Well, then I have even less of a clue what you're talking about. Oh, you might mean my population tanking due to releasing all these colonies. That sounds reasonable. Hope those colonies do all right. Is there a way to check their overall health? I have the... I'm pretty sure I have a subject thing. Manage my subjects. Oh, the only subject I can manage is the Republic of Surgut. The Republic fiefdom. Yes, of course. What can I do with you? Cancel their fiefdom, divert their trade, force them to embargo my rivals. Scootage. I can siphon off 0.09 ducats from them. Yeah, it's not surprising that this land is not very useful for them. Who the hell are the Trapezuntine Empire? Oh, Trebizond! Somehow they have the stones to declare me a rival. Heavens knows how. The first war of Wallachian succession. We can intervene against Bulgaria. That is tempting. Put Bulgaria in their place. Get my army something to do. I can raid these lands. Grab some slaves. The problem is I won't be the war leader, and I can totally see that not working out so well for me overall. But I'm nowhere near having my war with Ryazan or Perm right now. Time to make Trebizond regret their decision. The search bar is still filled, Jake, the search bar. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean this one? Right, do I actually want to fight this one? Oh, you mean the subject thing? Oh, we have more unmarried children. Where was that again? That was in... Manage my subject. Ah, this one. Aha. Okay, right, there we go. Now I can see all the ones that I can manage. For example, my beloved tributaries. Can I make them give me extra tribute, perhaps? Siphon mooring. There we go. Volhynia will actually give me a few ducats. The biggest one by far is Kiev. Tell me, Kiev, how much money are you willing to give me? Quite a bit, actually. But they gain a whole bunch of liberty desire. I don't think that's worth it because they're already kind of on tenterhooks. They hate my guts, and if we sort by how much they are loyal... Yeah, the ones that are really loyal are the ones that I crapped out. And those that aren't really don't have much to offer me. So it's kind of difficult to suck a lot of money out. Wonder if any of these would be worth it. Oh, tell you, Horde of Nagai, you love me a bit. It still doesn't seem significant enough to pay the excessive amount of siphon income. We can enforce our culture, we can enforce our religion. Well, they're already our religion. But doesn't seem worth it for the massive pain that would be for all involved. So yeah, lots of options to do with the colonies. I'm sure there's a way to make that very powerful for me. But can't think of a way to use that right now. I'm on the fence about this fight with Bulgaria. It is quite tempting. Always a loss to find the right screen. Like, I want to see Bulgarian information about their war. This is the one. The War of the Wallachian Succession. It says they have no levies, but how many levies can they muster is something I'm more interested in. Yeah, this isn't usable information. Is there something I can click on here and go, ah, that's the possible might of Bulgaria. This is just general diplomacy, isn't it? I want to specifically know about Bulgaria. Surely less than yours. I wouldn't be so certain about that. Like I said, my country is large and garbage. Bulgaria, conversely, is tight and dense. It's not giving me a number for this. Ah, there we go. Yeah, them getting 15 control out of their far-reaching territories is... I calculate infinitely more than I can, so they are infinitely stronger than I am. Maybe in the ledger. Yeah, there's a thought. Where's the ledger these days? That's agenda. Ledger. I want to know about just what they can bring to the fight. Settled country. That was the information I was looking for. Hold on, while I'm at it. Wait, there are lots of hordes. Tell me about the specifically Golden Horde. Army-based country. If my armies are destroyed, the country collapses. I haven't seen that in action, but it'll be interesting. Hopefully for other people, not for me. Still, I want to know about Bulgaria's army. How do I know about... How do I know about Bulgaria's army? Or if that even is. You can click the Declare War button. It'll show you their army, plus that of their allies. What an idea. That still only shows levies. Or rather, they have no standing army, but I'm interested in how many levies they can bring up. Maybe there's... Gosh, how in the world would one check levies? Jake, check the top left. Land comparison, we are stronger than them. Here we go. They have a potential 7,000 levies. Whew. There's quite a few levies for me to have to deal with. Is it worth my time dealing with you? How long do I think it'll take to get my spy network going here? I need 20 to forge the thingamajigger. My problem with fighting Bulgaria is I might get nothing out of it, because Wallachia will make the peace. And also we might lose the war. I think I'll leave them be. Right, if I'm going to go, I want to go on my terms. Wallachia could just get utterly curb-stomped by Bulgaria, and then I achieve nothing but dragging myself into a war that I don't want. Sorry if you wanted war there, but I'd rather not pick useless fights. I was really hoping you were baiting him into declaring war. I do find the game is slower and more ponderous than EU4. Although you could misconstrue that into saying EU4 was a much more arcade experience, which might not be wrong. He's your rival, put him in his place. Yeah, very tempting, but I think I will do that after I deal with Perm and Ryazan to begin with. Otherwise, I'm getting close to having more diplomats than I want or need. I'm tempted to improve relations with Kiev because they are reasonably close to splitting off from me. Yeah, go on then. They hate my guts. Let's see what we can do about that. Going up by 1 a month. Oh, that is sad, isn't it? Slow and sad. Events. I think there are far fewer events in this game, and it's all the better for it. Sometimes when going speed 5 in EU4, it just felt like event. Traders of Kursk. I mean, how much do I really care about Kursk? Well, it doesn't highlight to show you Kursk. That highlights to show me Kursk. Of course, I knew where Kursk was. Traders for state satisfaction, but would they get local privilege? I wish you didn't have to hover over this. Well, whatever, I'm not willing to pay bigger issue costs for smaller issue downsides. Is Gaz an autonomous invasion target northeast of Odessa? Oh, hold that thought. A religious figure has come to join us. I don't know why Go To brings me over to the capital. Maybe I should have hung around to see if there were good cabinet members available for me. This is just find. I keep trying to do Control F for find, but sadly this isn't Factorio. But you want to know about Gaz. There's a lot of Gazes, but I'm not sure we're finding the right Gaz. Or even in Odessa. We're all out of luck then. I don't follow Vina Paolo. Kursk is a graveyard of tanks. Well, we do have a fort there. Also, I just remembered. Why in the world am I paying fort maintenance and army maintenance when I'm not at war? Save every ducat that we can. Trade income's a little sad. I do not understand how trade works in this game. I want to understand, but I'm not going to suss that out when playing as the Golden Horde. Save that for a run when I play something like, I don't know, Genoa or Southeast Asia something. Maybe you can bind a fine shortcut in the settings. That would be nice, but I don't think you can. Key binding stuff isn't that hot on this, is it? Input binding. Why is this user.binding? If I want to find... Well, this is profile naming. Okay, not search for something. Yeah, they've got quite a few things. In fact, they've got a hell of a lot of things. And you can do 2 different keybinds, which is excellent. Do they have find here? Not that I can see at a quick glance, so I'm not going to bother with that. If somebody knows, or if I find out in my own time, I will consider doing that. I want my children to marry, but... here we go. The Jalrids will... The Jalari... I never know how to pronounce this bloody word. Anyway, my heir could do with more wives, right? Current role is heir. Hang on, didn't I just get you a wife? And you have a child. What happened to the old wife? I guess she served her purpose, huh? Alright then, royal marry then. Hopefully this doesn't turn into some kind of alliance. Give me the youngest, most fertile woman you have, and let us have many children so the tribal succession crisis doesn't do me in. Huzzah! But don't I have another child to send off to the mines? I don't think so. I'm so glad to see this. It's largely obfuscated by chat. Let's get rid of chat for a moment there. You've got all these things popping up here. You can open the message to see significantly more, but you can also set message settings. My god, we thought it lost technology. When another country adds a religious aspect, or maybe I absolutely want a pause and pop-up and showing on map. I don't, but good lord. Blessed be Paradox Tinto for actually recognizing that this might be a desirable feature in a grand strategy game. What the other ones are thinking, I do not care to know. Vicky 3 has this now. Oh, the lost technology is being found again. I'm in awe. Alright, forcing conversion on my capital. I long for the day when my capital becomes a core. But right now, we're just waiting for those spy networks to build up. In preparation for that, should I move my troops into position? No. What I'm waiting for is 10 spy networks so I can start making a casus belli. Till then, all I can do is sadly watch Wallachia get destroyed by Bulgaria. I could have saved you, Wallachia, but there was just no good reason for it. Plus, sieging down coastal forts when I have no navy, now that is suffering, especially for a horde. Horde no like fort. I watched a little bit of Someone Plagues in Italian Republic. Interesting to see how much more important the ruler's family is here. Oh, we're not a republic. Outbreaks, we don't care, right? If people die, people die. We're going to be bringing in slaves as soon as we can start warring. I'm happy to see that the colonies aren't immediately bursting into flames, though. And yeah, that sure doesn't look like control rising much. How much control are we looking at here? Well, I'll be. They're certainly going to have better control than I was going to have over these lands, which is why I gave it to them. It's still kind of sad. And maximum control 0. Wait, they also have banal lordship? But they're a republic. I guess when you spit out a nation, they keep your laws, they keep your estate settings and such. Yeah, 1 is infinitely more than 0, so my colonial nations are infinitely stronger than I. I am quite curious what they bring in a fight, if anything. Army size. Yeah, those army sizes don't look so hot. Hey, Horde of Nagai! For some reason they decided not to take any regulars, but they can actually bring a wait, they can muster more men than I can? Good old Nagai. Alright, glad to have them on my side then. This is why I'm improving their relations, by the way. Kind of important to me that they have good loyalty. Although, where can I check loyalty at a glance? I was hoping by clicking on them I could find that kind of information out. I can see relations, but it's not loyalty. I suppose if I wanted to see that, I have to go into my diplomatic relations. Also, look at that diplomatic capacity. It has absolutely climbed up because it's based on the strength of the nation. And that, I think that means that when we're at war and they raise their armies, this thing shoots up and becomes very expensive. That and their how much they dislike you also goes up, which feels a little iffy, but we're going to just have to manage. Anyway, I wanted to know about how much my people love me. Yeah, Kiev is on the fence there. But as long as they like me, they continue to pay tribute, and that's certainly better than I can get out of most places. Blessed be the Ukrainians. Where is Nagai on this list? I could use a search, but I'd rather use my eyes. Yeah, there we go. So Nagai is nice and loyal, as I want them to be, because they're the biggest threat to me. I had to be a bit bit trudging gingerly when spitting out large subjects. Right, what are our traders up to? They want power over the chieftains. Nah, the chieftains have my back, not the traders. I don't have a good feel for the estates, like how to balance them, what to do with them, how best to rip control away from them. But the traders don't have much power to begin with, and then I consider how much are they being taxed? It's about half and half of the chieftains, but when in doubt, make sure that the chieftains are the happier ones. Oh no, they're going to be unhappy. Well, that's fine. We'll just lower taxes or whatever till they see the light. Far rather have my tiny traders unhappy than my massive chieftains. Anyway, we're waiting on 20 Spy Network. It looks like Ryazan is going to be first. We continue to gain cores as our religion and our culture very, very slowly spreads. Sarai in particular, the demographics... Sunni's coming along quite well, and we want that Mongolian to be majority so we can get a core here. Again, I could just accept Astrakani. I do not want to accept Astrakani. Hang on, where is cultural acceptance anyway? There's people... here we go, perhaps under the culture tab. Tabs within tabs. I mean, it's good for jamming things in, but it's going to take a while to truly integrate into my very being where everything is. But yes, the Astrakani... It would cost me a staggering 5... what's that thing called again? Prestige. But it would also use a ton of cultural capacity, right? They're discriminated, and if I tolerate them, it's going to cost me 0.83. Well, that's already too much, so no thank you. Apparently, we accept the Crimeans, and we love ourselves, even though we make up only 2% of the population. We contribute 100% towards the leadership of our country. The different notifications on the bottom, notification flags mean anything. I guess the colors here probably mean the type of thing that it is. Like, these both seem kind of religious in nature. But, I'm mostly having it there so you guys can see them. That's the reason I trimmed the chat down perhaps a bit lower than usual so we could see it. I still think my minting is bad, but I'll tell you what's good is I almost have enough Spy Network to go against Ryazan. And I'm very much looking forward to being at war. Just wish I could be at war with a larger target, Bulgaria notwithstanding. Maybe I should actually start building up a Spy Network towards Muscovy, because I do want to tear Muscovy a new one. Yeah, let's build a Spy Network up with them. It does mean that my amount of diplomats available comes down to a crawl. And that is going to be a problem in due time, but that's okay. I can always bring back one of the ones that I put towards improving relations. But you got to consider the investment that it is to do the initial improve relations. Because you have to spend one diplomat to begin the arrangement. If you swiftly pull them back, then it's a waste of time. But I think I like how that's going to put an end to some of the more exploitative things you can do in diplomacy. So, Ryazan, I'm sorry to say, but I need a Casus Belli, and I can't imagine why it wouldn't be Horde expansion. See, it says conquer cost for the attacker 0%, but I think that just means it's 0% plus or minus, as in it's not affected. Which is weird, right? Why can't the Horde expansion be a nice CB? At least give the Horde something. What's this dash meant to mean? Heavens knows. Anyway, Horde expansion on Ryazan. Give us a Casus Belli, please do. You don't immediately get it, though. You gotta work it up. It's like the old creation of CB thing. So... Take that Ryazani Spy Network. Put an end to it. Because I am going to need another diplomat to go and take care of Perm. And they both gotta go. Fortunately, I'm quite belligerent, so I think it takes me not very long to make a Casus Belli. I'm not sure if I should buy this right away, says MNPV. I don't have time to play games, but it looks so enticing. I'm very much drawn to the game. It's given me that wonderful feeling that I haven't experienced since EU3. I mean, I loved EU4, but there's just something so fresh-faced about this. I wish I could put it into better words than that, but I fail miserably at doing so. Like, I feel there's a whole world here to be explored and exploited. That's only 2 X's. We need 4 X's. Alright, Perm, I'm sorry to say that you too are going to fall to the Horde ways. So let's get that Casus Belli going. Not entirely sure I like this part. Like, you build up the spy network, then you build up the Casus Belli. Especially for Horde expansion, why do I need espionage? Espionage feels so out of place at this time frame, but All the EU3 talk makes me so excited. Yeah, well, I loved EU3. I spent so much time playing it, and on the mods with Mayo. I spent more time. I spent like 3, 4, maybe 5 times longer in EU4. Alright, huzzah! We actually figured out how to read for the clergy people, 5% of it so. But my main advancement concern is far and away getting expanded archives. You see how I'm already quite close to the... Oh, hang on. You cannot actually toggle proper pause in the events. So my gut instinct is when an event pops up, I hit spacebar. It's just a reaction, but it doesn't actually pause the game. When I click through this will go away. Anyway, good times to the Horde. Stability sounds very good. I don't have an idea of what research cost is like. We already get 1.2 per month, so why would I want 3 months of investment? I do not know. Money ain't worth jack. Give me the stability, actually. Horde struggles a whole lot on stability, so gimme. There was something I was trying to look for. Whatever it was, I managed to forget it. Is there an option in the settings for that? The pause thing, I mean. There's EU4 and Stellaris. I assume there is here, too. I think in this game, it's forced pause for events. You cannot unpause during an event. So you're just stuck in there. Recht. Rizan. It's time for you to die. Let's get our army into position. How long until this thing is ready? Well, whatever. Let's just pay our army ahead of time. The fort maintenance will automatically increase when I'm at war. It's not that expensive. Very good. I think my colonies get involved in the war, but I cannot imagine they're going to bring any relevant amount of forces into the fight, so I'm just assuming that they are insignificant. Gaining a whole lot of cores. Now, why did you suddenly become a core? It's certainly not because Sunniism is majority. Actually, that's weird. I thought you needed your religion to be in charge. Maybe it's not as important as I thought. Let's double check. You are a core, right? Well, look at that. And being a core, we actually get some control as opposed to no control. That's wonderful. Was it a demographics thing with culture? No, we're barely any. Ah, here we go. Between them, the Crimean and the Mongolians now outnumber the Ruthenians. So perhaps the core is not related on on religion as I thought, and it's to do with culture, which is even cooler. Culture play is something I've always liked in these kinds of games, and it tends to not be as important as I want it to be. I mean, how often do you really care about the culture of your lands in EU4 outside of specific culture runs where you want to one culture or something like that? And even if you do it, it's spend mana, reduce culture. This feels... It just feels a lot more visceral, knowing that I'm actually wiping out cultures through my actions rather than just spending Diplo points on it. Very good. Anyway, what was I trying to look at before? Yeah, I wanted to read up on core again. To my knowledge, there's no EU5 wiki yet, so I can't just sit down and chew through information on all the mechanics, but given time, I will. A location is a core, integral part. If it's ever lost in a war, yeah, great. Any integrated location with a majority of the owner's primary culture or accepted culture. Okay, religion has nothing to do with it. Ignore what I said about religion. Accepted or primary, and combination seems to work here. But yeah, this is so much better than integration. Control goes up a whole lot. Of course, that remains a problem for me. God, it would actually be so good for me to accept this godforsaken culture. Yeah, if I like the Astrakanis, then I imagine these would instantly become cores. Ugh, but I don't want to. Let me give that some actual thought, though. They're all Astrakani. They're pretty much my heartland. 12% of my population. If I were to wait, no, I'd have to make them accepted, not tolerated. And that would cost me... the Mishar are accepted. Well... You know what? Screw Astrakanis. Joke culture, joke people. Let them be clowned on. By the way, it would probably be a very good idea to give you a commander. I could put myself in charge. But I don't want to die. I want to live long because I'm actually a really good ruler. How good's my heir, anyway? Maybe I could put our ruler's son. But you're not the heir, are you? It would say heir if you were the heir. Yeah, Jani Beg is the heir, whereas Teeny Beg is not. They're not such a good... they're not really good as a commander. But surely it would be good for the crown to have them in charge, right? On you go, son. Somebody's told me that this improves crown power or something to that effect. Ooh, considerably so. Okay, well, yeah, sure. It's all yours, buddy. There's an interaction with the most powerful nations of each culture where you improve relations with their culture. That makes them cheaper to have integrated. Cool. But I still don't want to integrate them. I want to have Mongolian supremacy here. Notably, attrition hurting. Also notably, you don't recover morale when you're on the move. Hopefully that applies to broken retreat as well. That's not very nice. You actually get attrition in your own lands just because it's winter. Ugh. Never a fan of that. I think that was around in earlier versions, but in your own lands that just feels bad. Jake, I need the truth. EU5 on release, or the full DLC EU4, which is better? You're never going to get a good answer me out of that. Like, EU4 has had a lot of time put into it, but... And not to mention, I'm incredibly jaded on EU4 after playing it for years and years. A phrase like burnt out comes to mind. I've played it to death. But I would rather be playing EU5, and here I am with EU5. It got me back to EU. You know, I dumped this game, or I dumped this franchise, you could say, for quite some time. Still taking attrition. Get your numbers back, please. Maybe you need to be in a city not to take attrition. Well, you better believe we don't have a lot of towns. And I'm not basing you in Kursk. I'm basing you to pounce on Ryazan when war is on our front door. And it will be. Also, I can just press 1, and I can double tap to move over to my army position. Love me groups, don't I? What and when was the last map painter you played? About a year, maybe a year and a half ago. I played a fair bit of Victoria 3. Oh, damn, I didn't read what that said. Was it important? Damn right it was important. We actually managed to make Sarai into a core. Good, that's exactly what I wanted my people to be doing. And now if we check the demographics, the Mongolians outnumber the Astrakani. Excellent, excellent. Should I keep them there? I suppose for the time being I should, because we're going to be inviting, cordially, a lot of slaves into the location. And I want those slaves to be converted to my religion. And what they do culturally-wise after that is their own business. What have you been doing with life? I haven't seen you for eons. I've been here. I've been streaming. Lots of games, but not grand strategy games. Vicky 3 is just a number go-up drug. As a game, I find it's pretty awful in many, many ways. In fact, almost always apart from the number go-up. So it was never something I was interested in streaming, and after I'd done a couple of campaigns, after I'd done a World Conquest, in fact, I was just like, well, that was it. That was miserable. Like, more miserable than World Conquesting in EU. Let's close this game and never speak of it again. Also, its performance is dreadful. I don't have many good things to say about Vicky 3. Right. I would actually like to increase ties with subjects. So we've got the Parliament thing here, and it's a bit more interesting than it was in EU4. Still think it could have some more work going for it, though. You choose a main debate, and different people are going to support different things. You need to get more than 50% overall, so if I immediately go for castle works or gaining relation things, then we're going to get a leg up overall. The relation, increasing ties with neighbors sounds pretty good overall, because 5 diplomats is, you know, years worth of diplomats currently. And the other things are going to cost me. Urbanization. Wait, Tula could become a town. Is that good? Does sound nice, but I would have to make some big kowtows in the Parliament to get that through. Skillful member of clergy. 203 people convert to Sunnism. Forgive me for not being too excited. If what percentage of that? A very small percentage. Do religions and culture spread on their own at all? Yes. I don't have to do it through force here, but I'm doing it because I really wanted my capital to be a core. Bolster the government and just get crown power and war exhaustion down. That does sound nice, but I think we're going to get those diplomats, because it's the easiest thing to get, and it might allow me to do something a bit more nefarious. Yeah, sure. Parliament has been called. Tell me more. So the Parliament will just pass, because we have majority support here. But I could use the support to move a different request. For example, a law change. I don't care about the taxes, but law changing can be pretty good because some existing laws are horrifyingly bad. Although I don't know which of these would be really considered bad. I mean, I could ask for any laws to be changed. It does seem like a very good use of the Parliament. I just don't have a good feel for which of the laws are better to pass. Wait, I have one that comes to mind. It's not civil society, but there's something about the tribe here. Tribal organization, right? We're a step warband, which means we go towards serfdom, we get extra manpower. Manpower is good, hell, manpower is great, but we get plenty-ish of it. If proximity cost went down, then that would improve the control I have over my lands. I think that's even better than monthly control, but let me check that because I'm very, very curious what my control movement is. Is this going up or down? Monthly change is actually quite nice due to my nobles being surprisingly literate. So I don't think that's worth my time to invest in, but I'm extremely interested in making the distance to capital be less of a thing. Look at this. This is bordering my capital, and it already halves the control. Can we get a number on that? Proximity to capital. It seems quite painful. I imagine that the Federated Tribe is a better law to go with here. So if I were to go for Federal Tribe... Yeah, let me double check on proximity here. How close you are to a capital. Tracing a path of roads and maritime. Da-da-da-da-da. This sounds really good, but I don't know the game well enough to know if 10% is actually a meaningful amount. I'm going to assume that it is. Is there a proximity map mode? There is proximity, but it pretty much just looks like the same map mode, right? And it, here we go. Proximity cost through the land. Proximity to the nearest source is 61%. Da-da-da-da-da. I wonder if this is compounding province to province or not. I should take like a before and after here, but this feels like the kind of thing that, you know, I'd load up the game and I'd do a lot of testing to find out the actual numbers for. Obviously not something I'm interested in doing on stream, but I'm very interested in changing us over to Federal Tribe. Because I want to do this with debates, because if you do it in Parliament, then you just have to kowtow and acquiesce to the other estate's demands. If I wanted to do it just as, oh, you know, I'm an old bearded git with an idea sort of approach, then I'd have to go to... It's socioeconomic, is it not? It absolutely is not. Is it administrative? Here we go. If I wanted to change to a Federal Tribe, I'd have to spend 105 stability to make that change. Good grief. Base cost 100 and my lack of crown power makes it even harder. We don't have stability to spare as a horde. In fact, I've done very hard work to take care of... Very hard work. I set a slider and made a few decisions. But anyway, I value having high stability because when the succession crisis hits, it's going to hit hard. So I think we should absolutely try and pass this in Parliament. However, that's going to drain my support by 50%. Now, I don't know if you get the law change done and then fail the thing and then you still get the law change. 7 stability is better than paying 100 stability. The alternative is that I cheese off A Thicana? It's a country that we are weaker than? Excuse me, what does that even mean? Okay, so what? Who? Who are you? Sonargon. Okay, someone somewhere is going to be cheesed off if I make this decision. The commoners also won't be too happy, but too bad for them. If I really want this, I'm going to have to lower levy or obligations. And that is actually a significant levy size reduction. And it lasts for 5 years, but I think that's worth it to get this through. So, yeah, we are going to change our tribal organization into a federal tribe. Huzzah. Looks like it puts it into motion anyway, so maybe you don't need to win the debate anyway, but I don't want to lose the stability that comes with losing this debate, right? Yeah, so I'm okay to lower levy costs, because I was already talking about how levies are garbage. Strongly worded letter. Alright, there we go. So, it's give and take. And I like this so much better than any kind of law-passing stuff in Victoria 3. Holy moly. You know, if I thought it was good for me, we could actually do some of this. We enact Navy audits for maritime law. Do I even have a maritime law? Currently, we protect trade routes with our non-existent Navy. Okay, well, I'm not paying for that. And nor am I... Ooh, well, actually, moving towards belligerent is actually quite nice for me. Commoners won't be happy about it, but that bellicose support actually sounds decent for me. Even so, no. What is 72%? I think it just means it'll pass. I think it's quite binary, you know, it's either above 50 or below 50. But it's also a currency that I can use in Parliament to pass other things, although that's all I'm interested in doing. Yoink. Alright, very good. Give it time and that will pass, and in a few months it's time to go to war. Now, it might seem like a joke of a war. We're Golden Horde, they're Ryazan, and yes, I will stomp them into jelly, but it's all part of the big play. The music? That was Battle of Damascus from Europa Universalis 3. I'm using an external playlist that has music from EU3, EU4, EU Rome, Imperator, Crusader Kings 2, maybe some other things I've forgotten. A couple of tracks from EU5 as well, but I actually don't care for this game's music. For one, it's using very ambient music, not a lot of music tracks. It doesn't have many music tracks, it's got like an hour and a half of it, and of those I only found about 2 or 3 to be enjoyable to listen to. EU Rome, Imperator? Yeah, there was an EU Rome before Imperator. Save and save occasionally. Now, the game has autosaves, doesn't it? Golden Horde stream, autosaving every year, fine by me. Something popped up and I completely missed it. Unprofitable buildings, but we automate control over that. I don't actually know how Slave Uprising or any of the rebel uprisings work. I mean, how large can I expect these to be? The Astracanis have a bone to pick with me and they number in the many, but how much of an army is that actually going to be? I have no idea. We're a horde, so we're invariably going to be facing down revolts. The question is, how much can our regulars take care of? Another question is, how much should I expand my army by? I'm surprised I'm making money. I guess that's the power of actually minting. Well, no, the minting gives us almost nothing. Where's this money coming from? Notably, my buying food budget went way down after cutting off all the crappy lands over there. We have lots of unprofitable buildings, which is rather unfortunate. Spend a lot on stability. Yeah, overall, I'm okay with my expenses. Typically, paying as a horde is just bleeding money until you ravage enough people to get it back. But I feel like my ability to ravage is not as good as it could, would, or should be. And diplomacy, so tributes, yeah. This diplomacy here is mostly tributaries paying me, and Kiev is giving me the most of it. Actually, Kiev, how much do you love me these days? Please say lots. Yeah, they love me a fair bit. Yeah, I could always go to Kiev and say, give me some bloody money. It's not a lot, but it's something. There is a very fun interaction in this game, however, called... Give me some bloody money. I could just ask Yuan to give me 1.5 grand. And if I curried enough favor with them, they would accept. Now, I think we have too many differences, especially religiously. But little pro tip, befriend the Pope and ask him for money. He has a lot of money. We can't do that because we're not Christian, but there's always the option. Also, playing Christian Golden Horde, at least in EU3 and EU4, oh my days, the unrelenting power you have. Especially if you're expanding into Europe, you know, you don't have such a religious malice. Who cares about this old crappy land? European land is just superior. How could it not be? What's the end date of EU5 now that the start date has changed? That I don't know. I haven't played more than 10 years of this game in any one go. And we're going to expand beyond that this time. Can't see this making it all the way to the end, though. Oh, God, come on, control. I wonder why this has better control. Oh, it's because it's a core, isn't it? Yes, it's a core. All this unacceptable land is non-cored. What a shame. Better keep an eye on my friends. I don't want some of them to expand too far. Our people take only what they should, but I guess I'm going to cheese off the traders once again. Yeah, let the chieftains take. Keep them happy, keep them paying me. Traders are never happy. But there's not a lot of trade going on around here. So my market is Astrakhan, and if you know how to read this interface, you're a better player than I. I mean, it's cool. It gets my bits all tingly when I see all these different trade goods and values and buying and selling and capacities and moving costs. But I do not know how to parse the information. Someday I will, and then I'll be the master of trade. But all the more reason to play the Golden Horde. I don't need to know that for now, so I just slam on automation, and I will figure it out in due time. Detour is pointing out this is a very elaborate fake out. Well, I guess the jig is up. It was always going to happen, but no, we're not having Nancy Drew today. She'll come back another day. Now, if I was thinking on my feet, I would have had the game preloaded in the background so I could entirely fake out over to it, but no, let's actually focus on the game I want to be playing right now, which is notably not Nancy Drew. Had enough time rubbing my nipples till they chafed last night over all the people went, oh, come on, I set aside my evening to watch your premiere stream of EU5 and instead you're playing Nancy Drew. Something you need to understand is that I really, really enjoy making people unhappy, pissing them off. You know, driving out that, pure primal emotion from people feels very, very good. And it's certainly easier to drive out a negative emotion. We lose virtually no money. Okay, sure. I'm not going to miss that money. It's probably so low based on my overall income, but because we're so fat, we just start out with good coffers. I mean, Jings, yeah, I do that to people whose opinions I don't care about. You should see how antagonistic I am towards my own friends. The people which I've been through so much with. God, no kidding about this being slow, right? If this was EU4, I already would have stomped down half of the Ruskies by now. Right, now we did get a huge influx of diplomats. The game is very, very kind not to suddenly trim you off at the top here. So you're meant to only have 5, we got 9.1. But if I turn the month here, it's not going to slam back down to 5. At least it better not. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Let's maybe not test that theory right now. I've got a lot of diplomats to spend, and yet we have ongoing costs, so let's not be too willy-nilly with them. Got to consider who I want good relations with, and I do still want good relations with Kiev. Are my subjects getting all uppity right now? Halik is also kind of not very happy with the situation. Whoa, Volhynia pays me tribute as well? Did Volhynia become big without me noticing? I could have sworn half of that was Polish. Am I losing it? I could have sworn Volhynia was like this. They do have a lot of raised armies, don't they? Actually, tell me more about these armies. They are indeed raised. The mind boggles. Even so, I should have a bit going spare here, so let's actually improve opinion with these people that hate my guts. There's another idea to improve relations with the Ruskies so that they don't all join horrible coalitions against me when I start antagonizing them by taking land. But if they end up in a big coalition and end up fighting me, I'll just stomp them into jelly. Assuming that I can. I might not be able to. But for now, let's try and play friendly with these people. Get those relations improved. Is there an idea to improve relations with Yuan? Or any of the other people around me? All these Russians are going to be very unhappy with my attacks. I'll never get on good graces with Muscovy. You're mispronouncing the name. It's clearly Swolhinia. I do like seeing all the new faces. And some people ask, what does it add to the game? Instead of like EU3's 10 nations here, now we've got 100. I really like it. I know most of these people will just be coalesced into one, but I just feel something seeing all these different nations. And I love playing as little grotty bags of crap. I know I'm playing as the biggest country on the map, but I love playing as the wee ones. And they don't need to have any special content. It's nice, but I can get my jollies one way or another. Anyway, I got these diplomats. I'm not doing anything with them. And the horrible truth is I don't know what to do with them. I'm going to... Well, actually, what I could be doing is getting what I need for Casus Belli. So I should open up a few more spy networks, but where? Problem is I don't border Georgia, so I can't go rampaging down into this land. How fort heavy are Georgians anyway? Not heavy enough, I'm afraid, so maybe I should open up a border. That would mean absorbing one of these countries. And would you look at that? Countries that don't pay me tribute. Well, they might be regretting that. There's also the idea to go and crush in these lands, but the conquest doesn't really get me anything. I can't exert control over them. It's just going to be a rebelling mess. So growing larger is not inherently good for the Horde, as far as I'm concerned right now. Maybe there are ways to exploit land and get stronger better, but currently I'm struggling to see it. What I do want to do is be a force of terror. Small problem with going in through here is that's a coastal fort. They take forever and a day to take over. I might absorb the minor tribe of Alana. What am I thinking here? I'm thinking if I take just a province here, or even just a single location, then I have my way into Georgia, and then I can start enslaving Georgians. And oh my days, that has a ring to it, doesn't it? I don't need to subjugate the Kingdom of Georgia, although it's an idea. They're probably much too big to be subjugated, right? I wish I could tell at a glance who has cores on these provinces. For example, I know that the minor tribe here has a core on this location. But how do I tell that from looking at the location? Truly, I do not know. I mean, maybe it's here somewhere. Like, see who has cores on this, but heaven help me, I do not know. Because it would be useful to know where I could squeeze subjects out of. For example, could I rip this land off of Georgia and spit out... oh Christ, what's her name? Imerina? No, it's somewhere else. Anyway, there's another nation I could crap out here. But I'd like to know. I do not know. You can hear Jake salivating over the idea of enslaving Georgia's idea. No, it's a reality, and it's going to happen. Again, I don't know why I need freaking spies to make my Casus Belli. I feel... I don't know why this was added. Hell, it was added when I was working there, but I've never really felt like building spy network added much to the game. On EU4's release, instead of sending a spy and using the spy action to make the Casus Belli, you just fabricated the Casus Belli. And if you got caught, then it would cost you some infamy. Otherwise, you'll get it done. Oh yeah, it was also slower if you got caught. I always feel like spies are just more hassle than they're worth. Alright, I should continue spending my diplomats. They're just wasting away if I do nothing right now. I'm improving relation with all of my large subjects. Don't know what else I could reasonably do with them unless I want to start building another spy network. I'm building one in Muscovy. Mongolian cultural influence is far lower than Muscovite cultural influence, so that's what's really slowing down my spies here. Stands to reason, Mongolian cultural influence is pathetic. Maybe someday I can be huge and more influential. I want to raise Novgorod into the ground, but I wonder... They hate me. Why do they hate me so much, actually? Their opinion is minus 130 something. Oh, they just hate Muslims. I'm on the fence about actually making friends with Novgorod as I chew the land between us, or simply racing to get a border with Novgorod so that I can burn Novgorod into the ground. Oh, hold on. Couldn't help but notice that Novgorod have an exclave here in Muscovy. So maybe when I burn Muscovy into the freaking ground, I can snake my way over. Maybe I take these two provinces. I'll leave Muscovy here to continually be burned down in the ground later on. Actually, very specifically, I want to rob people of fortifications, because I hate sieging down forts. It's so bad as a horde. I don't think it's specifically any worse for a horde, but it's proportionately worse because a horde loves to fight, and sieging down is not fighting. But yeah, if I take these two provinces, I'll suddenly have a border with Novgorod, and then I can fight Novgorod and just raise their land. They're notably lacking in fortification land. They were only slaves. It must be done. It's going to take a while. In fact, it's very, very slow to build up the spy network, but we'll get it done. And there we go. Now we're using up all the diplomats that we got through our parliament. Gosh, we've been at this for almost 2 hours. We haven't fought a single war. And I don't mind that. I know from a viewing perspective, there's probably a case of, oh, get on with it. But I don't care. I enjoy this a whole lot. And it's the build-off that gives the payoff. And that said, though, we're just going to be crushing these minor countries. That shouldn't be a big deal. What I'm more curious about is how we can hold it together. You know, all is well when we're under the ever-aging rule of Muhammad. But when Muhammad kicks the bucket and we get... Christ, you're already 42. Wait, what? 57, 42. Good lord, what a go-getter. That's unfortunate, because every death costs me 50 Horde Unity. And as I mentioned, there does not appear to be a good way to raise Horde Unity. And if there is, God knows what it is. I know I can set a council member on it, and maybe I should already. Yeah. See all that conversion going on in Sarai? I think we're actually going to have to change that to improving my Horde Unity, because it is going to tank. How's the religious demographics here anyway? Yeah, we're like 77% Sunni. Surely that's enough. Surely. Cost of court could be improved. Wow, that actually does a whole lot more for my Horde Unity than I thought. Well spotted. I did not know that. In fact, that is much, much more impactful than having you do it, right? Yeah, you do almost nothing, right? Sod it, continue to convert. By the way, current song playing right now is called Sound of the Cornu. That's from the Imperator Rome soundtrack. Best tune in the game. Wait, I didn't even pay attention to what I clicked on. Sunnism in my capital, please. Yeah, exactly. It's mainly raising that works for Horde Unity in EU4, but as far as I can tell, there is no raising in this game. It took a lot longer to get this Casus Belli than I thought, by the way. My troops have been sitting here paid on my dime for much too long. But yeah, we'll deal with them, we'll deal with Perm. I'll subjugate Perm and I'll annex this land, and that's probably going to make me a lot of enemies. Gain stability, you say? Gain Horde Unity, you say? Prestige. Now, I have not yet figured out the value of prestige. Not paying for my forts is bringing it down, sure, but overall, what do you do? Cultural influence, artists, antagonist. Ooh. The more prestigious you are, the more you shed antagonism. Interesting. Dip rep, market attraction, great power score. Exempt from forfeit. This will not get forfeited to an overlord. Okay, good for them. My great power isn't as great as one would hope. Even so, it's hard to turn down stability. Stability is difficult for a horde. And it's not like that costs me any reasonable amount of money. My favorite song in EU is the Fa-la-la-la Christmas Troll song. I try not to play any Fa-la-la-la because it is licensed music, so every time Fa-la-la gets played, I get another DMCA claim. Whoa, Kiev, you're getting your arse kicked. Explain further. You're having a hard time with my fellow tributaries. I suppose that's not too bad. I mean, the more you kick each other's teeth in, the more weakened you'll be, and yet you still render unto... Well, not Caesar, but you can call me Caesar if you like. Kiev's giving me the toppest of dollars, that's fine by me. Wallachia is doing their best to fight back, but it's not going to be enough. Sorry, Proto-Romania has just got to go. Just like the Russians, and the Russians will be going any month now. I don't plan on using my levies here. Raising levies is disruptive for your population, so I'd rather avoid that if I can. Nor should I need levies as long as I got my horse archers. I don't know how long into the game horse archers remain relevant, but we should be using them while they are. Is there anyone who does not need to go? No, they all gotta go. Building a spy network in Muscovy, and then after Muscovy it's going to be Novgorod. Does Novgorod have any subjects, by the way? Novgorod... Novgorod actually have 3 subjects. Wait, Vyatka is your subject? Interesting. I wonder if that means I could have done Horde expansion on them, and then that would make me fight you. Either way, I welcome a fight with Novgorod. I just need to absolutely cleave through the Russians so they don't unify and pose a threat. You know, individually, I just tear them all down. It's no big deal, especially when they're severely lacking in forts. But yeah, Ryazan has a fort. That needs to go. Vladimir has a fort. Muscovy has a fort. Tver has a fort. Novgorod's forts are far enough away for me not to care that much. But yeah, if I tear those down, they'll have no defenses against my attacks. It's a little bothersome how long it takes to attack. Like, yeah, I don't want to wait so long, basically. Build spy network, then make a CB? Why do I not just have the CB? What's happening to Kiev? Yeah, they're just having a particularly bad time. They're in the Kievan-Volhynian War. But that doesn't sound like it had a casus belli. Tell me more. Ah, I see, I see. So Volhynia wanted to take Zvahil. Kiev says no, and then Kiev is getting their teeth kicked in by all of Volhynia's friends. I don't mind trimming the claws of any of my tributaries. If they become weaker, it's less of an administrative burden for me. A diplomatic capacity needs to be spent on valuable subjects, not just crummy little tributaries. I mean, these colonies are all well and good, but they're not going to be expanding. What I need to do is... I don't mind there being small, crappy Russian states here. I very much mind there being fortified states and coalescing states. So Muscovy needs to be strangled in the cradle, and something must be done to Novgorod. Novgorod has a similar problem that I did, in that he has these lands that he just cannot really govern. But he can still govern them infinitely better than I can, because he doesn't have banal leadership or lordship or whatever. How do I deal with that, anyway? If this were EU4, I'd have a very intimate understanding of how best to destroy a nation. But I'm unsure about this one. I mean, if I just took this land off of them, I'd be taking their bad land and making it my bad land. So I guess I want to take things that are near their capital, so it actually causes them harm. And, of course, rob them of their subjects. So I could, you know, make my way over here, take their subjects off of them, and then we have a very weakened Novgorod. Because I think what we need more than anything is some time. The weather is bad. Okay, well, jeez. It's like I'm back in Sweden if someone is telling me, oh, the weather, it is not so good today. So, drown yourself. Right. Poised and ready. March, we take them down. Lousy smarch weather. Yeah, the best... That is true. We can absolutely no CB people. It only costs 20 stability, and I'd be more than happy to do a lot of that if it were not for the fact that I need... Well, I think I need to destroy banal lordship. Actually, I could do it now. I don't know if having no stability stops you from waging wars like it does in EU 3 or 4, though. And I don't want to risk not being able to start these wars that I've been waiting, you know, the entire game to start. So I think after we crush Perm and Ryazan, and if I'm in a position to fight Novgorod, we do that as well, then we revoke the banal lordship. Because that max control and the joining rebel stuff is horrible. And that probably means there's going to be a lot of problems. But we will deal with them. And the reason we want to deal with them is because if we don't... Ooh, look at that. You press Casus Belli. Maybe when you press it, you keep the Casus Belli even after you have the war? Unsure about that. Oh well, not that it matters too much. Begin the war. Begin the war. There we go. Hostile action. War. Horde expansion. Show superiority. My favorite war goal, by the way. I have a standing army. You do not. Yeah, you're going to die. Right, no question about it. Dong. And first and foremost, I'm just going to take your subject's capital. That's my son, by the way. Hopefully his pathetic abilities in war won't cause the horse archers to suddenly be miserable. So yeah, no fort means that this siege goes down so much better. And so if you don't know about the game, you might look at all these provinces and your eyes start glazing over at the thought of carpet sieging so much land. But they have a nice system here. If you take the main location of a province, it will zone of control capture the rest of the province. Forts will block that, but of course if you take the fort, then the fort exudes that control over them. Nice system, I must say. My main problem is I cannot tell at a glance where the edge of a province is and what the main location in a province is. Okay, that's Tambov because Tambov is, well, God knows why. But take this area, right? You can kind of see the outline, and it's pretty difficult for me at a glance to see the flag that depicts the main area. Yeah, here again, where is it? Here it is, yeah. So maybe I need to get better at spotting that. Fortunately, this is just one province, though, so it's pretty easy to know where to go. Anyway, attrition is a pain in the bum. Well, let's get to work. Nagai, are you going to join in? He's raised his levies. What about my other subjects? Okay, forgive me for thinking that your 73 levies aren't going to help me out. Ugh, maybe we should put them on scutage. Would flat map help? I don't think so. Alright, only 13 days for this place to go. Wonderful. And this is what I'm in it for. More slaves, Your Majesty. We've enslaved 1,259 pops over here. They become slaves in Sarai, so I don't know how it chooses the location. Because, you know, maybe it would go to Kursk, maybe it would go to Kazan, but they did go to Sarai, but I do like that a lot. And we can immediately see the effect here. We have just gained 1,200 slaves here. And, I don't recall there being Ryazanis here before. And what's with this newfound orthodoxy? Now I know there are better ways to grow your population. Hell, look at the amount we already grow by. Is that per month? 2,000 a month? That's a whole lot. But just forcefully taking them, oh, it's the right kind of feeling. Now, I don't know if Ryazan's going to be around for me to slaughter here with their main army, but I don't want to dedicate my army to a siege here. Well, they're trying to construct here. They move their construction. I'm not going to keep the siege going. I'm just going to move over here and kill their units. Or not. No, I prevented their recruitment. Whoops, that isn't good. Now they're actually on their capital, which might be better for them. Notably, they outnumber me. By 2 to 1. I hope that isn't going to kick me in the face, actually. However, they have no leader, and I've got my crappy son here. And the roll doesn't go so well, but they are dying hand on fist. Because they're crappy little levies. Levies of Ryazan. It's not looking so hot for you now, is it? I believe I just showed my superiority. Yeah, you don't want crappy levies if you can have actual standing army. You have to pay for them, you have to pay the infrastructure for them, you gotta build buildings that can create a standing army. But goddamn does it feel good just to clown on them. I think I'm gonna go and chase them down and kill them some more. Oh, hey, your subject actually managed to pop out an army as well. I'm gonna do some killing. And although I said I don't want to raise any levies, maybe I could... I probably should, actually. Right, what's the best way to actually raise levies? I have not actually thought to do it on... Just need a few hundred, right, to lay siege here. Could I just click on these ones to raise what's local? If I hover over here, Step Horde Militia Recruitment. Although it's saying it's giving me 500, right? Oh, right. It'll raise all of them in Yelets, which is 15 of them. It'll raise them here, which is 22 of them. Now, these numbers are far lower than what I'm looking for. I guess I need to raise them from closer to home if I want actual numbers of them. Yeah, I'll get 662 around here. But I certainly don't want to raise everything that I've got, so why don't I just... raise a bunch from around here, and then I'll send them to besiege the land over there. And give it a go. Like, I'm not experienced in warfare in this game. Not at all. I'm just feeling things out. But, if you're going to feel things out, do it through murdering all the Ryazanis. Is that really the lesson we're learning here? I suppose so. Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. Is this raising my horde unity? Because look what it says. You will raise this through looting and raising provinces. Please tell me if you see this jump up from any of our actions, because I feel like it doesn't. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, we're just walking alongside him. Hey, buddy. No need to go for him, but is there a way to... Yeah, chase down unit, please. No, not by going that way. That won't achieve anything. I do appreciate there's now a chase down button, at least. So yeah, you'll see the zone of control coming out from holding on to Pronsk. Feels good. Annihilation. Although they're running away a little too easy. Go and chase them down some more. The thing is, I need to destroy Perm as soon as I have a Casus Belli there. I don't want it to expand because they're already quite large. Alright, huzzah! My levy. Make your way over to Tambov. I will instruct you further there. Probably tell you to lay siege to Ryazan. Why am I sieging this? I want to chase these people down. And I want them to not take their land back either. Seems tricky to stack wipe. Does the Europedia in the game say anything about raising or looting? I couldn't see any entries for it, no. It's been 72 years. I mean, oh god, 72 years. Are we that married, Scipio? How goes it so far? Very much enjoying the game. Loving some EU5. Mongolia are no longer in the Tartar yoke. Oh, sorry, Mologa, not Mongolia. We're Mongolia. Well, we could be. There is a nation formation for that. Hey. But you need 3,324 locations for that. I think. Maybe that's not locations, maybe that's something else. Anyway, forming new nations doesn't hold a lot of appeal for me in the game. I mean, it's a cool target to have, but... Wait, aren't I meant to be killing these guys? Yeah, there we go. Complete wipe. I'd say always get your 10 to 1s, but there's nothing 10 to 1 about this. Just me horribly bullying Russians. They really do run away fast, though, don't they? Like, come on. Let me kill you. How small are the provinces here? Smaller than Hoi 3? Larger than Hoi 3, but the map is larger. Now, this is what I like. When you get the zone of control, you still get the slaves. So, although we popped out like 1,500 from taking the, dare I say, capital, we took another 2,000 in the surrounding area. Sent to Ishmael, Astrakhan. I don't think they were sent to Sarai, but yes, the land is mine, and we are racking up war score due to superiority. And I think we need to take advantage of this kind of situation, because in time, professional standing armies will become the norm. Right, see you lads. I want you to combine and march on Ryazan. I don't want my main army wasting their time with a siege like that. The problem, or can't I select you guys? Okay, there we go. You guys combine together as one as well, and also make your way over to Ryazan. You folk, I'm probably going to want... Wait, does Perm even have a fort? Ha 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 ha. Interesting, alright. I may still want you for Perm rather than here, but at the same time, if I don't murder this army entirely, then it's going to be ping-pong all over again. Alright, make your way over to Ryazan as well, just in case. If Perm have no forts, then it's not like I need to dedicate a bunch of time for it. But I do need these guys dealt with. Why are we not killing them? Tatar yoke weak. So the yoke barely gives me any money. I don't know why it's so incredibly weak. I mean, look at this. Who's meant to get excited? I'm not even getting half a ducat per month out of all of the Russians. It's kind of sad in a way. Like, this is a cool system, like a really cool system, but I get, wow, like 1/20th of my manpower comes from the Tatar yoke. Doesn't even cover my maintenance, and we get virtually no money. Maybe it's more interesting from Muscovy's point of view. Like, if you play as Muscovy, you've got things like how much of that money are you going to siphon back for yourself, or are you going to overpay to get some kind of bonuses? But it feels bad being the Golden Horde. Good lord, what does it take to stack wipe in this game? As I said, I'm not very experienced with the warfare in this game. I'm not very experienced with many things in this game. Wait, what the? Why can he just run away through there? Something ain't right. I thought you were meant to inherently get military access in that kind of situation. What a shower of bastard. Maybe they don't wipe if they still got a fort, and possibly. More slaves, Your Majesty. Alright, well, I'll tell you what's happening right now. I am just going to siege down their main fort, and I doubt they're going to be able to do much about that. And then as soon as I have my Casus Belli, which is in moments, I'm going to go and destroy Perm. Unfortunately, I can't annex them until I have the capital. At least I don't think I can. What if I'm dead wrong about that? If nothing else, they've been severely ravaged, so maybe just... Oh, by the way, yoink. Alright, let's head over and be prepared to destroy Perm from Kazan. Yeah, I chased them down a lot and they refused to die, which feels kind of bad. Right, Perm. Do I just go for it? Yeah, because if they sneak into my country, then they're on my territory to be destroyed. Which is fine by me. Perm, it's time for... It defaults to no Casus Belli. Horde expansion, please. Sidebars are so big in this UI, you end up looking at a pretty thin viewpoint. Part of that is my fault. Boom. Horde Unity still doesn't seem to be rising through action here. I believe I have my GUI scaling quite high. Let's see what you'd normally see. Is that more manageable for you? For me, it's quite a bit smaller. I like it at 130%. But yeah, if you want to have a larger field of view, then this is more what you're going to be looking at. That's so much better, says Grey Void. But Franco says, text too small. Well, in this case, I definitely side with Old Man Franco. 130% is much more enjoyably legible for me. So many old men with poor eyes in this channel. It'll happen to you, and that's if you're lucky. Alright, let's hope we don't get sidetracked by my good friends in Ryazan. And we can take this, whilst I go and butcher Perm. I'm still building up my spy networks in order to declare war with the other folk. No, okay. You need at least this many men to actually lay siege. That's alright. I just want to keep this guy in check, basically. And hey, it looks like Nagai is coming along to help. In fact, Nagai is not pulling any punches here. They're bringing in 1,600. They could have taken Ryazan on their own. Not only that, they've got even more coming along. I'm proud of you, man. One significant downside of bringing your subjects into war, however, is that they do recalculate how much they hate your guts based on their power. And yes, their power does depend on their own raised units. So if we go and check on Nagai here, any spying of Nagai? Wow, I did a great job increasing relations with them. But yes, all vassal countries, all of them. So if you declare war with a lot of vassals, they all raise their levies and suddenly they all hate you. Weird system. I wonder if it'll be changed to some other way to calculate their strength. Ah, slaves, slaves. More slaves. I still don't know how you were able to go over to Moskva. As in, really, how? Can I see Muscovy's military access? Well, I know you hate me, so it stands to reason that you would give military access. But I still don't understand how they retreated over there. It is a mystery. Acronym is showing that he is a mole with -5 and -5.5. God, at my worst, I was only about 3. Excellent. Spread my delicious culture. Also, we got the guilds. Excellent. That means we can work our way towards improving our diplomatic capacity, which we're going to need. Because I'm very much in favor of having subjects right now. Subjects aid my strength. I don't have to worry about governing their horrible lands. And I don't have to invest in improving my god-awful control. I'm more interested in keeping everybody in check around me so nobody gets too strong whilst I overcome my incredible shortcomings. And that includes the inevitable tribal succession crisis. Okay, looks like who's joined. Right, siege progress. I want to go and check this out. Does this actually go faster with more units? I think the sieges are a bit more nuanced in CK3 than EU4 ever was. But I'm interested in things like how long it takes for sieges to progress. They've still got the same old agonizing chance of falling as before. But the phases are interesting. The phases are shorter due to how well we can read. Oh, that's funny. Ah, the general matters. General admin matters. That's cool. So be offensive. Bring literate soldiers. Not bad. Is 130% GUI scaling enough to see Novgorod coming? I don't like the implication of that. When in the world did Novgorod get involved in this war? So how did I miss that? When did that happen? Oh God. Doesn't want to open the message here, but Novgorod have cemented an alliance with Ryazan. That's concerning, because that's not something that normally... well, it's not something that would happen in EU4. People had a -1000 to making alliances whilst at war. Whew, right. Well, that complicates matters considerably. Because they could just stroll on in here and kick my arse. I don't know what military access Novgorod's going to have, though. You know, would they be able to march through this? Could they march through this? Either way, these units are very much at risk. And if I'd known that, I probably wouldn't have declared war on Perm. I think my best bet is if things go south, retreat a bit, kill off Perm, and then focus my attention here. Oh, but hang on. This is a direct connection into Novgorod. Ooh. Well now, things are certainly heating up faster and hotter than I expected. Especially with my main army being here, far away. Alright, well I hope that I take this before Novgorod come and beat me down. Especially knowing that Novgorod also have the... well, we know that Ryazan survived, somehow. Oh lordy, they have raised their army. I'd be very surprised if they don't come over here. How can you see someone's military access, though? I mean, military access is still a thing, right? There's access actions for military access right here. So somehow Ryazan got over there. That's a good sign that Novgorod could get over here. They would only need it through Muscovy, but there's no way they'd get it through Muscovy. Muscovy hate their guts, right? Use the search. I don't know what I'd be searching for. I guess access? There are no diplomatic relations for this car. What? That is concerning. Do we have a map mode for access? Military access map mode. What in the world is the ledger meaning? Circumstantial military access through these countries is concerning, but look at that. They don't quite have access through here. They do have access through here, though, but that's a long way to go. Circumstantial. But what are the circumstances? Concerning. Oh well. Let's just hope that we secure the siege before they come knocking, pull back a bit. I could even end the war, interestingly enough. I wonder if that would give me a truce with Novgorod. Which is not what I want. I want to be able to kick Novgorod's teeth in. This does offer me a golden opportunity to do that kind of teeth kicking. But the declaration of war with Perm has definitely complicated things, because this is a vast country for me to be faffing with. Alright, in that case, we just go straight for the jugular. March on Perm's capital, which I think is Sherdin. Yeah, it looks like we're on that side of the river. Although, should we maybe consider taking the provinces along the way? I guess so, it doesn't take very long. Well, this could get ugly. I gotta say though, it looks a whole lot better than taking on these tiny little crappy nations. Why are you red? Not for war, just that they hate my guts, so that's okay. Hating is free. I need to do something about my lack of diplomats though. I might need to pull some maneuvers pretty swiftly. Let's stop improving relation with Nagai. They like us enough as it is. Still want my spy networks operating, but that's still not giving me the diplomats I need. Some could say that Kiev like me enough. Kiev are currently getting their teeth kicked in. Maybe I can pull back on Kiev a bit. I need those diplomats. That should give me like a couple of years or so. Come on, come on! Do we have a good idea on how the army attrition works? Looks different from EU4. I wouldn't say I have a good idea about how many things work in this game, especially not military matters. 14, good enough, I guess. But yeah, the sooner I tear Perm apart, the happier I'll be. The death deity god is adding to my attrition? Okay, so they got God on their side. Silly folk religions. Okay, well, yeah. Nagai don't have regulars. It'd be a hell of a lot stronger if they did. But yeah, I will just take the capitals along the way, because it's not enough just to subjugate Perm. I want to rip out their slaves. I suppose it is. I suppose it is enough, actually. So yeah, are we actually gaining Horde unity through raiding? Is anybody noticing it pop up more than the 1.1 that we're meant to be getting? You know, it was like 89 when I got those slaves. Although, okay, maybe these pops aren't worth it. Not a lot of slaves to be had out here. Oh, that did go up, didn't it? It was incredibly marginal, but it did go up. Maybe it depends on the amount of pops you get, or the money you get. It could be anyone's guess. Right, how much further to go around here? Again, I could just go for the capital. Surely just the capital itself will have plenty for me to eat. The Golden Permian War, it cracks you up. Oh, Ninjin. Must be some highbrow humor. Come on, Ryazan, I know it's only 7%, but give your old pal Jakey something. Food shortage. That'll have to do. Very nice that the zone of control capturing that we get does still bring the slaves over to me. At least I think it did. Didn't seem to get anything out of that. He wept, for there were no more slaves to capture. 897-9088. Hearing some kind of bong noise is always a bit concerning. And no commander for my crappy units over here. Did they bring a commander? Could I see? Yeah, my colonial nation brought their crummy units all the way over here. Oh, good on them. So did Nagai, though, but I can't tell if there's actually a commander at the siege. Ah, here we go. Oh, he's better than anything I can bring up. Who needs a resupply line? Who needs a supply line, right? Just get in there. That's only 1% attrition, no big deal, right? Well, if Perm are raising an army, it's certainly not something that's coming to me. 2 whole pops! Okay, so it's definitely better to be raiding lands that actually have anything worth a damn. But I just want to... Knowing that the pops aren't really worth much and it's not doing much for my Horde unity, let's just subjugate Perm and then kick Novgorod's teeth in. We should see this escalation as an opportunity. Taking the capital, not doing a whole lot, because they're denying me a fight. I don't know where the Permian army is, or even if they've raised their army. Okay, well, it's out there somewhere. But they seem not so keen to just give me the fight that I desire. At least we captured all of this land. Maybe they decided to take a long way around to their circumstantial military access. Maybe they're joining up with Novgorod. God knows what they're actually doing. Question I should ask myself is, what does it cost to subjugate these guys? I could annex and spit them out, but then they'd become a horde, which is something I absolutely don't work. Horde subjects. Okay, Nogai are close to my bosom. I will protect them from inner strife. But I don't think there's much advantage to be had from other horde subjects. I could be wrong. Maybe there's some really good things about it, but... here we go. Costs everything to make them a vassal, so I really need war score. Well, we can just get them taking over their land. It's equal to making them a tributary, which gives the same amount of antagonism. Mad. Although notably, most people don't care. Nobody cares about Little Perm, which is exactly why I decided to go for them. They barely have any money to give me either. Alright, just become my vassal and give me all your bloody money. How's slavery treated in the game? EU4 slaves were just a trade good, yeah. Yeah, now they're a trade bad. Here are my slaves. I brought them over. I found them. They're mine. They've added a significant amount of population over to my capital in Sarai, and because of my laws, we force convert them, so hopefully they will add to my Sunni numbers over time and not take away from them. But slaves aren't slaves forever. Slaves will work for you. Wonderful. But they also promote into other social classes. So slaves can become peasants, laborers, and whatnot. So they will slowly integrate into society. They're angry, though, and they want to rise up. Hell, we have an ongoing issue with them trying to rise up. I don't know where to find that, though. People, culture, navies. Where the heck are revolts? I seem to have lost where revolts are. It's society, people, rebels. Okay, it's tab, tab, tab. I see. Anyway, where are my slaves? The Golden Slave Uprising. 1.4 million people can't be wrong. Good heavens, they wouldn't quite have my capital, but they'd certainly have it surrounded. I'd have a lot of people to kill in that case. I wonder how that's going to play out. Being a slave is a social status, just not a very good one. Gotta remember, when we moved in here, all these people, they were just somehow slaves already. They can hardly blame us for just establishing the status quo. Anyway, that is an ongoing risk that I should keep in the back of my mind, which is why I need the liquidity to keep an army afloat. Anyway, it doesn't change what I'm doing here, does it? I still just want to annihilate Perm, but it's taking quite a while for these... I should have brought in some little crappy units to go and take over the provinces. Hopefully you're doing exactly that. Is this siege ongoing? Doesn't look very ongoing. You don't have the chops for it. Sheridan is done, but I'd like to work from the bottom to the top if possible. In that case, perhaps I should consider raising a few levies. Do we have... Where the heck's the levy button anyway? There should be an unraised levy button. Maybe I dismissed it. How many levies are we going to get around here anyway? 99 and 111. Alright, just levy, levy, levy. Wait, I can levy out here? Oh, wait, I'm looking in the wrong place. I thought it was up here. Can I unraise those levies? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah, I was meant to be looking around here. I thought those numbers were suspiciously high. Yeah, 26 sounds more like it. 58, 22. That would be a more useful number to see on the map for sure, by the way. Just get me some levies over here so I can tell them to go and do some occupado. As it stands, though, take these ones from the bottom. I'll go and take Vukil. What's the capital province of Vukil? It's Ukta. Alright then. Never mind the attrition. Get going to Ukta. 91.99. Is that going to raise at all during this? These deep forests just do not afford me any vision, so wherever that Permian army is hiding, it could cause me some real headaches if it just comes out of nowhere and snipes my allies. I didn't go up from grabbing these pops, sadly. Really don't know what causes that thing to properly go up, because, you know, raising isn't a thing anymore. What's the capital province here? It's so hard to tell. I mean, there must be an easy way to tell. How am I failing this every time? I want to take the main province, the main location of this province. It would have a flag over it, but which one of these is it? Province capital is... Wait, that? Then we already have it. Okay, then it's no big deal. In that case, I want you to be absorbed into the greater horde. Just remember that line by David Cameron's words, people rising from the bottom to the top has got to stop. I live that line. Militia are a risk. Incorporate them. Drill those troops and gain experience. Sounds good to me. Sod the militia. Ah, slaves. But notably... Wait, at some point my horde unity went up by a tiny little trickle. I truly don't understand what's causing it. I am getting increasingly concerned that Ryazan is not going to be taken before Novgorod comes over and decides to start taking it from me. Hurry up with that. You're just crummy levies. You're not going to handle the situation as well as my main army. And I need pretty much full war score against Perm to put them in their place. But once I have that, it's all out offense against... oh, more slaves, Your Majesty. All out offense against Novgorod. It's a bit of a shame that I have to keep the same war going in order to slay Novgorod. But I'm really concerned that they were able to join an ongoing war like that. I could understand something like Great Power Intervention. Oh, hello! As I said this, I said they'd pop out of the hiding and cause me issues. And they would cause me issues if not for a very smart man who made a sizable Nagai subject. And Nagai are trotting on in, and despite being outnumbered, are favored to win? Well, good on them. I feel bad being denied the fight, but hopefully they do win, because if not... wait. Oh, doesn't seem so likely to win anymore, does it? Well, if I have to go down there to help, I will. Slaying that army should be enough to win the war, but it's a question of how fast I can get down there. Game seems undecided about how well it's going to go. More slaves. I could go and join in that fight myself, but I'd rather get my crummy levies out of there with their head held high-ish. Could I actually start making my move on these suckers? Omni-Whatsit's the capital here. I mean, if they die, so what? Well, they are people. Yeah, we feel about people. Good lord, Ryazan just doesn't want to fall. Did I mention how much I do not feel good about forts as a horde? Alright, can you, outnumbered, handle the Permians? The Permians have a god-awful leader. But you don't seem to... Oh, God! He's still 3 times better than you, Kodva. Oh. Nagai sent their best. But he died en route and they had to make do with this. What are you actually fighting them with? Yeah, I haven't really figured out how to read this this interface. Soon you'll be a nation of slaves. That doesn't sound too bad. We start as a nation of slaves after all. 2 morons fighting. Yeah. Well, as long as you can make it, Nagai. Wow, you absolutely crushed their center without costing your flank. If they have nothing but a flank, they'll surely die. And it's show superiority, so winning wars is what we need to do. Winning battles, rather, is what we need to do. Unfortunately, if I want their money... Wait, hang on. Something seems weird. Asking for their money is costing too much war score. Wait, they will not even come close to accepting because current war exhaustion? What? I have no war exhaustion. Why do they get a minus 50? That seems a little overtuned. Wait, that's enthusiasm, not exhaustion. Oh, well, their enthusiasm just wavered. I guess they got exhausted. Okay, very good. Then I get what I want. They become a vassal. I'm going to take their money. Oh, come on, it's only 2 ducats. They can keep their 2 crummy little ducats. Military access. I bet it was because they were in the middle of a battle. It was like that in EU4 as well. It just needed a moment to update that they had lost their crummy battle. And this isn't too bad. Their units didn't get completely stack wiped. So they were able to keep their army, which is just as well because they're about to be dragged into a war. So absolutely demand my... Become a vassal. Is there anything I could possibly want out of Perm outside of vassalization? Nothing comes to mind. Chonk. Ah, very good. I didn't get to take all of these slaves, but I think I can make do with that. Now, my beloved army, and my not many levies. We need to consider the Rus question. I did not expect to find myself at war with Novgorod. What would I do with Novgorod? This war close to being a target of an international organization. The country of Perm hates me. I am shocked and appalled. Perm, how do you feel about me, by the way? Hate your freaking guts, they say. Well, if you want to kick my arse, you'll have to get in line. Are you even worth spending time improving relations with? Maybe. I mean, if I'm going to keep them around there, then it would be nice to have them on good relations. It's just I severely lack diplomats. I'll improve opinion when I can. It just takes so long, right? Look at that. Ooh. Oh, that's right. The recently declared war malice is a huge part of that. Ugh, that'll go away. We'll see eye to eye in no time. For now, however, let's focus on our obligations of slaughtering Novgorod. Look at that, no forts. Unfortunately, this is with your subject. Novgorod themselves need to be dealt with, but how? Can I separate peace you? Where's the make peace button? Here we go, separate sue for peace. They could give me up to 108 ducats dues, and I could make them pay me war reparations. I'm not interested in taking land, because I'll get my border with them through tearing apart Muscovy. More land is problematic for me. I could... Whoa, I could actually tear them apart into smaller nations, which... How do I make them join my yoke, anyway? Novgorod, notably, does not pay into the Tatar yoke. Novgorod delanda est. Yeah, there'd be considerably more slaves to bring back if we went on a rampage all the way to Novgorod, and trust me, I am tempted. In fact, that's probably exactly what I'll do. Oh, of course, dismantling forts. Yeah, you know what? I'd be more than happy to tear forts apart. It does, unfortunately... Wait, that gives antagonism? Well, just with them. I'd be more than happy to tear down their forts so that when I come back for more, I can just cleave right through them. And I will do that with Muscovy as well. Muscovy is losing their fort on Muscovy. That's even more important than taking the land. It's very important that the Russians get kept in place. They're not allowed forts. They're not allowed to grow large. Novgorod is already large and has far too many forts. So let's deal with that while we're here. Sadly, though, it's going to be very, very expensive to make that peace with you. I wonder if it's more expensive because we are in a separate peace. No, it's just base cost. All right. Death to Novgorod. Which is a shame, because they're my... Are they my favorite Russian power? I think they are, because of the whole Merchant Republic thing. But they seem like a royal pain in the beeswax to play as in this. Because they share the problems that I do. For the love of God, Ryazan, I've conquered a country in the time that we've had to fail at this. There we go. Bring the Ryazanis back in chains. Why is this not taken? I'm going to take that. The rest of these will be taken by zone of control, and then we're going to work our way up and through. Hey, look who it is! Oh, it's Ryazan. Lack of food. Well, I'm not surprised. Somehow you guys get food. I don't even know where from. Yeah, it might be a tall ask to take out Novgorod, just because, you know, there's so much horrible land to make our way through. Keep those slaves coming. And that's the capital of this region. Little uncomfortable sending you in. Now, I would like to mix all of these together and just do a combined push up and through here. Hopefully we can continue to take the lands and form something of a food wagon. I bet Ryazan's going to try and come back and take their lands back. Ah, look at that. Perm's joining in with the fun times. Excellent. Bring them back in chains, and let's get you guys out to somewhere that might have some food. I don't know where would. I mean, do we have a food map mode? Province food, food productivity. Oh, there are surpluses of food around here, and there's notably not out there, so get yourself into a foodylicious province. Not entirely sure if that's how it works. Maybe it's something more sensible, like a supply map mode. Where? Where supplies? Whatever, get out of there. We got killing to do. Were my numbers up at like 800 before? Maybe I really do need to bring you back into friendly locations and get you reinforced up before we go on the war march. The proper war march. Orlov? What could it all mean? I still find it so hard to locate the capital of any province. How are you meant to tell at a glance? I love how no one knows, but Unity has risen by almost 15 since the war started. It's because I'm paying into it. I am paying heavily into the costs of my court in order to bring up my Unity. And I suppose until it's maxed out, we might as well keep paying. Just cook the slaves. The Russian slaves, how are they going to taste? Oh wow, I don't even need to go in for that. My subjects are attacking. God, I love having subjects do your bidding. Ah ha ha, the last remnants of the Ryazani army. They're still alive though, Jesus, why? Why do they keep persisting? Are you going to deal with that? No, I don't think you are. Ugh, I'm going to have to send my army here then. Alright, do I have anyone going spare for this? Preferably a Borgine. I don't want to send my heir though, that seems foolhardy. You're kind of rubbish, but whatever, you're part of my family. Please go and chase them down, I don't like them continuing to exist. War exhaustion is staying low, surprisingly low. Why is that? Because we're a horde, we just don't get tired. We love war. It's who we are. I think I need to bring my army back to replenish, possibly in Kazan before I push into Novgorod. Whoa, whoa, I think I stepped on some crap. Okay, let's wipe our shoe. At least that was a stack wipe. Are you even going to replenish there, I wonder? There's so much information that, you know, I would know it off the back of my arse in EU4. Maybe I wouldn't, you know, it's been so long since I played, but I need to figure out how to get this information better. If you right-click on an enemy army instead of a province, your army will chase that army. Yeah, I tried that, but we just ping-ponged a whole lot. It was like fighting EU3 pretenders. Alright, Orlov, I'm afraid you have fallen to my might, and I'm going to enslave you now. No, I'm not that afraid. I'm not afraid at all. How's all that spy network going, by the way? That minor tribe... Yeah, actually, why am I still doing this? What I need to do is create a casus belli for you. I'll be after you eventually. But I want to stop building up that spy network. I will need these diplomats in due time. I'll use that spy network in Muscovy once I have my border connection with them, but for now I need to tear apart Novgorod. But no tearing apart Novgorod if my army's in tatters, so let's bring them back to Kazan, get them replenished. And during that time, you know, my subjects can get to work doing the occupations, and the zone of control can spread from what I've already taken. And then hopefully we just go on a war march through Novgorod and tear them a new one. Not guaranteed to go that nicely, though. I don't know how hard it is to wage war over this distance with our non-existent technology. What do we have here? Truces are expiring with perms soon. No, not soon. Do roads increase the movement speed of armies? One can only assume yes, but there's a problem with roads. They cost quite a lot. Let's not forget that Novgorod still has, you know, twice the army I have here. And let's also not forget that those bloody Ryazanis still live. I suppose if they want to retake that fort, it's going to be hell and high water for them. And I should also keep in mind that I have heavy reinforcements here. So I think what I'll do is I'll combine my army together. We're going to get the last of our morale back, safe in the confines of Kazan. And then we are going on the war march. I mean, this is the only way through, right? It would be much nicer to go for the jugular. But no one's going to give me access, are they? Are they? No, not at all. Even though they surely don't like Novgorod. Well, can we get an actual answer on that? Your rivals are myself, Litauen, and Sweden. Okay, you actually love Novgorod. You learned it here first. Muscovy and Novgorod, BFFs for life. I mean, there are a few shortcuts I could take in, but I guess we just go, right? Just don't tax the land too hard. Hold on, I took Orlov, but it went back. Oh, Orlov wasn't the capital of Orlov? Voxma is the capital. Huh. Well, I made an error then. Not the first, won't be the last. Yeah, there's got to be a better way of figuring this stuff out. I want to go to Lalsk for you. Head on over to Lalsk. I mean, I'm sure the information's there, I just don't know where. Why does it say Swedish nobles instead of Sweden and Finland? I can only assume that Sweden is having a little bit of a problem, which historically they did. Kingdom of Scania. Okay, well, I thought that was the problem. What was the name? No, Sweden had a revolt under a different name. I forget the name, but it's present in, I think, Mayo. In any case, tell us more, Sweden. What are you up to? Shortcut. Time to declare war on Rostov. Isn't this Rostov? That would not make much of a shortcut for me. Muscovy is the shortcut. And although I do have the spy network, I don't want this war going on forever. I don't know if this game has, you know, you've been at war for 5 years, here's war exhaustion. Or even worse, here's your war just ending for you. Right, the first noble civil war. Nothing noble about Sweden here. Swedish nobles number about the same as Sweden, but Sweden's bringing in Norway, Iceland, Greenland, and Orkney. Yes, Iceland. Iceland has a jarldom at the game start. You can play there, and you have virtually nobody under your control. Yeah, they changed the Swedish flag because it looked too similar to France, but now It looks significantly less similar to France. It was a very rare case of using a modern flag in EU4. I really don't think I'm going to have the wherewithal to actually put the thumb clamps on Novgorod. I'd love to. If I could tear down their forts, then future war with Novgorod is going to be delectable. But we can't currently. Alright. I think we can stop paying the cost of our court quite so much. Let's just even it out. The Vasa Rebellion. Well, let's make it the Vaska Rebellion. I thought you guys were going for Voxma. They seem to want to attach to me. Do we have the ability to designate attack targets? I am unsure about that one. What I could do is break off or even raise a little bit of a small army for me. Alright, you guys are parked there for way too long. You go and take Voxma. Does the court cost level itself at 100? If it's maxed out, it won't automatically lay out because there are other benefits for high cost of court as well. I don't know what it is, but it's there. Huh? This isn't updating. Maybe because it's paused? Oh, maybe it does level out. Look at that. We're not paying more. Well, that's convenient. Well then, what I said was wrong. Are we even besieging this? What are we doing? I mean, you look like you're moving, but what are you doing? Other than... Wait, what? I don't know what happened there, but I think we inadvertently squished something. I think we walked into a location that we couldn't see inside and then just blep, away went a unit. Alright, so gaining individual war score with Novgorod's going to prove difficult. Currently my war score is virtually nothing. Even if I can just tear down a couple of forts, that's going to be good. I mean, for example, I don't really care about Pskovu's fort. So shouldn't that be Pskov? Rusa, yeah, Novgorod itself will be a pain in the bits, but a country having one fort isn't so bad. Ah, loyal subjects. Diplomatic annexation cost. Wait, this doesn't have anything to do with subject loyalty at all. I was hoping it would actually boost their loyalty or something. Dip rep, I don't have a full idea of what diplomatic reputation actually does, by the way. So we can see our diplomatic reputation right here. Oh, well, this tells us, doesn't it? More prestige? No, this is the value. This is what's contributing to the value. What does it do? It's affected how trusted you are by all other countries. Yeah, great, but what does it do? I suppose it doesn't have any passive action, right? It's just weighs in on certain actions, because if I checked, say, the loyalty of my subjects, it's not going to say something like diplomatic reputation, will it? No, no. Yeah, dip rep seems very powerful in this game, though. But I don't plan on annexing. Maybe I'll just take the prestige. Prestige has a lot of immediate effects. Antagonism being one of them. Wow, all the vassals and tributaries are actually giving me prestige as well. Very nice. Let's exploit our subjects yet more. That's what we're here for, after all. Alright, that's been taken down. We're going to siege up as much as we can of Vatka, and then we are going on the march. I actually had a friend back in the day whose name was March, so I can't stop thinking about going on the march as just marching on him. Anyway, begin. Dip rep reduces antagonism gain 2. Really? I would have thought it would be listed in effects there, but it wasn't. Alright. On the road again to put Novgorod on its place, or in its place rather. March was a boy. March was indeed a boy. That was his last name. I won't share his first name. That seems like his business, not yours. Glad to see they're not coming back for Ryazan. I wonder if we're causing horrible devastation in these provinces. Is there any view to that? Here we go. Negative prosperity. Yeah, but occupied, satisfaction, looted. Oh, so looting is a thing. Don't know what to make of that. It's not as visceral as I would like it to be, but then when it comes to looting and enslaving, I want it to be very, very visceral. I don't know to what extent occupying lands in a line to create a supply line is relevant, but let's make it and see if it's okay. And then maybe in another war we can just jump straight into the thick of it. Because we jumped straight into the back of Perm and we seem to kind of burn on that one. I don't think this is part of the province here, is it? No. I find myself going to that often, perhaps too often. Can't believe I'm not suffering war exhaustion on this entire war, though. Very impressive. Now, although I can't see these provinces, I'm pretty sure that we are gaining control of them due to taking the capital of the province. Sorry, these aren't provinces, these are locations. As a whole, they're a province. It's going to take a while to internalize that. I've seen people slave raid and loot during wars and videos. It looked incredibly lucrative. Who were they playing as? Because the looting for money doesn't seem that hot. Maybe it's hotter than I'm giving it credit for. But currently I'm not seeing it. I'm actually going to see if I can march these guys in and then maybe spread them out to take these whilst the main army focuses on going towards Novgorod's capital. Wait, how did that not stay mine? I thought that was the capital of the province. No, Uftguja is. Ah, okay. Well, you're heading over to Uftguja then. Don't worry about attrition. Attrition's just a fact of life. And then your capital is Rovidno or whatnot, so head on over there. Maybe you should loot something different from poor Russians. Yeah, well, we're working on that. Unfortunately, to stabilize my realm before I can do horrible things in Europe proper. Because if I just focused on going here, you better believe these Russians are going to, you know, develop things and use them against me, which I'd rather they didn't. Uh-oh. So remember when I mentioned tribal succession crises? Our Horde unity certainly took a big pounding. It went down by 50 just due to his passing. And now I have this 44-year-old in charge, and that's kind of old to get a new heir at. Who's our next in line? They're 29. Okay, well. So it's like that bad slippery slope in Crusader Kings where you have an old king, next in line is also old, they die, next in line also old. You want some young guns to stabilize for a while. Anyway, for the love of God, please. Attacked by a wild animal. At least he went down swinging. We need to keep investing in our horde. Because if that thing drops too low, it's tribal succession crisis time, and that would be bad. Also, my heir is going to need to pop out some babies for me. Please marry 33. Jeez. Could we maybe arrange another marriage? No, nobody will accept. Don't know why nobody wants to marry me, but hey, that's why we have people inside our realm for this. Go forth and make merry. Hello, where is the Nancy Drew? Oh, I knew it was coming here. Wait, is this actually happening? That's a lot of requirements to parse. So we are a step horde, we're not a rebel state, and we do have high horde unity and also an heir and not... Wait, what? Okay, so if you have a regency, you can get by with relatively high horde unity, but this is inescapable because you always lose 50 horde unity when you pop your clogs. So we might have to wrap this war up faster than I want to. as tribal succession crisis is looming. How unfortunate. Oh well, it has to be downsized to playing a Horde. We'll have to see what Rebellion Life is like. 5% per month, that's gonna pop. Yeah, expected time is, what, a year or two? Too many cowards? Oh no. Not 10% of my manpower. Alright, go and pop all these slaves, and then... Like I said, I think we need to march for Novgorod, although I wonder how much I can just march through here and still be able to eat. I think my only war score that I get with Novgorod is from occupation, though I can't kick their arse in battle and claim anything from that. So what realistically am I going to be able to do? Nothing, actually. They have a lot of war enthusiasm for some reason. Probably because I haven't kicked their arse in fighting. Oh well. As we spread out and gain more occupations, hopefully they'll change their mind about that. I would like to cut them off by taking something around here. Maybe I can work on here in Zenje by taking Vitershka. I apologize, but not profusely, to our Russians who take great issue with how I'm pronouncing these. And time to do the age-old splitting up. That should do fine. And then I need to get you guys on these other provinces. Ah, maybe that's how you're meant to know. So if you just hover over this, it will tell you that, whoops, it'll tell you that Velshku has this little star, and that's province capital. Aha. So that's how we're meant to know to go to Velshku. And then if I wanted to take Navalok, then we take Shalaska. Of course. Sure. Actually, let's switch those around a bit. Yeah, I feel like a complete noob. It's such a weird feeling playing a game and just, well, playing Europa and not really knowing what I'm doing. But we're making the best of it. Okay, phew. I've had this game crash on me a fair few times, so when it just suddenly stopped like that, oh god. Oh, Christ! That's what's going on, okay. The age of Renaissance stirs the entire world. And hey, would you look at that, we actually figured out some more diplomatic capacity. That's going to prove useful, and I want as much of that stuff as I can stack. Advances, this tree is much too large to read, but it's still better than the Farthest Frontiers Advances tree. I don't know what is really worth going for. I would very much like to have a cheaper time revoking those privileges, but that's not a huge amount brought down. Purchasing food, institution growth. I think the key is knowing what leads to what, but I certainly haven't had enough time to study the advances thing. I think it has to be diplomatic focus, right? Yeah, you know, fighting is quite nice. Unless one of these just lets me have my Casus Belli without fighting, without forging it. But I can't look through all of these, heavens no. Just bring me diplomatic and all as well. Bit early for the Renaissance. Byzantium's still alive. Yeah, that and... Well, the Ottomans do seem like they've spread a wee bit. Has anything else happened in the world? It hasn't even been 10 years, though. In fact, what's it been, 5? Heavens knows what's happening in Ingerland. Sad to see Gotland not on the map. I'm very curious about anything that... How do I see the map? Ah, here we go. This is what I want to see. Very curious to see anything that's going to give me anything diplomatic. Diplomatic capacity +1, but we already have that. And the only other one is expanded archives, which we already have. Okay, so is there anything else that I'm truly looking for in life? Unemployed slave promotion. Can invest in culture. That would be a first to the Golden Horde. Still stuck in Age of Traditions. I don't actually know how we get over to Age of Renaissance. And I certainly don't know what the diplomatic focus afforded us. Yeah, look at that. I could actually go straight for scholarly tradition. Is that true? Is that something I would want to do? Ooh. What if I were to go towards this loyalty of subjects plus 10? Because that's a pretty big thing for a guy that has tons of subjects. Let's investigate, see what happens if I just queue that up. Yeah, just 1, 2, 3. I like that. I like that a lot. I wanted the treaties anyway, small as it may be. But yeah, plus 10 loyalty of subjects across the board is pretty massive for me. The plus 10 opinion is maybe not quite so massive. Alright, well, my main problem is the tribal succession crisis breathing down my throat right now, but if I can just dismantle some Novgorodian forts and or walk out with some of their money, then I'll consider this a bit of a win. Yeah, it feels so good to have moved away from... I mean, there's still mana, right? This is still abstracted mana, but just Diplo mana mill was always a bit too abstracted and too firmly baked into EU4 to really prize out. At least that's what I'll claim. The power was yours all along. Why didn't you do it? Well, I didn't. We're movement locked. I wonder if we can regain supplies when we're over here, because currently the attrition is murderous. It's okay, it just costs manpower and money to replenish them, right? But yeah, it's really making me feel the vastness of Russia. Think how many times we could have been up and down Italy in the time it's taken us to work our way around here. All because they joined in this bloody war. And as long as they're in this bloody war, I can't actually annex Ryazan, can I? Which is totally what I plan on doing, right? Don't make me an AI offer. I want to annex Rostislav and Ryazan. Oh wow, they'd actually take it. In fact, they're more than happy to make peace. But I'm not more than happy. I need to separate peace Novgorod. Remember, this is an opportunity, and not an opportunity we should be passing up. What the heck was that? They're somewhere. They're somewhere in the woods. I didn't see the size of that army. Is it a concerningly sized army? Might have been the last vestige of Ryazan in there. Oh, no, it was certainly a bit more than that. Are they gonna just let me go? I think I should just go. In this situation, I certainly did not have all the information. 11 days left on this, 10 days left on that. So they're going to beat me on that and then beat me black and blue in many other ways. I think we should just get out of here before they rout my my little guys here. Yeah, they're going to run out of food, but that's to be expected. Let's grab the food over here and consider just marching on Novgorod's capital. I know I don't like sieges, but at least it's an inland siege. Plus I have a spy network, which will surely be useful for me. So take out the Obons on their capital of Vozne something or other. Have you join me. Were you crossing this? Diplo actions, huh? I think we'll just sit on the diplomats. I don't have anything good for them to do right now. Was the skill of the ruler effect? You know, I haven't really come to understand that. Serving as a ruler, we get these following things. So, administration gives crown power. Very nice. Advisors, building costs, diplomatic stuff, estate satisfaction, equilibrium. Wow, diplomatic seems really good. And then military ability, morale, cabinet bonus, training general cost. Military seems the weakest of the lot. Because lack of morale and such you can surely just make up by having a bigger, better army. Disciplined and whatnot. Okay, so they're taking back the land that I have occupied from them, which is going to make a sue for peacing with you all that more difficult. However, their war enthusiasm is going down, so the way I see it, we go for the jugular. Because who knows, maybe I just occupy their capital, they try to come back and take their capital, then I get my pitched fight that I'm looking for. And wouldn't you know it, Novgorod is actually an open plain. Yeah, flatland. So if they go to Novgorod, then I can engage on a very beneficial for me terrain. They can cross frozen lakes. That is so cool. Just like I can absorb their slaves. You know, if we can continue to avoid this Horde Civil War disaster, and we get our Horde unity up to 60, we can avoid it for good. But it's completely chance-based, which is concerning. Alright, so this is going to take over this area. I think in the interest of having more eyes on the situation, we should move into Tixvinu, so that we secure this area as well. And then we march on Novgorod. Well aware that there's another fort right there, but that shouldn't pose too many problems, unless my enemy actually invades me. Because I think they'll be better at taking my forts than I am at theirs. But let's not concern ourselves with that. We are perhaps overextending a bit in this fight, but the way I see it, it's an investment in the future. Crippling Novgorod, because I'm in such a position to cripple Muscovy once I come out of this war. Oh man, Muscovy is going to be in tatters, unless they've made very good alliances. Maybe I shouldn't get ahead of myself. What are you up to, Muscovy? You have no friends. You have only enemies. Oh, Ivan. You will be like Bolshevik on bicycle. Except I will be the one riding. What happens to the troops when the ice melts? I prefer not to think about that. Alright, get that raiding going. Whether or not that gives you food or not, who's to say? Damn, all these annexations eating into my already pathetic yoke. Okay, good. We got a whole lot here, and now the army is going to make the march on Novgorod. Now, whether or not we can take this, I'm not sure. But if he wants to spend his time wandering around this horrible location, then more power to him. But I have a funny feeling it's going to be very beneficial for me in the war to take Novgorod. Just a hunch. Although re-invading this country seems like a pain, it'll be much better if I punch my way through Muscovy. Ideally, I would also annex Tver, but that's a problem. I don't get a border on Tver, but Tver has this beautiful situation where they're overlord of these 3 countries. If I annex Tver, I'd get these as vassals for free. I think it's for free, at least. We'll test that theory when we annex Ryazan. And yeah, we're firing from the hip here and winging it. Hopefully things work out. Your hat's on fire. I am aware that my hat is on fire. But if we just hold out for half a year, our hat will no longer be on fire. We need our Horde unity to be above 60%. Yeah, I know. Unprofitable buildings. I wish that wouldn't cause a clong noise, though. Novgorod, realizing that his army is over in the back and beyond, whilst his capital is being sieged down, is making him a bit less enthusiastic about this war. How's your I.O. doing? My I.O.? My international organization? Perm wanting to slaughter me? I thought I was improving relations with Perm, but I'm doing it with Volhynia and Halik. Oh, that's right. I was meant to do this like a year ago, and I forgot because I had to wait a month, and then a month seemed to have turned into a year. Ah, yes, the Tatar yoke. What's the quick way to check on that, anyway? I guess I can check on payments. Donk. It's a joke, though. And I mean, this is a cool system, but it feels like everything is off by an order of magnitude. I get an amount of money that is not relevant at all for anybody, and an amount of manpower which is not relevant at all for anybody. It's weird, really weird. The 2 bottom buttons, no, number 1 is my army. Number 3 is international organization. But yeah, you're right, that is a hotkey. I keep forgetting to assign those. No, it's just the Russians are that poor. What a shame. Perhaps I should feel bad. You know, we're currently raiding about the only place of wealth around there. So this is one area with 2 forts. So I guess I don't get zone of control unless I take both of the forts. Not sure I'd go out of my way to take Ladoga, or if I would just spread out and take all the unfortified regions here. Although, not a lot of unfortified stuff here, is there? Guess I could take all of this. You know, just occupy as much as I can. I don't want to waste time with another fort after this. We'll take Novgorod. We'll occupy as much as we can around here, and then we're getting out of this war. Okay, we care about that back and beyond over there. How's Sarai doing, by the way? For a long time, I've been working on demographics here. We are majority Mongolian, good. And Sunnism reigns supreme. And 10% Orthodoxy due to all the slaves we brought in. Call me pagan slaves. Udmurt pagan slaves. I have a funny feeling that we're going to end up with tooltips that are, 50, 100 entries long by the time we're done grabbing all the slaves from everywhere. But notably, they don't all go to the capital. Kazan is actually half slaves. Oh, we're gonna rise up. Cast off the shackles. Oh. You give them golden shackles and they're still not happy. Hey, I just dropped in recently. How goes it so far? It feels good, looks good, sounds good. It even runs pretty good. You wouldn't think this is a Paradox game on release, because it's not. Doesn't release for another day properly, but here I am. So proud of his slave empire. Yes, yes I am. I don't have to abstract the slave taking. We are actually going in, enslaving populations and dragging them back home in chains. And it's such a great feeling. Although we... Oh, I was about to say we don't know where the actual enemy army is. Oh, wow. Yeah, I said that Sarai is finally a core, but the influence is spreading. We're actually bringing Mongolian culture to the rest of the province, which is very nice. The province outline is never strong enough for me to know where it ends. I guess that's a me problem more than anything, but... yeah. An end to the Astrakhani's, the new Mongolian Renaissance. That's what's happening around here. And yeah, it would be much stronger just to adapt to local customs and whatnot, but that's not what we're doing. We're spreading Mongolian love. Oh, we're not starving around here. They're trying to construct themselves what? They are constructing a masonry? That doesn't look like a masonry, but sure. So they're trying to reclaim this land. That's fine by me. The closer they get, the easier it will be for me to attack them. Oh, damn, they moved out of my line of sight. I wanted to see what their army was made of. Aha, here we go. Right, so. What I'm curious about is whether or not you have regulars. Feudal levies, footman levies, feudal levies, footman levies. Now, granted, the majority of what I have are also levies, but I still have a reasonable amount of my horse archers alive and ready to kill you. And I am more than happy to kill some Novgorodians if it advances my war by dipping their enthusiasm. The problem is it's really hard to stack wipe. You notice that in just taking out a 600 detachment of Ryazan, it was ping-pong, ping-pong, until they just ran away. How they managed to run through Muscovy, I'll never know. Well, I'm sure I'll eventually know. Also, 2 more months with no tribal succession crisis, and we are through the worst of it. 2 more 5% checks to succeed at, and we're good. Really don't like that they're grabbing all this land back, though. Really harms my war score. Occupations and blockades, and these ones are about to drift away, and I'm nowhere near taking Novgorod itself. But maybe they'll hang nearby and I can go and slaughter them. Now, if I were a seasoned player, what would I be doing here? I'd be detaching just enough to maintain the siege, and then chasing them down with my real army. Am I badass enough to be able to do that in this game? Do I know it will work? It's the lack of knowing that drives this hesitation. So let's see what we can figure out by looking at all this. How many do I need to besiege this? Geez, I don't know. Maybe it's something like you need more than the garrison, but you need like 100 or so to take an ungarrisoned province. I would peace out. We need your army to kill our eventual slave rebellion, but the slave rebellion is nowhere near triggering. The Nagai Patriots are more likely to rebel. And I wonder if these things only ping at 100%. I mean, look, everybody's guy happy. They're going to be unhappy when I repeal the banal lordship. That's going to cane stability, and then everyone's going to want to rebel. But at least for now, things are okay. I don't want to risk dropping the siege entirely by not leaving enough people behind, but I don't understand well enough. Attrition, none. Okay, good for you. Could I perhaps just take the first army and lead them over here? Then I leave you behind, and it seems like the siege is ongoing, and the other units appear to be attached to me. Appear to be. Alright, let's see if we can go and chase down the guy and kill them. My question is, will that work for me? These lands are forests. No, they're flatlands. Which ones are forests? Wetlands. Well, I don't want to fight in wetlands, that much is for sure. Let's see if I can engage them in the flatlands. Yeah, because I would love to engage and destroy them to dampen their enthusiasm. But does that actually help? Maybe it doesn't help. Well, you know what? I'm here to learn how to play the game, so let's go and engage. Spare me a do not engage command, and for the love of God, do not let them outflank me and take the fight to Novgorod. That would be a disaster, an actual disaster. I'm coming for you, Novi. Alright, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, on paper, a fair fight. We're actually fairly equal in our capacities as a general. But notice that they are dying horribly and we are not. Oh, the power of actually bringing professional units into a fight. Always get your 10 to 1s. Okay, so just how enthusiastic are you about this fight? Please, oh my god, no! I tried to right-click to get information about Novgorod, but they treated it as a retreat. No! It's absolutely not what I wanted. Go, kick their arse. What I wanted was... What did I want? Yeah, what I wanted was to right-click on their land and go separate sue for peace and get this number. War enthusiasm, minus 25. I thought I'd deselected them. Oh well. Yeah, what I need to do was drag away from the battle. What a rookie mistake. Yeah, war enthusiasm, I assume, goes way up when you're in the middle of a fight. Yeah, it went up to 50. Then I utterly destroyed them. Hang on. Whoa, hold the phone here. So one of the problems I have in this game is the ping-ponging. But it looks like if you come close to killing them, retreat one province and go back in, then you cause enormous losses. Look at them, they're practically all dead. Oh, I knew what I was doing all along, folks. You have to understand. Exploiting Europa Universalis is in my very blood. You thought I made a mistake. Rookie error, you said. Yeah, well, my rookie error just caused the death of more than 90% of that regiment? Much more than 90%, more like 93, 95% of it. Brain is so big I don't know how it fits in my head, but it struggles. It struggles on. But again, that still didn't cause war score because they're a secondary participant. That's why I need to siege them down. And I need to make sure that they want the peace. Yeah, they don't seem quite so enthusiastic anymore, do they? Actually, they do. Do we chase them down? No, we take this back so we get the occupations. I doubt they're going to reinforce those numbers anytime soon. Although I am very curious about reinforcement rate. It's not something I know much about. Your neck muscles must be legendary. They get a workout every day. What the heck is that? Depopulating. Oh, that must be from the losses? Maybe. Or maybe it's just disease, God knows. Right, do I chase down those sniveling little bastards? Probably not, because I don't know where they went. I feel good about utterly destroying them, though. I mean, holy smokes, nothing left of these poor buggers. How about we take Ogsoha? Ugh, it's far away, but whatever. Let's go and wrap up some of these for occupation. If I can occupy the bulk of this, I might even be able to tear down multiple of their forts. All the while, I'm still working on that Horde expansion, Casus Belli, down here, because I wanted to go and raid Georgia. This is much more lengthy and involved than I thought, but it feels good. The whole world feels so much bigger. You know, in EU3, this was just a small little blob on your screen, and sure, in EU4, there's a whole bunch of provinces, but this feels... like I'm actually dragging my bollocks through the deep forests of Novgorod. And I gotta say, the Rus are not particularly happy with it. I'll take Novgorod in due time. We have a bit of eyes on the situation, so hopefully they can't just snipe us. They could, of course, come around this way, but I suspect I sent them on a long journey. Jake, is there a send insult diplo action? There certainly is. Open country panel, and what is it? Hostile? Friendly? Well, I know there is one, but where is it? Maybe I can't do it to someone I'm at war with. Let's try Hungary. There we go, send an insult. Give them a casus belli, disturb relations. Don't know why I'd be doing this. But yeah, I can't do this to Novgorod, right? No, I cannot. Well, Frogman, I don't feel a need to put a filter on what I say. Such a wonderful thing about streaming. Alright, do we want to proceed further? Yeah, I do think it's quite important to get these occupations. It's the only way I can get war score on Novgorod, and I really want to disembowel them, so that when I come back for more, and I'll be coming back for more, I will be able to do so. I've still got my decent spy network on them as well. Decent spy networks all around. What's the thing with the hat burning? The hat burning has stopped. Oh, right, maybe you're wondering what in the world that was. Ooh, okay, army maintenance is no problem. So being a horde, sure, you're large, you're scary, you're powerful, you have access to a decent casus belli, although you still have to work your arse off to actually use it. But that comes with having a massive risk on succession. Whenever you get a new ruler, your equivalent of legitimacy, which is horde unity, drops by 50, which is staggering. Very expensive to bring back up and very slow to do so. And there doesn't appear to be any raising to raise it quickly, so once it drops quite low, you're at risk of tribal succession crisis. And that's going to cause a lot of stability issues for us. Thankfully it's not happening here. Ah, the Venetians have invented banking. And Cremona know about the Renaissance. Italians. I wonder if you can play so fast that you raise Italy and we can't have Renaissance there. That'd mean destroying Italy in 10 years. I can't see that happening. And it would probably still happen, right? I think the army on the Novgorod siege might be starving. Well then, that's all the more motivation for them to break down the walls of Jericho. Are they going to do it? Well, the defenders deserted, but I'm sure they're getting some good inspiration. Alright, we'll go and aid those poor starving veterans. Actually, I'd rather take this area first. Capital is Bronincia? Oh, how incredibly convenient. It's right next to Novgorod. That means I can take this area without feeling like you guys are too isolated. Now again, I'm sure I'm doing warfare disastrously poorly. I remember seeing certain people say, you know, I've mastered EU4, and I watch them do warfare, and they're miserable at it. And now I am miserable. But in time, I will figure out how to do this particularly well. Although hopefully doing it particularly well will not involve tons of clicks, because I feel like it's quite laborious to split up armies, right? You gotta go here, you gotta go here. No hotkey for it. And then... feels more laborious than it needs to be. So hopefully, splitting up and carpet sieging is not the way to victory in this game. Oh, it could be. Ah. Ooh, oh. Oh, thank God. I thought that was the death of my ruler there. But, oh, hang on. No child can be Khan, and I'm pretty sure no female child can be Khan. I don't care how intelligent you think you are. No, of course not. There's our heir, and our heir... Oh, come on. Curse that acidic womb. Bring me children. I could give him another wife, by the way. We can absolutely have multiple spouses. We are Sunni after all. I think you can give Carpet Siege orders to your army. Yeah, there are buttons here that I've not fully explored. Consolidation, balancing, detach a siege, full retreat, disband, auto refill, recruit to army, upgrade. Ah, yeah, of course, that's nothing new. Just looks a little out of place for me. All right, there we go. Let's just pile on to Novgorod. Actually, Novgorod's about to fall, or so I thought. Well, they finally want peace, but it's not quite enough to start tearing down their forts. In an ideal world, I tear down these 3 forts, but the expense is way too high. They're going to have to keep Novgorod. I think it's too expensive to tear down. And in an even more ideal world, I take 100 ducats off of their hands. Shift is as much as they're willing to accept. Otherwise, you have to click one by one, which is unfortunate. Hopefully taking Novgorod gives me a big jump in war score. We shall see. Taking all these provinces will surely help as well. Other ones are protected by a zone of control, sadly. But yeah, this war should have ended years ago. I just stormed in and took Ryazan. I did not expect in a million years that enemy nations could just make an alliance and join into your ongoing war. Can we see your capital? Is it very big? Sinai is a very, very poorly placed capital. It's inland, it's wrong culture, it's wrong religion. Its market is not particularly strong. Although I must say, it is a little misplaced, but kind of on the Silk Road. Maybe there's a way to connect it to Samarkand and siphon out a whole lot of delicious, delectable goods. But no, Sarai is pretty awful as capitals go. At least it's a flat land, so no real downsides to what we have here. Lovely grasslands, inland location, da-da-da-da-da. It already comes built up with a fair few things, which is welcome. Most notably, we can raise proper armies here. But it doesn't even start as a core. I had to put my cabinet members to work to actually assimilate and convert the province. But yes, is it full of slaves? Oh yes. And those slaves are gradually promoting to better classes and then maybe distributing themselves across my country, who's to say? Why can't you move your capital to Astrakhan, which is larger? Is Astrakhan larger? Where do we see population anyway? Is that population? 26k. Here we go, 31k. They're not very happy over there. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Mongolian is a firm minority, although they are largely Sunni, which is cool. But yeah, I don't feel like paying to move my capital to another slightly less bad capital. In a much better situation, I do something like moving my capital to, oh, I don't know, do the Russian move? Or maybe take a nice coastal province around here, like over to Tana, something like that. But yeah, if I'm going to move my capital, I want to do it once to a very good location. I can only imagine that having Constantinople would make for an amazing capital, but that's going to require quite a bit of powering through. So we'll keep it in Sarai for now. What I need to do is stabilize and strengthen my country, not yet more overextension. You better believe I'm doing a lot of overextension right now. I'm willing to just give up on this war. I've got other things that I need to do. Just take Novgorod and see how that changes matters. Maybe stop starving and get more people on that siege. Hey, there we go. Novgorod is finally down. And it does take other places that are not otherwise controlled by a fort. That's interesting. Horde expansion on Alana. We've got all these other places. Right, so we'll let all these occupations happen. And then we're going to sue for peace, which sadly means no money for us. Oh man, they won't take it. No. This will change as we get these other provinces taken. I hope you get exiled units so we can just bring home. I would hate to take the long walk home, and you can't disband your army as a horde. Well, you can disband levies, but your standing army, they're not allowed to. What happened to these being taken over, by the way? I can only assume I lost my view of them. Wait, it's changing to them because of Rakinta? What? Brunicia is changing to them due to province capital of Rakinja. Huh. I could have sworn that when I checked this, it was Brugincia, which was the capital, but I guess I was completely wrong. Wait, I still think I'm right. All these were changing moments ago. Alright, well, I do want these provinces, so please head on over there. Maybe all of you head on over there. Couldn't hurt. It definitely changed. What happened there? More slaves, Your Majesty. I don't care if you're hungry, go and take the land. And then there's you with Nyalusi. Nyalusi's right there. I wonder if the fact that it's controlled by the fort is relevant. You know what? Let's discover things. I'm more interested in learning how to play than having a particularly successful run here. Although both are good. The Novgorodians need to be put in their place for everything they're doing to me. And it was them that invited this war. Right, I was happy with just enforcing my right as a Tartar yoke. I think in EU3 it was Tartar. T-A-R-T-A-R. Tartar yoke. Well, 1.0 stuff, fan of gaming. It's not like I'm not braced for a certain level of jank when it comes to a Paradox release, or Paradox game in general. There we go, got a whole lot of this just transforming over. I'm going to put some more pressure on him by doing a siege. I think sieges, like active sieges, also cause an AI to become uncomfortable. But yeah, it seems like low-hanging fruit. As long as Novgorod's not on the war march, which they're not for some reason, then let's just take advantage of the situation and grab what we can. Am I in a position to actually make a casus belli on you right now, by the way? No, I'd need a border with you to do that. Although, when I destroy Muscovy, and I will have that border. Okay, now they're more than happy to lose some forts. In fact, oh, we can nail Novgorod. I think nailing Novgorod is worth more than 100 ducats. Let's bring all these Orthodox Rus individuals back home as slaves. Yes, yes! I take the fort, I take the slave, I take the loot, I take the money. Okay, so this is us really getting rewarded for pushing here. And it was a long push, we went all the way around bloody here. And now that the forts, or the main fort has fallen, this is all just low-hanging fruit. And if we ever see the shambling wreck of Novgorod's army come back, then we can just decide whether or not we want to make peace there or now. Okay, getting a feel for this. I like it. Kovtsino, yeah. I no longer trust this thing to tell me where the capital is, if the capital likes to change. I wonder how it changed there. I'm going to have to review the footage. I am 600% sure it said Bologoje was the capital, and then it moved over to Rakit, whatever. It is a mystery. They were only ruse. Yeah, just the idea of tearing down his forts feels so good to me. Although he's not so keen on the peace offer anymore. I can walk away with some ducats, but let's see just how many ducats we can get away with. I will take this, and I will take this, and then beyond that, I think I'm just going to end the war, because there are too many things I need to do for the bigger picture. I want to get my border with Georgia, so that I can go and loot Georgians. Ah, there we go. Revoking privilege is now cheaper. That's another thing I need to be at peace for, or relative stability for. I need to revoke that crippling estate privilege that destroys my control of my land. I also need to purge Muscovy from existence, or at the very least cripple them, destroy their fort and take this land. Oh, I was wondering why nothing was progressing there. Let's unpause. Horse archers in Georgia sound miserable. That's why I draw them into me, destroy them, and then pursue them. Although, as I was saying earlier, the ping-ponging is quite redunculous. And another one bites the dust. The control will continue. And then there's here. Capital is Gorodeku. Donk. And that's the last of it. We're getting out after this. I'm sure we're all tired of seeing the fighting going on in Novgorod due to the control of da-da-da. Wait, it is changing? I think that fort is slowing down this change, but not preventing it. Interesting. And cool. Yeah, because you can see this, right? Awesome. I need to know more. This is why the game is it's seeping right into me. I feel like I'm the young, strapping 42-year-old I was when I picked up EU3 for the first time. There's so much to just delve into and consume in terms of knowledge to exert as much control over the game as I want. It feels amazing. But back to the matter at hand. There is a fort here, and I'm very curious exactly what it is doing. Watching for 3.5 hours. Oh, time sure flies. Yeah, and we've only progressed 10 years. 10 years? When did we start? I think it was 1337. We've progressed 6 years. And it's taken forever. Still, I'm trying to look for the fort. Now, which of these is fortification? We know there's a fort in this province. We can see this bleeding icon right here. Where do we see that? Aha! Zone of Control 4. It represents the defensive capabilities of fortification to block movement. An invading army standing on war enemy location adjacent to war enemy fort will have to siege the fort before it can move past. Okay, very good. I don't know what this value means. I guess it's the provinces that it covers. Yeah, because it covers these 4 provinces. But what I'm surprised is that even despite that, we're having a controller change here. Are we also having a controller change over in Mizutka? That I don't know. But it's definitely slower than anywhere that's not in a zone of control. Fort defense is cool. Definitely a long game. Oh no, now this I don't want to see. I absolutely do not want my enemies learning to make professional armies, because the big advantage I have is that I already have a professional army. It's good to slaughter levies, but if my enemies start having actual professional armies, then I'm going to find that they'll start outscaling me, because there are many of them. Alright, yeah, we took both of these, but just slower because of the zone of control. That is cool. Let's take this, let it spread. What? I think it happened again. What? The province capital is a designated location which is the figurative heart of the province. When this location gets occupied during a war, the remaining locations of the province fall automatically into the hand of the invader over a short period of time. But they just switched again. How? Why? And didn't I used to control this? Yeah, maybe something like enslaving too many people makes it change the capital. I'm not happy with that, because that's going to make Novgorod no longer think that... Oh, hang on. Well, we're pretty close to Novgorod not thinking they're too big for their booties. But yeah, it seems like I'm facing some downsides to my enslavement. I did not agree for there to be downsides to enslaving. But yeah, best guess is that they all have relatively the same amount of population. I enslave all of these. It changes because it wants to go to the highest population. And then bad things happen. So here, for example... jeez. So if you know a better way to find the capital of a province, please tell me, because I'm getting sick of constantly going into this map mode for it. Myksino. At least now that I know that it changes sometimes, I can be ready for that. Yeah, that was concerning. Enslavement having downsides? Unheard of. Maybe the war map mode helps. Well, there is a tactical map mode, but it still doesn't help me here. I don't think there's a specific war map mode, is it? Cool. But it still doesn't show the capital. Which I would very much like to know. I like the idea of dynamic capitals. Yeah. Maybe when at peace it should change, but not during war. Because I want to squeeze every ducat I can out of Novgorod. You might notice I don't make a lot of money every passing month. Raising and looting isn't much of a thing, or if it is, it's going past me. But yeah, let's get all of these so that I can get maximum money out of Novgorod. You know, it's very, very tempting to take... Wait, they have colonial claims? Release all golden slaves. No, they don't have any golden slaves. War reparations does sound rather nice. It's not like I've hurt them that much. It might even be better than taking the raw money. But, you know, if I could take the reparations and the money, and they'll have more money to give me because I'm tearing down their forts, and it will prevent them from making more forts, hopefully. Alright, so I just stole 500 pops from here. The population of Mixino has now dropped below that of Visnu something or other. So do we think it's going to change now over to Smerinu, now that Smerinu is the higher population? Let's keep an eye on this situation. That's the best way to check that anyway. Yeah, it's still Mixino, but I would imagine it would change at the turn of the month. You shower of bastards. That's exactly what happens. But hang on. Yeah, it is the most populous. Paradox. Not even my fault this time, but yeah, that is what's happening. We loot the capital, it changes capital. Bad times are had by me. Jake, in the province window near the top, by the province name, the province capital has a different coloured star circle. In the province window near the top, by the province name... Yes, but that still requires me to click through them all. I wanted to just go, okay, I'm attacking here, where's the province capital? I think the flag is there, but if you don't have a view of the area... Was the flag the right one? Flag was not the right one, it's actually Torjuku. But how do you tell? I mean, when does this thing ever appear? Do you have to zoom in this much to see it? It does show up at that level of zoom. I do not know. I wish I knew, but I don't. Anyway, this war is taking forever, but the annoying thing is, this is worth it. Like, squeezing out as much money of these buggers as I can. I'm not going to take Pskovu's fort. I guess this will be enough, right? I do have other better things to do with my time. So let's dismantle 3 forts so they're easier to burn down next time. Take their money. Yeah, war reparations, please. And a fat sum of cash. Very good. Maybe there are settings for that. Bigger map icons. Well, it's not a map icon, it's the zoom setting that's the issue here. Alright, very good. Wait, does this cause antagonism? Yeah, but nobody other than Novgorod really cares. Boom. Very curious how much they're going to pay me. I'm also curious if I can just disband my levies. Are they going to find their own way home? Also, where's disband? Here we are. The army levies get disbanded and they all return. Okay, very good. You guys I cannot disband. And good, you count as exiled-ish, so you can just come on back home. Is there an exile flag on you? Something to say we can walk wherever we want because we're exiled. Is it this downwards arrow? There it is, in exile. Wow, that is hard to see. It's like black on dark brown. The army morale is shot, but they will come home. Excellent. And with that, I can actually just take Ryazan. I have a feeling that's going to cause an immediate coalition against me, but if it does, we can just go and focus our efforts down towards Georgia. Even the Georgians are making their plans, as I once said. Alright, very good. Ryazan, let's let bygones be bygones, and you go get the hell on. It all started with this, right? I just want these 2 provinces. Bish, bash, bosh. Whilst I'm doing this, I might as well take all of your money, because you're no longer going to exist anyway. I'm going to take Pronsk. Pronsk is going to just become my vassal. So I don't want them to be tributary vassal. It should just happen automatically. And see, all that. Just that simple. I'm bothered by the EU for me. Okay, we'll change it for you there, Thagnus. That's a lot of antagonism. Muscovy gets 36. Vladimir gets 33. Perm are happy. Okay, good for you. Now, I don't know much about antagonism. I'm assuming there's some kind of cutoff for joining coalitions. Tell me more, game. Whoop. Tell me more, tell me more. Antagonism indicates how other countries are likely to view us, affecting their opinion. If they feel a lot of antagonism, okay, please quantify a lot. Countries which consider us a relevant interest will be inclined to engage in diplomacy or act against our interests. Caused by basic differences, some actions also cause an antagonism bomb. Weird way of phrasing that. Interesting. They already have quite a lot of it. It feels like 50 would be the cutoff. Let's assume it's 50. 50 was the cutoff for a lot of things prior. So I can assume that, okay, ignoring you, you won't exist. Ignoring you, you'll be my subject. Muscovy and Vladimir will both go above 50. What if it's a lower number, though? Oh well, let's just see what happens. Send our demands. Yoink. No longer in the Tatar yoke, yeah, because I ate them. Welcome to the world, Pronsk. You hate my guts, so let's try and make you hate my guts a little less. Just as I'm doing with Perm. Hopefully the army can still exile its way back here. Now this land is pretty awful, but I do need to take some land off the Russians. I can't just enslave them all. I mean, I can enslave them all, but I can't make subjects out of them all. We do have a cap on that. Yep. But I took one subject, and my further plan is to rip through Muscovy, remove every fort I can, and then just periodically curb stomp these people so they don't get any bright ideas. I don't have to keep taking land, at least not until I've stabilized my realm a bit. Stabilizing, of course, meaning doing something about my barbarically low control. Feels like it's going lower, not higher. Yeah, like adjacent to the capital, and we're losing half the control. It's a sad, sorry state. Yeah, so if I take these two, I can then border Novgorod, so I can tear Novgorod apart at my beck and call. What is this FB? Fomin? Okay, free beer on me for the first person to lead a successful campaign with these little losers. What are you made of? Also, that offer doesn't apply very long. You're in charge of 4,000 very sad people stuck around a lot of other incredibly sad people. Machette would be a much better capital spot. It's adjacent to 2 rivers. Does that give it a double bonus? Grasslands. Oh, right. It would surely help control spread better, right? Because it also spreads along the river, which is why it works better down here. But I think it still works that way, because it's still coming down the river. Is this still part of the river? Yeah. Pretty cool. And we can trace that, surely. Yeah, control's not the worst thing in the world, but building roads is just obnoxiously expensive in such a large area here. Alright, do I have the bits to actually go and revoke this? Banal Lordship. It's really got to go. It's horrifyingly bad. But it's going to cost me 139 stability. Fortunately, though, stability will raise faster when it's lower. This is something that's always been part of EU mantra. You know, high stability is nice, but it should be considered fleeting. And low stability is really bad, but it should rectify over time. But seldom does it actually work out like that in practice, because in EU3, you know, just be rich, pay up your stability. In EU4, oh, just have lots of admin, pay up your stability. Oops, comet sighted, well, pay it up again. But here, I don't fear it being too low for too long, because yeah, stability decay is a very real thing. Currently I'm fighting against it quite a lot, so I think I will actually revoke the Banal Lordship. I got laid off on Friday after almost 26 years where I worked, says Armadiel. But there's a silver lining. I can catch Jake playing EU5 as much as I want. Oh man, how can I respond to something like that and not say that now is the best time to move over to some Nance? No, you know, the easy way is to just not do that. I'm going to get my army back. Probably bolster my army as well, using Novgorod's money. That army is coming back, right? And then prepare myself. Okay, I feel prepared. These rebels are going to have their way with me. Anyway, tis just an opportunity to do what you do best. Viewership above 500 makes Jake do evil things. Yeah, it is disturbingly high. I like things when they're nice and cozy and small. And Kalpa the other day was trying to get on my goat. He's like, oh, look at that, Jake. Other people got 10 times the viewers you have. I was like, okay, well, when have I had over 1,000 viewers and been happy about it? I struggle to think of any time. You start putting viewership as a top priority, I think you lose what's important to your stream, or at least I certainly would. Now, where are we going to have our people? Oh, would you look at that? Ryazan is a really nice place to park. Unfortunately for me, my plan right now is to tear Georgia a new one. However, Muscovy are not currently joining a coalition, and I still have that casus belli on Alania. I think it's a much higher priority to destroy Muscovy than go for Alania currently. So perhaps what I do is I create the casus belli for Horde expansion. Boom. Do we keep building the spy network on Muscovy? I mean, what's the benefit of a high spy network anyway? It lets you do actions, but does it have passive bonuses like better siege times and that? That I'm not so sure. Anyway, it does cost me ongoing diplomats, and I am surely going to need those at some point. How are your heirs doing? Do we have a modern version of No Child Can Be Khan? So in one of my runs, although I think I only did 2 testing with the Golden Horde, and none of them made it even 10 years, I had my entire family executed because there is an espionage option to just murder a ruler, which seems ridiculous. Like, we once in development had that, and we were like, this is garbage, take it out. And now it's here. Anyway, my crusty old wife seems to be having severe problems in producing an heir, so I think we need to get you another wife. I'll just arrange one in now. 41! Well, you know, if you sow enough seeds, something's going to grow. I'm running out of women to marry off. Personally, I feel like the game shouldn't have character focus. That's CK's thing. So having a weaker character focus, I think, drags the game down more than accentuating it. But that is only my opinion. Why am I paying for forts? Don't want to pay for forts. In fact, about that money. Ooh, not bad. Yeah, a whole ducat a month. Considering that I, at war, was making a ducat a month. And now that I'm at peace, I'm making less. Very confusing. Right, do I dare to take this? I'm still on the fence about that. We can't afford to be converting right now. What I need to do is integrate these provinces. Ryazan must be integrated. Are you any good at integration? You are garbage at integration. And I'm going to want my realm stabilized, but maybe we can't be having that. Yeah, maybe I switch you out with somebody. Do we have anyone that's significantly... Oh, lordy, look at this. You got the 2 skills I'm really looking for in life. Hermit or not, I want you on my cabinet. Oh, hell yes. Shiggy diggy, get in here. No more assimilation for you. Get me integrating Rostislav. Now, integration's not going to do much for me. I won't magically have control. But at least it won't be only conquered. Conversion, assimilation, control, garrison growth, separatism, all bad things. So let's get these lands integrated. And integrate Muscovy. How long do I have that casus belli in the south for? 5 more years. Come on, there's no way this war with Muscovy is going to take 5 years. We're going to revoke the estate. We're going to curb stomp Muscovy. Taking slaves, destroying their fort. I wonder if you can destroy a fort without having to siege it down. Yeah, obviously, because we did it here. Okay, the real question is how much war score can I get with Muscovy without sieging their capital, because I don't want to. Hate sieging. Horde hates siege. Look at this. His country, in many ways, is stronger than mine. That control that he's got. Right, we're going to work on that. Monthly progress of 4-point-something%. Alright, get the army over to Ryazan to resupply. Does Ryazan have the ability to raise regulars? I think so. This costs money. We cannot recruit this here. It lacks the infrastructure. We need a sergeantry or armory. Okay, so no can do. But I can do that in Sarai, and that makes the most sense to be doing it, right? Get me another couple regiments of horse archers, which is probably overkill. But, you know, if you lose your army, you lose the game as a horde, so let's not risk that. Think of how many slaves in their capital. Yeah, I am salivating at the thought of enslaving the Muscovites. What is this? Oh, we need weaponry. I'm sure you'll find it. A little concerned about this one. 9 more members. Tell me more. This is looking a lot like the requirement for joining a coalition is much, much less than 50. That's concerning, because I do want to curb stomp Muscovy. If they have a lot of friends coming in, the curb stomping might be not quite to my expectations. Maybe it's 30. Let's take a guess and assume that coalition joining only requires 30. Normally I would dive through the game files to find out, but I'm not going to do that on stream. Do you run the risk of losing the Russians in the international organization? How does that work? So if they want to get out of this, I believe they have to take action to throw me off. And if they do that, I think they have to go to war with me. Like, there is a war, they insulted us and then they attack us. But that's just what I read. Hang on. Economy panel. Oh, no, it just shows me here. I'm like, why are they not paying me any bloody money? The Russians aren't that poor. Novgorod alone is paying me thrice the yoke. I don't know why the yoke is so... It feels undertuned by at least an order of magnitude. All I want to do is oppress Russians. Ah, I knew it was coming, and here it is. So Muscovy are starting a coalition against me. I'm very curious to see who, if anybody, joins in. Worth noting that my army is right here, but I think you cannot declare a war if your levies are up, so at least we'll have a bit of time to react. I'm still paying my army maintenance because I want them fully reinforced, but I'm not paying my fort maintenance right now. Heavens no. Yeah, I'm not paying you money. Sucks to be you. Where is Lusta anyway? Nobody's even heard of Lusta. And there are no Lustians on Craigie Island. Oh, I think this is a real thing. Anyway, we don't care about you. You're just full of checks notes, Orthodox Pontics, so prepare to die. All they have are potatoes, Jake. No, they don't have potatoes. It's 1343. What's a potato? New Worlders. Also good to see you, Baron. Hope the clowns ain't keeping you down. Do I dare revoke this thing? How long until war? Well, let's just bite the bullet, right? Yeah, let's go for it. Now, I'm assuming this is something that I should really do. And it is quite the assumption. The chieftains have way too much power. Very few of them. 6,000 of my population of 3 million. And I think this is the most powerful thing they have, the banal lordship. Because look at those downsides, they're tremendously bad. Like, even 5% control across my country is going to be sizable. I don't mind the serfdom, because people eat less food that way. Although I don't like the fact that we move towards serfdom. It'll take a lot more than repealing one estate privilege to take us away from this. Yeah, currently going max serfdom. Although we can't go very high serfdom. I wonder what controls the limit as to how far it can go. Yeah, see this? I don't know what causes the limits here. Like, why are you not decentralized maxing, for example? No idea. Maybe someday I'll know, but I don't right now. Anything else worth considering moving around? Not the thing that gives me discipline and quality. No, that seems rather nice. Only nobles can be leaders. Okay, that also seems very, very bad. But not as economically damaging, although maybe I could tax harder if that were out of my face. Elite Council seems fine. What's that? Agenda impact for nobility goes up. That means they really want to be the ones getting their things passed in court. It's okay, as long as they don't have banal leadership. I think the rest of this is quite fine. Cost of court is no big deal. It was at 1%. Oh no. Goes from like 2 to 2.02 ducats. And horse, yeah, this banal leadership has to go. This is gonna curb stomp my country. Ow! For the better of our country, we had to revoke the banal lordship of the chieftains. Stability of the Golden Horde is now completely dead, but the stability decay now works in my favor. So, you know, every month it's going up by pretty much 1. Give it 5 years and we'll be normalized. Well, not quite, because the stability will change. Painful, though. Very, very painful. But hopefully that means that the control, which was 0, will go up to a new maximum of 0. So, yeah, it's going to work for the better of my entire country. Cost of the court goes from 10 to 11%, so it's a 10% increase. Okay, well, forgive me for not being overly concerned about this one. Ah, yeah, I see. It's an additive on the overall percentage here. But that's okay, the legacy of Genghis Khan keeps it nice and low. Wait, this goes up with wealth? So the richer you are, the more you have to pay. That's cool. Stay poor, be rich. So, certainly shot my entire nation in the leg with that one. Fortunately, we're horse-based, so we have 3 spare legs. The deltas are insane here. 0 to 0. Okay, well, what do we have now? The following states have too low satisfaction. They're joining the rebels. Wait, the chieftains. Oh, that's right. Unsurprisingly, the chieftains are specifically unhappy with what I just did. Fortunately, there aren't many of them, but I can't help but feel that their massive amounts of power mean that we're going to have them aid some rebels and bring them up a lot. On the other hand, we raised the satisfaction level for rebels to join, rebels' threshold to joining the uprisings, although how that works in actuality, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see it. If it unfolds and it destroys the Golden Horde through inner not-so-peace, then we will have learned something. I probably should have saved before doing that, by the way, but... What kind of name is this? We'll stick with the date here and just say revoked banal. What's it called? Privilege. Horses cannot limp on 3 legs. Well, they can if they get used to it. Never seen a 3-legged cat? I mean, they wander around just like normal. You don't see them limping around. And yes, I've seen a 3-legged cat. I did not remove one of its legs. Moving city? What's this? Ancient tales of moving palaces crumbling into the ground in the desert sands. Shifting mirages coming and going. We are those moving palaces, those disappearing dwellers. Our cities are not built in stone, but on bones. I like this. What's going on here? Army movement speed and horde unity. I like horde unity, but that is a piddling amount. Stability investment. What? Plus 0.01? I need a bit more than that, game. This is some kind of joke. Trade maintenance, army movement speed, monthly horde unity. The fact that you have to hover over these each is a royal pain. I wonder why they made it like that. I like the movement towards centralization, but we actually might benefit from being decentralized, which is a worrying thought. Keeps our subjects loyal, keeps our war exhaustion down. Well, the maximum one. Counter-espionage I don't care that much about, and keeping the estates happy is nice. What does centralization really do for me? Is crown power really that useful for a horde, I ask? The proximity cost is nice, but I think I'd rather just take the stronger modifier. Especially since we're about to go to war, and the fact that our horde unity is going down the toilet. I'm paying as much as I can, and it's not doing much. My army is still reinforcing. I think I bought 2 of these, right? Go and get. I really want to attack Muscovy before they manage to assemble any real coalition. It's just them right now. And honestly, anybody other than Muscovy I don't care about, but God knows what Muscovy is made of. I haven't played as them, so I don't know what kind of hand-holding they get. But surely they're given something. You can check by clicking them on the title screen that they get a bunch of special events, modifiers, etc. Aha! I was wondering if this happens. You do get caught when doing espionage. Interesting. Does he continue to do espionage? Yes. Huh. And it continues to go up. So you keep enough to make a casus belli. Interesting. Still don't know what use having the spy network is. Like, what are the active effects from it? But I'm not sure I need more of one on Muscovy. I guess I could keep it. It's not doing any harm. The minute centralization bonus won't do anything. Exactly, because I have so much focus on decentralization, it won't actually push me in that direction to begin with. And we can put a number on that. Decentralization is being pushed 0.23. And what was it for centralization? 0.1? 0.05? So yeah, it literally wouldn't do anything. We need to revoke quite a few things here. What do we need to revoke anyway? Communal lands? The Yasa Decree? What are these? Ah, okay, so that's our legal thing, and that's an estate privilege for the nobles. Yeah, once again, the nobles decentralizing me. But as I said, I don't even think decentralization is bad. It might not even be so bad to push for further decentralization. Because happy estates and loyal subjects, when I have a lot of subjects, and also a lot of estates. I think most normal countries have 4 estates, and we have 6. Crazy. So yeah, let's keep them happy for free, because I actually don't think centralization is that good. I think the big thing is the control, right? The proximity cost going down is probably quite huge. Just build more roads, though. Just build roads. I wonder if we could test that, right? Ugh, I really don't like the idea of spending my very limited money. I know I've got hundreds of ducats, but we don't make money. The only way we make money is by punching it out of others. Oh, speaking of punching money out of others, how could I forget? I have all these subjects, and some of them are too happy. People like Kiev. Kiev, why are you so happy? You're not my subject so that you can be happy. You're my subject so you can give me some bloody money. Oh, how could I not? Give me that. We can spend it much more wisely. So sorry. Hey, Halik. How? Okay, that degrades 5 months, 10 months, 10 months, 5, 40 months. Okay, so that goes away in like 5 years. I can just punch people for money every now and then. Halik. 50 ducats. Now you see it, now you don't. My loyal subjects. What is loyalty if not tested? Kiev have joined the coalition. Halik have joined the coalition. There we go. I feel much more better about my situation. We did get caught infiltrating in the Russians, as expected. So these markets, I haven't taken any time at all to look into trade income. Couldn't help but notice I make virtually nothing. I slammed on automation for trade the moment the game started because I don't understand how to trade, but maybe we can take this lull as we wait for our crippled stability to grow a bit to maybe understand something about markets. Our main market is surely Astrakhan, and that is where we make the bulk of our money, but how? So as I understand it, we are bringing slaves are a trade good? Oh, yes. Slaves are real, but also a commodity. Brilliant. Sources of slaves. They're a produced good. Transport costs for slaves. We need to find ways to reduce these. Slavery and demanding money with menaces. They're just a very large organized crime syndicate. No, it's codified into law, so it's not a crime. I can't deny the syndicate part, though. We're moving beeswax, we're moving wheat, we're moving more beeswax and fruits. Now, this is making body parts tingle because it's making me think of patrician, but I don't understand what I'm looking at. I'm not willing to spend time learning about trade in this because the Golden Horde feels like one of the worst countries to learn how to trade with. Maybe I'll get lucky and by the time I'm done with this campaign, there'll have already been a Wikipedia written with how trade works, and I can read that and spend some time sitting in a dark cave playing around with, I don't know, Genoa, figuring trade out good and proper. Well, it's good to see that I'm actually making money, but something I'm very curious about are my colonies that I made over here. Ignoring our Republic fiefdom here, we haven't figured this one out. If you weren't around at the start, I created these colonies because this land is useless. I cut myself off from Asia and just established these, because I wanted republics instead of hordes over here. But for some reason, if you make a republic and give it a member of your family, then it becomes a fiefdom, and how that works I do not know. But ignoring Surgut, the rest of these being colonial nations mean that they give us market access, right? The slaves working good. Golden Horde spreads embraced institutions. Well, it's not like that we're going to get much of that. But here's the thing. They give a third of their merchants to us and pay a, frankly, pathetic amount of money. So does that mean if I go over here and I check the countries, well, I'm not there. I'm not here either. How does this merchant stuff work? I truly, truly don't know. I get it over in Kazan. But, you know, I'm in Kazan. I am Kazan. Yeah, how the numbers here work is beyond me. As I said going into this, I do not know this game inside out, but I will. Part of that will be figuring out trade. I feel like, as in every Europa game, trade is the key to mega money. But I still don't think that the Golden Horde is the right people to be thinking about mega money trade from, at least right now. No more trade nodes? No, it's actually dynamic, and I'm very happy about that. Smacks of EU3. You know, EU3 had dynamic trade centers. They were a pain in the arse to send merchants to, but I really, really like the fact that you could... Lubeck, for example. You could actually enforce people to trade through Lubeck, which would gradually starve and kill off other centers of trade, leaving a void for Lubeck to go and take in more, and suddenly you just become huge. Other nations might get ideas about making their own trade center, and that's a threat, so then you go and kick their arse, or you force them into your trade league, preventing them from making their own trade centers. Oh, it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It also had dynamic prices for goods, just like early EU4. Sadly, it seems like in this one, they've stuck with the EU4, well, modern EU4 way of static prices for goods, but I think that's made up for by the fact that you make profit and loss on the goods. So you output an amount of them. The livestock, for example, have their market price here, but look at that. Market price incrementally adjusted towards target prices and their sell prices. It's exciting, but I don't like learning games on stream in general. I'm already doing it with EU5 right here. I don't want to learn about trade on stream, though. I'll figure that out in my own time. Thought the goods had supply and demand in EU5. Oh, yeah, that's the thing they do. It's just the base price remains kind of staticky. You could do a lot of influence on a local level in EU3. Purge all the Catholics, for example. And that would have an effect on the fish price. I don't care about the buildings. That's for automation to figure out. Ooh, but it is Parliament time. I am quite keen on having more roadworks. By the way, I haven't been building anything, but my estates have. Somebody's actually building us a winery. Whether or not that's going to make us money, I have no idea. Market regulations? No, I don't think so. It'd be nice if this came with a free road. It certainly doesn't, though. Salt fields and prosperity by having gathering industries. What if I just bolster my own government? Boosts up Horde unity, which is quite welcome. Then I get my crown power. The war exhaustion's worth diddly to me, though. Winery in a Muslim country. It's a difficult pill to swallow, but during all periods of time, Muslim countries have imported, exported, and consumed narcotics, including wine. Oh, that's going to put me on a list. Right. I just want it to pass. But the thing is, I'm not going to be building these roads. It's much too expensive to even consider. And none of my lands are so good that I really must link them up. It's not like, say, Hungary, where they've got gold mines in the north that they want to connect up to. You check the RGO in Hungary. Gold. More gold, Your Majesty. Two main things Hungary wants to do. They want to get more control over those provinces to get better lucre out of their gold. And they want to repeal their no exports law so they can actually export their gold. As for me, it's not that I don't have gold. I had gold. I gave it over to my colonies. Really? No gold over here? Yeah, sure looks like no gold. How about some silver? Man, I am poor as a pauper. Yeah, the not so golden horde. I cut myself off for my own gold. I hope my colony's actually doing something with it. Yeah, well, they got more control over the gold than I ever did. And the more money they make off of that gold, the more money they can give to me. That's what I'll choose to believe. Where was I going with this, by the way? I'm sure there was a train of thought. I got sidetracked by thinking about patrician, as I often do. Get my army together, and once I have my Casus Belli, we go and declare war in Muscovy. Oh, that's right, this. It's just not very useful. I'll tell you what I should do is go for something that will pass, and then use that to maybe pass another law. Yeah, so we can say, yeah, sure, you want the gravel roads? You can have the gravel roads, that's fine by me. But, oh god, nobody wants to have any kind of agendas. Lose Horde Unity? That's actually okay, we get tons of Horde Unity right now. For some reason the chieftains are unhappy if I do that. I don't particularly want to make them unhappy, they're already livid. What I could do is accept this not passing, lose even more stability, and that would allow me to change a law. It's the DDR trolley problem. Every track has thoughts of Patrician 4. All you can do is watch. This is worth considering because changing laws is normally a pain in the bum. But if I do it through Parliament, that's better. The question is what, if anything, do I want to change in law? Let's get out of that and consider any laws that we want. Is the Casus Belli you get from Parliament different? Yeah, it's a conquest Casus Belli. You get a crappy claim on a province. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to show superiority in my war so that my my battles count for a lot because I do not want to siege. We're not good at that. I don't want to make the chieftains happy. Oh, bloody really, Jake? Past Jake didn't hold those feelings. It was very important to get rid of that privilege that they had. And I want them to slowly understand that it was for the good of the country. If I continue piddling in their Cheerios, then things aren't going to get better. They're going to keep supporting those bloody rebels. But look at that, they're getting happier. You give it a couple of years and it'll be water under the bridge. So I have to ask myself, are there any laws? Now, if I knew this game really well, I'd know, oh, this is a go-to law, this is a go-to law, but I don't. Is there anything we've been really annoyed by thinking, God, I wish this was better? Maritime and piracy, not our concern. We don't even have boats. Beef Buckethead is saying, oh my God, the king has returned. That's Khan to you. But I don't feel like king of this game because I'm still learning it. Or rather, I've only just started learning it. We currently have the Yasa degree, which I didn't like, did I? Well, actually, it lowers proximity costs, so that's quite good. And like I said, decentralization is probably quite good for us, so I don't mind having that. Sharia law? I like converting people, that's good. Tolerance of heathens being down, not really a problem. Disallowing female rulers, you'd think that would be baked into everything. I don't want female rulers anyway. No woman can be Khan, probably. Civil law sounds good, but again, you know, if we're going to work towards centralization, it's all or nothing, and I still think decentralization is better. No options to be had here. We already federated our tribe, and I think that was an excellent call. That proximity cost doesn't seem to be doing much for us now, but one day we're going to have control over our country. Someday. Borders are fine. Martial society is fine. Keeps us belligerent, and belligerent is actually good for us. I am torn on that, because I do think, even as a warmonger, being conciliatory might not be too bad, because it boosts the loyalty of those subjects and gives us better diplomatic reputation. But on the other hand, probably reducing that antagonism from taking land is the only thing that stopped the vast coalition from forming. So I'm still okay with being martial. Am I okay with oral? What does it do for us anyway? Change language? I don't care about that. Spiritual... It looks like there's... Ooh, literacy. Literacy for everybody except slaves. That sounds really rather nice. Holy smokes, that sounds incredibly good, because our literacy is down the toilet. Whenever a girl is born out of your pure male bloodline, throw her into the wolf pit. No, we need the females for marrying to the males to propagate the dynasty. I actually think religious teaching sounds really good because we struggle on literacy enormously, and as we've learned, literacy for soldiers actually aids in besieging. The clergy are happy, and I do need some better things going on in terms of religion. So I actually think, here, look at that. If I wanted to do this of my own accord, it would cost me 100 stability. It'll cost me 7 if I bog-lapse the parliament in order to change this law. I am quite happy to do that. Now, where was it? Oh, snap. I forgot what even law I was talking about. It was something about teaching. Education of the masses. Here we go. All right, there we go. So that does go through, but we're going to fail expanding the road network, which will cost me stability, but I think that's a bargain. And yeah, let's not cheese off the chieftains even more. Yeah, stability be damned. We'll get it back in a year. Stability be damned, says man with negative 81 stability. But this is something I really love about the Golden Horde, because you might have noticed, if you were to color like everywhere in the map that I've played on, you would notice that a lot of big countries I've just never done proper campaigns with. England, no. Castile, no. Portugal, no. Aragon, not to my knowledge. France, not outside of getting the achievement. You know, big countries I don't like playing as. But here's the biggest freaking country, and it used to be a lot bigger before I cannibalized it. And I love it, because the Golden Horde is just so weak. Absolute paper tiger. You give it one punch and it falls apart. So our job here is to shine that glass jaw of ours, so that when we do get punched, we don't fall apart. Stability is just a number. That is an age-old saying. Still true, though. It is just a number. And it's not just ha-ha funny, or even that stability doesn't matter. It's a mantra. It is just a number. Lots of things in this game are just a number. You must treat them as such. So if the number goes up or the number goes down, analyze what effect that is going to have, counteract it, work with it. Whatever you have to do. It's not that having low stability is just game over. Yeah, there we go. So resource to be spent. Imagine you're fighting the heart in Slay the Spire and you have 90 health. And you see the heart is about to hit you for 60. Right, you could spend that entire turn just blocking to not take the 60. But you have to remember, you're trying to fight the heart. The heart's only going to get stronger. Maybe you just need to take that hit for 60 in order to get corruption and dark embrace in play. Maybe set up drawing into feel no pain. And then, okay, you spent 60 health. You still got 30. Now you're much stronger, because that health was just a number. It's a mantra. It's not specific to stability. It's just stability seems to be the thing that's always just a number. Alright, I haven't learned anything about religious figures. I'm curious about what this is. That's a pathetic stability investment. But it is a stability investment, so I think I'm going to invite this nice individual. Yeah, sure, come on in. Come and teach in my country. I wonder... Is that for a limited time? You're 42. 42 is practically decrepit in my horde, but just ask my ruler that. He's 1 foot in the grave already. Slay the Spire talk while playing EU4. I love it, says Twiddly. Well, we're all going to have to get over typing in EU4 instead of EU5. I was like that with EU3 to EU4. All right, Parliament's in session. I'm going to lose. But if we can just squeak by with our... Wait, where's my... There we are. Where's my Casus Belli here? Casus Belli, Casus Belli. Ah, here it is. It's right at the bottom. Horde expansion. I missed it with all the pathetic opinions that I'm trying to improve. But we'll get Kiev and Halleck seeing the funny side of me punching them for money. But I couldn't help but notice that Volhynia didn't give me any money. How are you feeling, Volhynia? They love me. Oh, such loyalty should be richly rewarded. And what better reward is there than knowing that I'm going... Oh, they don't even have any money. Freaking Volhynia. Get off the fence and become Polish. Oh, what is this? Prince Dragomir Voda de Buda of Hungary and a token force of Hungarian soldiers have marched into Moldavia. No respect for our authority. Hey, yeah, I think you'll find that the Moldavians are under my protection. Oh god, look at that. Looks like they've stripped Moldava and... Who's that over there? I can't see. You know, joke nation. Don't even learn who they are. After the crucial defeat against Hungary in 1345, Dragos, the founder, and his followers moved to Moldova, established a march for the Hungarian king. Dismounting the banks, shrouded in myth, foundation of Moldavia is a debated topic. Notice the origin. So, historically, the Golden Horde were in such bad shape that they decided they couldn't possibly fight little Moldova over this. I mean, how can I get a Horde expansion war on somebody I don't border? How bizarre. Also, am I about to discover that you have made friends? Yeah, because it said it was to become a border march for Hungary, right? This sounds like a trap. Like a pretty big bloody trap. Look at that. They are actually subject to Hungary. But hold on. What I should be seeing is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to wage a war without having to spend anything. Hungary will be the overlord, and I could force Hungary to give me money. I like money, but I would like even more to know what Hungary can punch with. Ledger, tell me more about the country of Hungary. They're a settled country, I get that, but, you know, what kind of... Oof. Oof. They muster a lot of men. So can I. Oh. Oh dear. That's funny. Wait, what the hell? There's been a transformation. Oh, dearie me. It's a little different from what I was expecting. Blink and you miss it. Wait, what do you mean the game's unpaused? Oh, hold on there. I have one fort in the region of Ismaili. Are they even going to go for it? And that's just the army of Moldavia. There are many more of them, sire. Well, sometimes you've just got to make do. I'm going to need those levies of mine, by the way. How many of them? All of them. Raise all my levies, please. Yeah. The population raised into a levy will reduce population. Families follow them. You'll receive a bunch of problems. Yeah, I'm well aware, but we have a war to fight right now. I'm going to need you to hightail it down there. Also, some of these levies are just going to die if I have them here, so maybe cancel construction of the ones that are closest. Yeah, some of these are destined to die like that, but bring the rest over as quick as you can. Well now. It appears that a child here has become intelligent. Oh, good for them. Maybe I should be doing better education for them. You can decide what we want to go for. Cost of the court goes up if I want to give them a whole lot of ability there. I should actually be thinking about the potential heir down the line. So my heir is Berdi. Berdi has this thing. Granddaughter. For God's sake, make some children. Make some male children at that. Because who's next in the throne if you kick it? I really don't want to shuffle sideways. Then again, maybe we do. Right, if you fail... Oh, God. Women. Can't escape them. Well, there is a law I could change if I want a woman to be ruler. I can't imagine that will go down well in the Muslim world. Just my imagination. Just fight your signature 40-year war for minor gains. Oh, but I got big things I need to do. Tingsha just fell. Right, I need to grab... Oh, right. I need to grab, like, everybody and bring them to a more central location so we can link up. Is there a way to just select all? Because the army can't be seen at this zoom level. It's almost like they don't expect you to play at this level. Alright, everybody, get your arses over there. We'll link up and we'll smash them. Hopefully they get distracted by one of my forts. That is not a fort. Do I have forts? I got a fort here. I didn't want to spend the money, and I might be punished on that real soon. Also, during this war, the rebels are not slowing down. In fact, the chieftain insurgents are growing at an alarming rate. The estate power is high, and they're very, very angry. I can bribe them for what it's worth. Give them $80 dues, and suddenly they're quite a bit happier. You know what? I need you not on my back right now, so I will give you a little bit of a bribe. Huzzah. I could bribe them again, but let's leave them be for now. I'll bribe them if they continue to insurge. I need to start smashing the enemy armies before they all arrive. I need to divide and conquer. Currently they are divided. And I need to get on with the conquering. This could be bad. Could be really bad. I wonder what kind of things they want in this war. You know, if I were offering tribute, they would want me to no longer have Halik as a tributary, and they'd probably want me to give them money. Yeah, I'm not too keen on any of that. Let's see what we can do in terms of kicking your ass. It's a real shame they're not going for the forts, though. I do not like the idea of re-sieging these lands. But remember, this is a show superiority war. It's of vital importance that I win fights. I don't know how true it is to the old EU4 way of calculating shown superiority. Also, where the hell did you get 4,500 men? Freaking CK2 event troops at work here. The Poles coming along is a huge problem. I can't really go and beat those guys off in time, and the Poles will come and destroy me. Not sure if there's any way I can divide and destroy them, though. If I'd known this was happening, I would have my army here ahead of time. Yeah, we failed. Stability goes down yet further. Yeah, I know it's nice having you in charge, but could we have, I don't know, a significantly better commander? Where do you even change that out? I can remove the general, but how do I change the general? Like, I don't want to kick you out and then find I have nobody better to replace you with. Here's a captain. There's a captain that's pretty good at what he does. Like, he's excellent at everything. Alright, captain, get over there. I need you now more than ever. Severely worried about these guys just grouping up. Ah, but look at that, they're not moving. We have an opportunity. We actually have an opportunity. Get together now. Progress, da-da-da-da-da. In January? Who's got time until January? Alright, well, January or not, I think we've got to move. We'll just consider these as reinforcements. It's not a lot of reinforcements. Oh. Could you hire mercenaries? It would cost coin, and I'm not willing to cost coin. Oh, I could really do with that significantly better... Could really do with that significantly better guy over here. But the armies appear to be marching. What is this land? It's a flat land. It says flat land, but it also has forests, right? Yeah, woods are here. Frontage goes down. Movement cost goes up. Attacker penalty. I wonder if I could bait him into coming over here. And just bait you out a bit. Again, I wish I could see the capitals for the provinces easier. Akmesit. Yeah, the fact that I can't see here worries me greatly. For all I know, there are Hungarians, lots of Hungarians just hiding around here. Perhaps we take a step back. Yeah, forget the Russians breaking the yoke. This is the Hungarians breaking the Tatar yoke. Yeah, I need you over here. I should have considered that much earlier. No longer see the army that... Oh, Lord, that's a lot of them. Oh, looks like they've gone and isolated themselves out a bit, and it'll be that time in January soon enough. Lose unity? Kill somebody. Wait, who is this somebody? Kasar Ayu Watsits, cabinet member. Is he the guy that's actively working, or... Well, I can't afford to lose Horde Unity, so he's going to have to die anyway. Is he currently working for me, though? Yeah, he is. He's currently integrating. Well, I'm afraid you have to die. Your points are not good enough. Off with his head. Where's your head at? New cabinet minister is required. Unfortunately, all of my guys are pretty poor. Alright, well, pretty poor. Ooh, wow, you're pretty good at what you do. Provided I had you on an admin, you know, a non-military task. Alright, good enough. Get in there. Okay, so it is my firm belief that on the 16th of January, I'll be able to rout you with my significantly better leader. But it seems that you're turning back. That's not what I'm looking for. Don't tell me you sniffed me out or something. Because I'd rather engage you on these open plains. Yeah, my worst case scenario is that he actually joins up with another proper army. Alright, let's at least get my land back so I still have a view of what's going on. They're invited into my country to die. They're not, however. Nobody agreed to the Poles coming here. Alright, I need to do some dividing and conquering here. I won't lie, I'm very nervous about this one. Not that I've been known to lie. I don't think so. Certainly hope not. Iagorlik. Can I take this back and Iagorlik? And then hopefully they run into my country and get ravaged a bit. Hate taking attrition in my own lands, by the way. Feels really bad. Yeah, then the winged hussars arrived, coming down the mountainside. Low food in the Kaffa market. Oh, I wonder who's causing that. I need these open plains, I think. But that's a lot of Poles, like a hell of a lot of Poles. The Poles had some regulars as well. Do we get to know what the regulars are? Regular footmen. Yeah, the footmen shouldn't be too hard to utterly destroy on open plains, but in sheer numbers, I actually think they're going to give me a very hard time. Well, maybe not. They're already running into this place. But it looks like they're going to get their reinforcements. But it looks like I am also... Well, maybe not. Maybe not going to get my reinforcements. Their commander has 100 military. Oh, God. Can I actually win this fight, knowing that those guys are probably going to join in? Do I really believe that levies are as crap as I believe levies are? We are going to be fighting on our ideal land, which is to say... hold on, give me that info. Dunk. Flat land. Grasslands. That's wonderful. Wonderful for my horse archers. Alright, bring it on. The worst case scenario, I guess, would be Hungarians coming in to reinforce, but let's just see what happens when you guys get involved. They seem to want the fight, and they're charging on in. I am maliciously outnumbered here. Ah. Jeez, and I thought I was bringing over God's gift to fighting. Who have they got? They got the King Casimir himself. Ah. King of Poland, Grand Prince of Halik. Halik's my subject. All right, slow right down. Show me what's going on here. Well, they are losing more than us, but we don't have more to lose. And they are getting their massive reinforcements. Could I please have my reinforcements, guys? Oh, I am not going to last here. I'm not going to last. Not with those 4,000 coming on in. Wait a second. They're going to Ananiv. Are they even coming into this fight? We might just be able to pull something out here. If we can rout the bloody Poles. Get the hell out of my country, you casual scum! Oh... Might alone did not build the Golden Horde. It was upon thousands of Polish skulls. Oh, wow. Holy hell. Poland cannot interstep. Whew. Okay, that was deeply concerning. But we've got something going. Now, notably, as I mentioned from the get-go, this is a show superiority war. I could not give half a cheese doodle about occupations unless they're on my forts. But battles make show superiority. Now is the time that we might be able to start thinking, what can Hungary do for me? 537 ducats, you say? Rude to call us attackers. They took over my subjects, right? How can I not? You know, the baffling thing is that I have to pay to bring them back under my protection, right? If I told you that Moldavia, formerly my tributary until this declaration of war, if I wanted them to once again become my subject, well, I can't even. They're too big. Wait, no, that's not true. They're not too big. But the antagonism is otherworldly. Good heavens. And that it's same for vassal and tributary. Too busy thinking he's winning. He didn't notice the small detachment. I see it, but it's stuck in a fort, and that gives me an opportunity to rout out the existing members here, pick up my backup, and then go slamming into them. Also, I didn't raise my levies around here. Not unthinkable, but perhaps a little tricky. War enthusiasm is still through the roof. Alright, destroy Moldavia, pick up my army, continue ravaging. Game seems to be chugging a bit on 3 there. Let's bring it down to 2. Locations are depopulating. Yeah, no kidding. Kill them. Kill them all. Actually, kind of even losses there. How are they so strong? What are we even fighting against here? They have Suseva infantry regiments. They're not regulars though, are they? I'm not familiar enough with this UI to know where exactly to look for the information that I'm trying to find. You have no flank. Why do I have no flank, I wonder? They're flanking you. God knows how that happened. Hey, where the hell is my flank? You need to set up your army composition, retreat and rebalance them. Oh, that I didn't know. I can't afford to retreat, though, even though I'm taking horrible losses. Seems like a weird thing to have to do manually. Ow. Yeah, I did not enjoy seeing those losses here. Ah, yeah, here we go. Current strength is 0. Wait, does that mean my... Oh, God, my regulars actually got mashed there. I need to bring back and completely replenish. Hopefully I can do that over here and have enough time. Also note that that gave me another big old chunk of war score. And I am noting that. So you've gone and taken this province back, which should retake this for me. Yeah, maybe what I want to do is actually head over here to my friendly lands and get our numbers back. I don't like the fact that you're running down to reinforce the Hungarian army. But there's a lot of things I'm not going to like about all of this. Action rebalance. Balance unit. Redistributes regiments so that they're all evenly filled. Alright, there we go. What a weird thing to have to do manually. Is that an automated thing? Doesn't look like it. Concerning, that's definitely something I would forget, and it cost me a lot in that engagement there. Alright, there we go. Back to our controlled lands. I don't know if you reinforce better when you're in a city or something, but a city would be a long way away right now. Do I have a setting to make or prevent people from attaching to me? Because I want everybody on me, if such a thing is possible. Detach levies. Attachment allowed? Looks pretty allowed to me. Yeah, it's even glowing, so surely it is allowed. Yeah, encouraged even. Get over here. Alright, here we are in Akmesit. Now please, for the love of God, reinforce my extremely dead regulars. Down to 98, down to a whole lot of not much. Yeah, these poor regulars got shredded. 25 will join each month, so I need a few months to regain my numbers. Fine, I'll just chill out here. Hopefully, the Hungarians won't really make any odds from here. Good lord, they're well led. Another 100 military general. Where are they all coming from? I can't muster that. Don't like standing here right on the edge, though. Especially in a forest. Although the forest does provide a little bit of defense from attackers. I can't see into these places. I could detach a small unit to go and take those, but it's kind of important to establish my superiority. The attacker has achieved the war goal. War score is ticking monthly in their favor. Oh, give us the Wonga. I guess it's the +10 I have from the battles. Hungary, whop your wad on the counter. Although, yeah, it's terrifying to see what a reasonably centralized nation compared to me can handle. I suppose, to be fair, you know, I'm fighting 3-4 of them. Moldavia getting a whole lot of cheat troops out of nowhere. As long as you're yeah, exactly. Vassals very specifically need to not do stupid things. Also, Muscovy needs to not see this as a moment of weakness and strike me. Mysticism. Seeking out the tomb of Sufi. Tolerance of true faith, tolerance of heretics, so it's all going up. Slovansky gains a shrine until the land ceases to be. Well, that sounds quite good. Ah, but that also sounds good. That's only until our death, though. Who cares about that? Also, I don't have legitimacy, so legitimacy does nothing for me. Give me that. It's going to be a long few months. I really hope they don't manage to take Ishmael. And I really hope I get my numbers back. Actually, 50 is the maximum strength of these guys, so maybe we don't need to reinforce as much as I thought. Yeah, it's only going to be 2 months to have them reinforced, right? Oh, no, wait, maximum strength 100? Hard to say. Uh-oh, that's really bad news. His Excellency committed suicide. His evil deeds shall be remembered for generations to come. Uh-oh. We have a new Khan. He's 33 and he only has a wee lass as a potential heir. Can we marry somebody? Oh, 29-year-old. Perfect. I need some children. I need them badly. Yeah, he just said nope. He didn't have a lot of faith in this war. Less than I do, at least. Country no like fresh young blood. Tribal succession crisis is right around the corner, all during this horrific attack. Ah, look at that. An opportunity to rack up more war score without engaging with the incredibly terrifying Hungarians, who do appear to be getting all those buddies mixed in with them. Oh, but they're dropping some off. I might be able to head on south if I feel that my numbers can handle it. But what are those Hungarians up to? What are you doing, Nagai? No, Nagai. You absolutely must not go off and cost me war score in battle. I want you guys attached. How can I tell you to just attach to me? I'm pretty sure there's like a subject order. Yeah, I want you to be supportive. Helping our units, yes, please. Can I set that for everybody? I got a lot of subjects here, you know. Also, it doesn't really matter. Kiev doesn't get involved in the fight. Well, right now it's Nagai and Nagai only, so let's just go to Nagai and say support me. Top buttons, Jake. Oh, would you look at that? Set all subjects to be supportive. Yeah, good. Now, please do not run over there. I cannot stress enough how much you're going to cost me in this fight if you engage. He's probably trying to de-siege Ignore... Igorlich. Igorlich? I'm trying here. I'm not trying hard, but I am trying. Not even. What the hell are you doing? I'm going to get my 1 month of reinforcements, and I guess I'm going to head south. Stop you from doing something stupid. By making myself do something even more stupid. It says 50. Why is the 50 in red? Was there something preventing them getting their reinforcements just then? I do not know. Because it's not full. Yeah, but I thought it would have gone... I thought it was at 50 previously. Maybe it was at 25 previously. That is a big, chunky load of units to fight, though. And they all seem pretty fresh. Extremely well led, right? Yeah, yet another prince on my case. 91. Although I bet there's a lot to be had if I destroy that army. Should I go over to Ignorlik and take this back so I get a better view of everything, or do I head north and destroy the Croatians? Preventing the fort from falling sounds pretty good, but mashing myself against an army like that seems like a poor choice. On the other hand, if I don't support the 4th army and they get crushed, that's going to cost me a lot of war score. I think I will take on the Croats, though. I really don't like all these units not attaching to me, though. It terrifies me. They're going to cost me a whole lot, I think. No, you idiot! That is not showing superiority. That is you just getting your arse pasted because you ran off on your own. Have you given them directions in their vassal tab? I can do such a thing? Change policy? That's a law thing. No guy, more like no life. Yeah. The guy is sacrificing their army's lives because they hate you. This is a problem. Like, how do I stop them from doing that? Subject actions support military. I mean, I have them on supportive. I don't know what else I could tell them to do. I don't know how to tell them to go elsewhere. I mean, wait, what? What are they doing? It looks like they're already there. I don't know what to make of that. Hey, I'm already up here. Where did the other army go? Wait, no, I'm not up there. What's the game doing? I don't follow at all. Some units are just racing around in a very strange manner. Okay, well that cost me some war score. Not a whole lot, but weird things are happening there. Oh, look who I stumbled into. Croats! I don't trust any country that just uses a picnic cloth as a flag, so I'm afraid the Croats have to die. Give me some war score. Give us a kiss while you're still warm. I want Bibish back. I don't want you taking all these provinces because it stops me from seeing you. But it's far more clever for me to actually just engage small armies where I can. I should hand back and not care about their occupations and just ping them off one by one. The fort is not worth a lot. And all these occupations are only worth 2.5 war score. I need to get the ticking war score and then force them to see the funny side of this war. Even though I'm right here, you know, for taking the province back. Yeah, stay away from the forest. The forests don't help me. What the hell are these idiots doing? You're gonna get yourselves killed out there. Attach to me, for God's sake. Well, we can improve relations better. That's not particularly handy at this point. Supportive, not nearly as supportive as advertised. Where are they going? Why are you doing this? Oh dear, oh dear. Couldn't help but notice a sizable Hungarian army is right here. Decent as my units are, I don't think we're going to be able to take that. Yeah, still a bunch of my horse archers need reinforced. We should take a step back and try and, you know, regroup, recoup, and not get our arse smashed by these guys, who seem really keen on smashing my arse. I wonder if I could take that. That's not a lot of regulars. I think if I had the time to get my numbers back up, I might be able to do something about that. I'm also curious if you replenish troops while on the move. As long as you're in friendly territory. Stay on the move and let a turn of the month kick in and find out. Does cost morale to be moving though, so maybe actually sod that. I need to focus on winning here. Yeah, they cleverly are going for the capital provinces. Come on, war score, come to me. There's a lot of war enthusiasm I need to destroy for this. I think a couple of vassals got swallowed there. I couldn't help but notice. Alright, we're up at 75 for these guys, but I'm not so convinced I can take all of this on. They're doing a good job of consolidating. No, idiots. Stop that! For God's sake, attach to me. Why are they... Like, I put them on supportive and then suddenly they don't attach to me. I feel like they were smarter on normal. Oh dear, oh dear. How much war score do you need to recover Moldavia? I don't think it's worth trying to get Moldava, but it is 50. The idea of me smashing this army, I just don't think it's happening. Look at these idiots. Is this even doing anything? Reload to make the AI smarter. Now that is some ancient Europa Universalis wisdom. That would work in EU3, for example. Alright. Get engaging. The pop-up windows here are really quite blinding, aren't they? Right, grab that war score and continue chucking these guys out of existence, preferably. Keep balancing, I think. Hard to say. The picnic cloth people are heading over to Ingol, so here's a question that I wonder, and I'm very keen to know. In EU4, if you have show superiority, you will get a minimum amount of war score from any engagement. You know how normally you fight something like Reconquest, and you fight a tiny little battle and you get 0.1 war score? If you have a show superiority thing, you get a lot more than that. I'm curious if that's also the case here. So I'm just going to squish these guys. Nice. That's not nice for me, given that my enemies are squishing my allies here, but for me, for now, this is nice. This is not nice. Why? Look at what you're running into, you smegging idiot. Oh, I think the guy hate me. Like, they are doing this because they hate me. Does it show a history of battles anywhere to reflect war score? I'd be curious if it did, but having a hard time seeing... Oh, hello. No, that's my outliner. Also worth noting that those chieftain insurgents are continuing to surge. And they continue to be unhappy. I might have to give them another gift to sort things out. Maybe they're in the top middle? That's Sue for Peace. This is War Score. The button up in the center... Yeah, this is Suing for Peace button. I'm curious to see a history of battles. EU4 had that, right? Stability of the Golden Horde, and let's not ask about that. What if you mouse over the green and red bar? How about this though? Hey, there we go. Look at how much it cost me. 1, 2, 3. It cost me about 4 war score. And I had to work pretty hard to get the war score that I do have. And it's not like these guys even helped. If they want me to go charging on in there, they got another thing coming. There's forests for 1, and for 2, the Hungarian army is slightly supporting itself. And this is where armies ping-ponging is actually really bad for me, because it means that my subjects aren't just dying. And, you know, no longer costing me war score. They're continuing to live. Which I do not consent to. Well, maybe they don't live now. Okay, that's kind of good. Hey, look who's coming to play. I have a funny feeling that your army is going to reinforce. And that is funny. If you don't reinforce, I think I can take these. Wait, our commander is considered better. Not so sure about that. If you have no regulars, well, you've got 1 regular cavalry, I might just be able to utterly smush you. Oh, balancing doesn't cost morale or anything. Alright, it's a bit of a big risk. If these guys get involved, I'm probably going to get smashed. But look at how not involved they... Oh, they're very involved, and I'm locked in. Oh well. Nothing for it. On the plus side, we're in open plains, which is where we love to be. If only my skill could have any bearing on this fight. Well, I should smash them. Our frontage is just going to utterly destroy them. The question is, can we more than 2-1 against these horribly, disgustingly well-led Hungarians? Ah! Unpause, you coward! I am a coward, what of it? Alright, well, they got pretty squished. Oh, no, 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 I did not agree to the Poles getting involved. What satanic might. Right, stick to the plan. The plan is working. Draw them in, kill them, pull back. Let the greatness of not Russia envelop them. I can't even white piece. I'm nowhere close to white piecing. Sooner or later, they're going to take this. I would love to just circle down, but I don't think that Ismail is going to hold long enough for that to work. And it's just going to be me wasting a lot of morale for no good reason. So they're going to enjoy the war score from taking that fort. I hope it's not too high. War exhaustion is growing due to occupations. At least I sent them packing. Concerningly well-timed music kicking in. Alright, come on, you Hungarian bastards. Okay, we're having a lot of problems at home. Oh, well, speaking of problems at home, look who's turning back. Could this give me an opportunity to head up north and crush the Polish army? The problem with crushing the Poles is that that won't affect the enthusiasm of the war leader. Separate piecing the Poles is probably a pipe dream. Is there anybody else separate peaceable in all of this? Poland stands to reason. The rest of them, I think, are subjects. No, those are enemies. Who are your allies? These icons are kind of hard to read at a glance. That's an alliance. It's in red, though. Okay, but Poland's the only ally. The rest of these are subjects. Moldavia's a disgusting subject to just get via invent like that, but I suppose at least I had the opportunity to step in and do something about it. I'm on the fence about taking the fight up north to the Poles. It will affect war score, and war score will affect their enthusiasm, no? I'm just concerned that, you know, they're... Oh, hello. Moldavans. Or is it Moldavians? The Poles are getting involved by going over to Malawiska. Actually, they're going to Uswiska? Meaning I might be able to engage you here, but if they turn around, if everybody just coalesces on me, I'm in for a bad time. Well, in for pennies, in for poundings. At least they're taking attrition with what they're doing. Wait, you are going to be out of this before I arrive, right? Surely. No. No. Oops. Please leave. Mistakes were made. Oh, whoa, what? Ah, it told me their final destination. Well, I've got a final destination for Moldavians. They think they can break through the Tartar yoke? I should have seen what I did for to Novgorod. Alright, engage. Oh, like lambs to the slaughter. Okay, right. Something is happening. I don't know if it's entirely good, but we are picking off these bastards one by one. This rebalancing feels awkward. Like, I feel like if I don't always rebalance after every fight, I'm going to have poor flanks. Why is this not just automated? A mystery. I lost so much in that one fight that we had no flanks. A fight that we would have otherwise crushed. If I'd gone south, I might have been able to save Ishmael. Tatar yoke weakened. Yeah, well, all the little crappy countries are getting eaten up. Which in a way is good, because it's less that I have to chew through to get better borders with everybody. As long as they're not making fortifications. And, you know, I'm meant to be there's stuff I'm meant to be doing right now, believe it or not. Yeah, how long do I have those Casus Belli for? I've got 2.5 years if I want to deal with Alania, and then 2 years beyond that to deal with Muscovy. So hopefully we can finish this war fast enough. Go and get our beloved border with Georgia, because I do have a dream of slaughtering Georgia and looting them to death. But maybe that dream is a bit overextending, considering I'm already fighting for my life over freaking Moldavia. Oh well, we'll consider that over a few more dead Poles. Wait, why are the Poles over there? And who are you? Hello, Perm. What? I'm very confused. Alright, I'm not nearly as confused as these Poles are dead. My flanks are... well, one flank is doing particularly well. Rip them to shreds, lads. Wait, why am I the only one taking damage? Why am I actually the only one taking damage? I didn't wander into a woodland or anything. Then the winged hussars arrive? Ah! Wait, maybe their death number's over here. Yes! Okay, that's a lot better. Okay. 3 cheers in chat for another 2,974 dead Poles. And 200 martyrs for the cause. Okay, something is being turned around here. I hope it's Hungarians as they turn around and leave my country. Ah, yeah, that's some good hip hip hurraying. I know it's a pipe dream, but I would love to save Ishmael. I'm going to do our best. This could be the kind of overextending it loses me the war. Loses my country, really. If you don't have an army as a horde, you don't have a country anymore. But I would like to spare that poor, poor fort. God knows what the Hungarians are up to. They're looking mighty confused. That brought us nowhere near getting Poland out of the war, right? No, God, they're so enthusiastic about a war, they're getting their arses kicked in. And what are you looking for in tribute? They want the same treaty from before. They want me to release Halik and pay them. Wait. The AI is making an offer that they would plus 97%. What if I say I do not release Halik? Looks like that's something that they are incredibly enthralled about. I could almost pay them off. Just throw money at the problem. Almost. But there's no way I'm actively going to be paying them, so that's going to go away. Anyway, the war isn't over yet. There's still many more people to die. With any luck, more of them will be Polish. I'm inviting spite here. You make one negative mention of Poles, and then they come crawling out of the woodwork, and they think that their one little post on your YouTube video is becoming a winged hussar themselves. It's banter, and I know you Poles understand. Been to Poland 4 times, and I really do like Poles. And they can drink. Which is, yes, a positive argument here. The CH in Halik is the same as Massachusetts. The CH? Oh, the CH in the word. Massachusetts. Halch. Halik. I prefer Halik. Rolls off of my throat better. No, you just made a lot of mortal enemies. Guess I won't make it a 5th time down to Poland. Right, if Ishmael can hold out one more time at 28%, I should be able to go and save it. Curiously, it is... yeah, it's a good open flat land for me to go and save. Maybe it does that thing where recently taken provinces are easy to retake, although maybe I shouldn't bet on that. Don't bet on it. Come on, 28%. Don't let me down. Come on. Oh, yeah! How many more dead Poles? Wait a second, you're not Poland. Well, are they still Polish? Siertitz? Siertitz? Come on, honorary Poles. Will count for half of... what? Maybe just blink and... Some weird things going on, I'll tell you. And the position of the armies seems to do incredibly weird things when you're moving across the map. I can't believe I actually managed to save this fort, by the way. I was happy for it to hold out, but I'm even happier to know that it's actually going to remain mine. Good war score, a good battle. I'm curious if just having the fort here offers me any kind of advantage in the fight. I hope that's me getting a... Oh, right, I got a 2, they got a 4. They get a river crossing penalty? That's something a fort does for you. So what river even exists here that they would have crossed? There's a river here, but I don't think they came from the bum. Oh, maybe they did. Anyway, for once, I outperformed someone in terms of military leadership capabilities. Put them to sword. Teleportation. My numbers seem to be dwindling, sire. Yeah, we are butchering them, and good lord... Oh! How do you feel about that, Huns? Alright, but I seriously need to lick my wounds. Maybe I could actually just lick my wounds here in the fort. We are going to reinforce appropriately, right? And so it seems. So it seems. But even with plus 30, that's not enough for them to even want to white peace out with me. Maybe that war enthusiasm will go down when they... I don't know. Time passes or something? War enthusiasm I always felt was incredibly overtuned in EU4, but it had to be overtuned, otherwise you could just give an AI one slap, and he goes, "Aah," and then you just have your way with them. Don't make negative noises at me, I don't want to hear it, and I certainly don't want to hear that the chieftains are still uppity. Do I even tax the chieftains? No, I don't tax them at all. But they're almost happy now. If I give them one little gift, one little fruit basket, then the chieftains can stop being so pissy. Wait, that's their equilibrium, not what they're currently feeling. Have a bribe anyway. Not that I can afford this much, but maybe it'll stop you being on my case with your insurgency. Because I don't have a lot of time to spare on keeping my country together. Cavalry fills out the lines almost instantly and then shock out the entering peasants on the other side out of existence. Seems to be working well for me, and that's... wonder what those stars represent. Overall army quality, perhaps? Anyway, that was time to get reinforcements. We could reinforce more if we so desire. I actually don't think I can make Moldavia be my subject unless I take their capital. Now, I'm not keen on making them my subject. It's not... My imperative is not to expand west currently. I have bigger problems, the Rus. They need to be strangled in the cot. Once I ensure that this is safe, and that my country is actually well run, and not this disaster piece, then I can focus on doing this. This isn't EU3, where from the start you can just plunge right into the HRE. Well, I don't think it is. Maybe if I get more experienced, I will be able to pull shenanigans like that, but right now it certainly doesn't feel like it. It's also worth noting that my levies are dying. Levies do not reinforce. Now, the levies aren't doing all the killing for me, but they are doing quite a bit of the dying for me. I would rather stick to my own lands when going around like this. Could take that route. I mean, Perm, you're trying really hard, and I appreciate that. Anything happened after the declaration of war against Hungary? A lot of nail-biting fights. Including one that went disastrously bad because I didn't fill out my flanks. Oh, well, the best thing the AI can do for me is perform poorly and slowly. We don't get to see into this land, do we? It's hard to tell if that's something that's visible or not. It's darkened by the stripes of Hungary anyway. Alright, get me that back so I get back more of my land, and... why is that enthusiasm so bloody high? Actually, does it give me a breakdown on why it's so high? That just seems ridiculous. Oh well, could be worse. I could be playing on very hard mode. I'm not sure. I think very hard just gives you debuffs. Oh dear. So I was talking about something I didn't want to run into, and it was something along the lines of 11,000 Hungarians. The game still thinks I'm going to win, though. Have they lost their... Yeah, they haven't got a whole load of regulars. Still deeply concerned about this fight, but it might just break the back of the Hungarians. Notably, they've lost half their morale on the war march. Well, not quite half, but half enough. So it shouldn't be too difficult to rout them. But, I mean, come on. That's 3-1. Well, they haven't changed their mind. Then the not-so-winged hussars arrive. I fill out my flanks as quickly as I can. We rush into them. We brutalize Hungarians day and night. But the difference is I'm taking real casualties here. And I'm not keen on real casualties. We don't have an endless supply of units here. Also, they're rolling better than me. Fortunately, they had to cross a river to get to me, but they still have Miklos, who seems to be God's gift to Hungary. What's the verdict on EU5 so far? I like it a whole lot, and it's reignited my passion for grand strategy. Let's put it that way. All right. All right. I think blessed be their low morale there. I mean, sure, we're decimating them because Horse Archer is utterly OP. But I don't have a limitless army here. And their war enthusiasm only went up? That can't be right. Give it the turn of the day and I bet it'll plunge down. Or even just a few hours. We need the messenger to reach Buddha. What? It's never ending. How many Poles and Hungarians must one man kill? And this is all to save me, what, 20 Horde unity? Incredible. Yeah, I know levies don't reinforce. It's part of what's giving me a particularly bad time here, but just how much war score do I need to even get a white peace? Ludicrous. Wait, hang on. Base minus 25 for making peace. Jesus. Takes a fair bit. Yeah, the sunk cost fallacy of the Hungarians in full swing here. Oh god, the Poles did come in. Looking at the flanks and the numbers here, they are just going to get brutalized. One of the big reasons that you kill them so hard is that... No, where's the Horse Archer? Very specifically, here we go. The Horse Archer has effective power 100, despite only being 50. So that's pretty good. And on the flanks, my god, they do a whole lot. But this is why I need to take advantage right now, because once the settled countries start believing in standing armies, my advantage here is going to disintegrate. What does this say? Describes the willingness of a country to continue to pursue this war. Oh, how many dead Hungarians? Feels like set up for a joke, right? The annoying thing is I really don't want to white peace out of this war. It's been a lot of pain for me to walk out with virtually no gains. But at least my good friend Perm is here to slightly reinforce me. Oh god, he attached! I can't believe it! That was an attachment, right? You're a good lad. Let's get our keisters over to Drahushiv. Drahushiv? Alright, up we go to Drahushiv. Maybe via my own lands, please. And get these lands back in my firm control. And yeah, getting Poland out's just not happening. I mean, maybe I could separate piece them by offering them something. Oh! Textbook Pole. Pay them money, they go away. Tempting, but no thank you. There's a 30-unit thing between your flanks. Yeah, good point. Keep them rebalanced. Really doesn't feel like something you should have to keep doing. Really rolling back the years. I wonder if I have to plunge into Hungary, but you better believe I don't want to do it. They've got forts which I do not want to have to deal with. I cannot siege to save my life. If I want to siege, I'd want to detach levies for it, and my levies seem to be dying. It was green money, not red. Wouldn't that be them giving you 70 per chance? No, not at all. I was in the offer tribute screen. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And yeah, as soon as they get 73 ducats, the Poles are all happy. But you better believe that is not happening, right? My money situation is already waning, and it's already making me very sad that despite my enormous war score with Hungary... I was about to say I can't get any money, but what if that's not true? What if I can make bank? How many more Hungarians have to die? We're asking the real questions here. This does delay my plans for torching Georgia, but the idea of Hungary paying me abusive amounts of money in exchange for taking subjects that I didn't want. Let's actually reframe this. There were a lot of crappy little countries here that were eating up my diplomatic capacity. That has freed me up to subjugate Russians in exchange for Moldavians. And somebody remind me, where does Moldavia rank in terms of wealth within Europe currently? Top 5? Top 10? Top 20? Top 50? Top 80? We'll get there eventually. We just have to keep counting. Resti says number 1. Number 1 from the bottom. You know I love you, Moldavans. Somebody has to. I think entering Hungary is a fool's errand here. I gotta chew through their march here. Wait, do I? They seem significantly lacking in forts in the south. What if I were to push through southern Moldava? I still deal with forts here. I don't like the idea of besieging Hungary. This is a show superiority war, and you better believe we're showing superiority here. I hope the battles doesn't cap out, though. In EU4, I think it caps out at 40. And I don't want a war score that caps out at 45 or so %. But as I mentioned before, I'm here to learn how to play the game. I will take a step back after this and let all the wounds get licked. Now, where are we taking here? We need to take Poherbish whatevers and Torho something. All right. To Pribyslavitz we go. 43rd place according to GDP apparently for Moldavia. Wow, I didn't realize there were only 44 countries in the EU. Chieftain's power grows. Ah, but they become happy, which is what I actually need. Also, the tall castle would be destroyed in Kazan. Wait, is that good? It looks bad. Ah, but improves market access considerably. Even so, stability hurts, horde unity also hurts. But this will save me a lot of money for not having to bribe the chieftain, so sure. Take what you need, my friends. And then maybe we can finally ignore this or put an end to this insurgency. Come to think of it, are they actually going to stop causing me problems just because they're happy? Also, why is there... Yeah, it's moving towards not very much. Oh, negative stability is curtailing the happiness of everybody. And this is with 0 taxation. All right, we need that stability to be a lot higher than it is, please. Oh dear. And I tanked more horde unity for this. My country is crumbling apart from the inside. I know these battles look like they've been going particularly well. And they have. Good lord, the amount of dead. Which of these is it now? I really wish this was so much easier to check the capital locations of. And maybe there is a way. How am I not noticing it, though? Torhov something or other. You. Get that done, lick my wounds. If any more come in, kill them. But yeah, their feelings seem to be going up and down and up and down. I suppose I could do away with the war reparations. But I want them all. You know, this has cost me a lot of money, and I want that money back. Fertilizing your land with Hungarians and Poles. No, 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 please. Okay, well, take good care of yourself there, Perm. I guess while all this is happening, we're just gaining war score, so there's no big deal in just sitting back. But I suppose a big deal is my money situation is not very good. I'm spending a lot on damn near everything, and I'm not gaining any money from anywhere. What about the star and signpost icon at the bottom between the key and the market stall? Proximity to capital, I'm afraid, which is just a pretty much just a control overlay. Well, that control is slightly improving. This used to be like 5, now it's 10, which stands to reason. I revoked something that reduced control by 5, so it means we end up getting 0 ducats. Beautiful. We'll get somewhere eventually. Alright, there we go. Let me just take a step back here. If they come, kill them. And if they don't come, just enjoy ticking war score of, I think, 0.5% a month, which is fine. We'll get our war score back from the occupations that they've had. And their war enthusiasm will tick down as well. So actually we're double dipping it. Oh, for God's... No! Right, this cannot be allowed. Subjects. Low-risk actions like blockading and defending friendly territory. Get out of the enemy area. Perm. He's like, no, just this one province. Just one. That better at least be the capital province. Tuzara is cool. Okay, we'll take that and then get out. Okay, outbreaks, not my problem. If it's not Resident Evil Outbreak, don't even talk to me. Perm. Perm, it's time to go. As for me, it's time to get a little bit more war score, I think. Oh, you want to go down to Ishmael? Oh, be my guest. Ishmael, the graveyard of so many... Checks notes. Sierradziz. Protopoles. And then soon to be the graveyard of so many more. So we're going to be finding out just where that show superiority war score caps out at this rate. Make sure those flanks are nicely balanced out. Yeah, regulars on the front. Let them storm in. I must say, from what I've seen of EU4, it's very promising. I feel that old excitement already. Yeah, not just EU4 excitement. This is giving me EU3 excitement, which is a tremendous amount of excitement. I want to feel that this window is just so big. Like, do we need all this space covering the screen? I just want to idle my mouse sometimes. But the problem is if you disable this, then I can't do things like hover over here to see information about what I'm trying to invade. Difficult, difficult, lemon, difficult. Maybe that's the power of 130% UI scaling. Yeah, but otherwise everything is too small. Where's my Goldilocks settings? Ah. Good lord, that was just envelopment and destruction. What I'm wondering is why I'm not killing these people. Right? It would be very nice to know that I've just killed a ruler in one of these fights. But I think you'll find that the war score goes above 40%. That's pretty nice. That's pretty damn nice. Maybe I should advance, start getting some occupation. Oh, we have a little bit going. What if I just poke my nose in? The problem is we start going into forests, which are notably not great locations for horse archers. Yeah. Cheeky bit of occupation couldn't go miss. Well, actually, I do not want the attrition, right? I can't really afford it. We just have to keep picking on them as they come into us. Also, for the love of God, Perm, what the hell are you doing? This is a defensive operation in your book. I really need a way to just tell them to sod off. But if there is a way, I don't know of it. Golden Horde beating Poland to this music party like it's 2012. Now, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the slaves that you're bringing back for me, Perm, but you are a sitting duck over there. Gingham. Chieftains. I mean, could you really, really, really stop this? Don't have time for inner war. I need inner peace. Admittedly, this is dropping. Yeah, well, at least my army is at the ready to destroy whatever rises up, but I wonder how it works. Never actually seen how internal revolts in this game work. Plague warning? Yeah, not much I can do about that. It's just there is disease. Yeah, people are going to be dying. Well, that's okay. We have plenty of people. We keep bringing back new slaves. You might be curious about how those old slaves we picked up from Ryazan are doing. Oh, well, we picked them up from more than just Ryazan. In our beautiful capital, Sarai. They're still 40% of the population. And yet... quite a lot of them held on to their orthodox beliefs. I'm not thrilled about that. How's the integration going? Agonizingly slowly. Wow, that is very slow. Wait, said to be done when? Good grief, integration is slower than I thought. Early game expansion is going to be tough. But that's okay. You need to come into this with the expectation that you're not actually playing EU4, where, you know, in 2 years you can just conquer ungodly amounts. I'm sure people will find the ways, but for now, I don't think we have the tooling available. For God's sake, go home! Perm, please. Why are you doing this to me? I just want to win this war. Oh God, look who's back. Well, I'll admit, he gave me information about this incoming army. And for what it's worth, I could end the war and peace out with 90 ducats, but there's no way after all this I'm walking out without a reasonable sum of money off of Hungary. I mean, hell, they took all these tributaries off of me. How am I going to pay my horses? Set perm to passive. I think I set them all to passive. Defensive, passive, supportive, aggressive, normal. Everybody's on passive. But for some reason, Perm think that the most passive thing to do is sit and get their arses beaten. Tell me about Turza. Admittedly, it is plains, no forest. Wonder if I could get there in time. Probably not, right? Yeah, probably not. Hang back. My troops are in need of food anyway. Not food, but we need to chill out and get morale. Just have to admit that, acknowledge that Perm gone die. I just have to hope they don't cost me Guerrillian War score. What did that just cost me? It went from 41 to 39. Oh no, no, no! The worst thing I could see in a war. Allies! Alright, seems like they want to go into Igorlik, which I'm game for. If there's one fight I could do with my allies joining in on, it'd be that. Hopefully we're all balanced out. Looks pretty balanced. Alright, come on if you think you're hard enough. Allies or no allies, you're going down. Yeah, their flanks just get enveloped and crushed. That said, I'm losing a fair whack of units myself. Remember, those levies will not come back from the dead. 5 to 1, but I prefer 10 to 1 on these numbers. And where are you going? It seems you're going away from that easy peasy... Whoa, 54%? That was worth a bundle. We're getting closer. Kill more of them. Oh, geez, where are you now? Kill them all. Balance if you must, but kill them all. Levies lost to attrition. Okay, well, yeah, notice my numbers absolutely fizzling away. Once I had an army. Where did it go? But at least they're coming along to all be slaughtered together. Unfortunately, the slaughtering isn't quite going as smoothly as before. They seem to be standing up to my abuse a lot better now. Which I'm not open to, right? And they need to die, but I need to win. Okay, I gotta say, chalking up all this war score has got to be paying dividends at some point. This war enthusiasm is getting my goat. I think this is the last battle I can afford to take, and then I actually, truly need to fall back. like, fall back and end the war. Let my levies replenish, let my regulars do better. Wait, was there even a fight here? Or did they run away or something? Where did they go? Correct me if I'm incorrect, but there was an army of like 1,000 people here. Where did they go? Maybe we can separate peace some people now. Wouldn't that be handy? No, I need to pay off the Poles, and there's nobody else in this war that could separate peace. These are all subjects, and unless they're disloyal... Wait, what? Here's a subject. I think disloyal subjects can separately sue for peace, but none of these are having any of it. Yeah, Moldavia is a subject. Getting somewhere with this, though. Getting somewhere good. All of this fighting, I'm really not willing to settle for anything less than as much money as possible, but this chieftain insurgency is about to rip my country apart. Alright, for sure now, I need to retreat, get some numbers, get some meat back on my bones. Their war enthusiasm minus 22. It keeps shooting up every now and then. I wish I could make heads or tails of it. No, 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 units. Sit back with me. Wait, I think we found a new cap from War Score from Battles. That's, damn, that's too low. I was hoping another couple fights here and there and we could have it. Black Death? Oh dear. Wait, it began over in... Where's this? What? You're telling me the Black Death actually started with me? Well, it's sounding better and better like a time to end this war. Who would have thought all this war could spread disease? Ruh-roh, Raggy. Can you pillage Hungarian lands while recovering morale? Not really. It would exhaust my units down going there, and I would be... The Hungarian army would know where I am at all times. It would just not be worth the risk. That is a small enough army for me to ravage, but again, I have no war score to gain out of this. Unless they're Hungarians, it's not really worth my time dissolving them. Then again, I don't want to take the land back either. Tricky. My stability really is going nowhere good, is it? Yeah, let's give the Hungarians a present. Oh me, oh my. That's just so unreasonable that I have so much war score and I can't even demand half my war score. A little more than half of my war score worth. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. There's a very big cutoff here. I can enforce a demand if it is, what is this, like 30 below? Interesting. Enforcing demand, you say? Now, let's face it, I'm not getting Moldavia back. Not only that, yeah, I would need to occupy their capital, which certainly isn't happening. I wish I knew the value of Hungarian war reparations. I mean, how much money do you think they're making? Yeah, at this point, punching them for only an additional 150 odd ducats is far too risky. But this is a perfectly acceptable peace out. Looks like less than 50% of the war score cuts out. Nah, it can't be something like that, otherwise you could peace out 1 versus 2. I'd recommend checking the site for... Oh, right, it's... Wait, picking up EU4 with EU5 runner in the corner? What a bizarre choice. Alright, this is a perfectly acceptable agreement. In a sense, they pay me for the privilege. Here we go. Asking for less than what we could get is causing it to be something enforceable. Okay, but it is important to just end the war now, so sure. Although it's probably going to cause Burning Hat to appear. Alright, well, I bet we're all looking forward to finding out exactly what kind of reparations they're going to be giving me. How do I get rid of all of my levies? Hordes cannot disband. And yet I can Maybe save before I start pressing weird buttons. What do we say here? Hungary dead. Good. Might be misleading, but good. Okay, good, I can't. But I can right-click to make the levies go back home. Oh, thank God. What a freaking fight that was. Completely unexpected, right? I thought, okay, Moldavia's these two little crappy provinces. Great. It's like, well, they're subject to Hungary. I can handle that. Hungary's bringing in Poland and all of Poland's subjects. It's like, oh, God, no. Even so, I'm glad we fought to the bitter end, because I think we actually made a profit. We gained some valuable information about how to fight a war. And it passed some time. Time passing is always good. Now, I have some CBs I want to make good of, even though I'm right around the corner from explosive civil war. Because those chieftain insurgents won't just cheese off. I mean, why are they even rebelling right now? I wish I could understand what's going on here. Chieftain insurgency. Alright. Progression towards a rebellion. Okay. Chieftains are investing in it. Okay. 2,000... Okay, there's just a bunch of nobles, right? I've got the army. I hope they don't just take my army from me. In 169 locations. Okay. Supporting rebels? None. The reasons for the pops to support these rebels is due to lack of needs, negative stability, low horde unity, it's not that low, and local unrest. Not much I can do about their pop needs, but oh well. Well, luck be upon us. I'm starting to think that my desire to push into Georgia is a little misplaced. But at the same time, couldn't hurt to just have a crappy little bit of Kaban. My dream is that I can punch my way into... Oh god, they got forts here and here. And it's miserable land. But yeah, my dream is to fight Georgia with show superiority, invite them in, kill them again, keep killing them. And then they're so weak that we just stroll on in, raid their country, take their slaves, and then we take all of their money and force them to pay war reparations as well. That is why I want to destroy Alana. I just want to take a little bit of land, take their money, and then get my border with Georgia. But that's a bit of a long play. What's more important in short term is that I destroy Muscovy. And I do have my Horde expansion, Casus Belli. Why do they have so many friends? There's a Muscovite union. Oh, I didn't count on that. However, maybe they could all be brutalized and separately pieced out. Had we considered that? The army size of Muscovy is sizable but irregular. My poor levies just got a thumping, but I did get a bunch of money. And since horse archers are doing God's work for me, maybe I could grab a few more of them. Yeah, go on, go on. Just another cheeky little bit of horse archery. Almost 6 hours going. Seems to be a good sign for EU5. Well, I'm having a blast. Which is what I said about Dragon's Dogma 2, and I stand by that one. Maybe I'll replay it someday, but the thought of having to go through the story missions is a bit much. But I like it. It's a bit more slow and ponderous, and that's not as bad as it sounds. I actually like the fact that things are progressing a bit more slowly. Things feel a bit more thoughtful. You know how sometimes you load up EU4 and you're like, right, bip, 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 right, let's try and go, expand, boom, boom, boom. Make your cores, keep going, keep blobbing in there. Okay, well now I'm a turbo blob. Where's the fun? Here, it's a thinking man's grand strategy. Oh, jeez. Maybe I can formulate better thoughts about the game, but they are positive. I have a lot of very positive thoughts about this. I wonder if I face a penalty for letting my Casus Belli expire. I think I actually have the time to just go and ruin this nation's day. And come to think of it, I spent that whole time capping out on diplomats. I really should have been using them. Building up spy networks or what have you. You are still subject to Novgorod. I don't need to focus over here. Don't really need to focus down south either, unless I feel that... Who the hell are you? Horde Choban. Albanids? What happened to the Jalarids? Ah, here they are. Doesn't change the fact that I do have all of this, all these diplomats hanging around. I'm improving relations with only my big... Oh, wow, I'm not actually doing it with Kiev. How are Kiev feeling about me these days? Extremely negatively? What? After all that improving relations that I did? I can't believe they do this to me. We need to improve those opinions yet more because I need to punch money out of them every now and then. Perms seem to be seeing the funny side of life. I've got a lot more diplomats available than before. What's that? What's going on with that? Spending was always high, but let's keep a double check on how our subjects are doing in terms of loving me. I love it when people love me. Yeah, not a lot of problematic ones, and I gotta say, Perm have really calmed down. Look at them all the way down there. Could I take their money? They don't have a couple of pennies to rub together, but the option is there. Kiev has become smaller. Who's to blame? I think Volhynia took a bite. Actually, are they smaller? Didn't they take a bite out of this? Let's investigate further. I think it just went to Volhynia, and now I have a border with Volhynia. Maybe Volhynia need to be put in their place. How are all these people feeling about me again? Volhynia seem like they like me a lot, so Oh, it's only 8 ducats. Why do they have no bloody money? Oh man, it's Kiev that has the actual money. How often can I punch money out of them? I already sent a diplomat, so no can do. It's only 40-odd dollary dues. But yeah, I'm starting to think that a big tributary is not all that bad if you periodically punch money out of them. Maybe Georgia could join my latest edition of tribute payers. The combined force for... what's the term anyway? It'll come to me. This thing right here, the loyalty. There we go. All tributaries bound to, come together and compare their power with you. So that is independent of the subject. Independent of the vassals, independent of the colonial nation. What the hell happened here? The Republic of Surgut doesn't feel so good after the Surgut clergy bust out, and this is why I did not want to make hordes. Although they weren't really a horde, but what the heck is this meant to be? If I declare war, it's nothing. Yeah, so this is why I wanted to make colonies rather than direct subjects over here. This land is crap, so it's going to fall apart unless it's well governed. And republics are, if nothing else, steady. And they're doing a good job for me. They don't exactly pay me a lot of money. Yeah, colonial nation plus 0.03 ducats. Be still my beating heart. But I think the bigger benefit is the market access that I get. He says, looking at the 0 incoming mix around here. Okay, well, I don't understand trade. As long as the land is still mine, I'm sure it's good. They massacred the 3 mountains in EU5. Massacred? Has simply been divided into 1, 2, 3 mountains. You can unify them and become Ryukyu, so if you want to play as Ryukyu, just play as one of these, beat up your neighbors, and then... Wait, is there someone here? Ooh, didn't pick up on that. The many more than 3 mountains. The achievement takes literally 5 minutes. Takes a while to get those claims, I must say. Right, all my waffling, what was the decision? I'm going to go and destroy Alana now. They have some friends, and you know what? The more the merrier. Do I want these people paying me tribute? I don't think it's even worth it. Just leave them here to eat later, because having them pay me tribute, it's not going to be an actual sum of money that I care about, is it? Yeah, I mean, look at the size of Kiev, for example, and they only give me 4 ducats. How much do you think the tribes here are going to pay me? Maybe a better way to think of it is population. Population of these tribals is... I'm sure it's somewhere. Is this their total population? I think it is. Okay, 30,000 people live here. 600,000 people live over here. Yeah, it's not worth making these guys tributaries. I just want to punch them for money. Yeah, money is good. Kiev was rich back then. Is that what we're led to believe? Alright, head on over there and destroy them before my entire nation collapses. Why is it so hard to get stability in the Golden Horde? I'm investing every penny of Hungarian gold that I can. We're in the middle of a plague. Ah! Maybe move my court into hiding? Costs me stability, which I don't really have. Control the food market. Foodstuff exports banned until the end of the game. Ooh. Nah, I don't think so. All of these cost stability, and I don't have stability to spend, so I think we just have to... Ooh, look at this. We pay for clerical services till the end of the game? Mass forgiveness. Clergy gain power. Peasants are happy. Spiritual stability. If your pop die, just import more healthy pops. Oh yeah, that's good. That's a good idea. I don't really care if these people die off. It's mostly slaves anyway. Present scapegoats. I'm certainly not spending money on hospitals. I have no idea what the best way to go here is. But the idea of spending my much-needed stability when my country is about to die to civil war seems like a poor idea. I just want to make sure that my army is well reinforced and ready to kick ass. So we're heading down here to kick some ass, and then we'll see where we go from there. Lack of a commander. Oh, that's because you have joined in the fray, Bentos. Alright, get your arse down here as well. Read Projure Remedies again. Did I even read it to begin with? Hey, we gain Horde Unity. That's useful. I still have to pay, though. Makes everybody happier. Makes us more traditional, though. That's probably worth it, right? Especially to give me stability and Horde Unity in these trying times. Alright, sure. If you could pay money for stability, you would do it over and over again. Oh, it can be repealed. But it costs stability. That's alright, our people will be fine. Although I wonder if my ruler will be fine. Tribal succession crisis is no joke. Like, all of my Horde Unity goes away if I pop my clogs right now. I can't believe I started the Black Death. I can't wait to give this to my friends. Ah, brilliant. Nice, just the wee sniffles. Remember, if the Black Death comes back, befriend a horse. The infectious parasites did not like the smell of horses. Why can't I merge these guys? Okay, there we go. Alright, all is well. And just to remind myself, declaring war on you brings in these jokers. I don't have any fortifications around here to make my life easier, of course. Oh, speaking of forts making my life easier, I'm paying for them. I'm hemorrhaging money, but that's life. Fun fact, the Black Death reached Italy thanks to the Golden Horde, throwing infected cadavers into Genoese cities out of spite. Yeah, Genoa's right here. Wait, is that... No. This is the Republic of Gazaria. Are you also part of Gazaria? No, you're just Gaz. Oh, somebody was asking about Gaz. Well, we've got Gaz. But it is part of the whole Republic. Yeah, there we go. It was often not worth your time to go and take that as Golden Horde in EU3 and 4, and I still maintain that. Besides, it can be a good way to gain institutions from the Italians. Alright, any point in delaying this any further? I think not. Let's just go and beat up these tribes, get my access to Georgia, and then poise ourselves for destroying Muscovy. Whether we do that before or after this explosive insurgency, I do not know. That's a lot of Muscovites to kill. And my nation is wounded severely right now. We love war. Horde expansion. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, thank God. So remember earlier on when I was planning on repealing the estate law? And I thought, I don't know if low stability prevents war, but let's not chance it. Now we know for sure you must have more than negative 50 stability to declare war. So I can't actually declare war for a year or so. That gives me an opportunity to actually make some money. Fort maintenance off, army chilling out, go and chill out in Sarai. You know, somewhere central so that when the inevitable explosion happens, my army's at the ready for me. And then we can actually make money. And I know what you're wondering, just how much of that is coming from Hungary. Whoa. Please tell me that's for 10 years. Wow, that's like 600 ducats and more like 700 ducats. I'm going to assume it's for 10 years. Do we have a way of checking that? That is amazing. If only it was, you know, forever. Sadly, in real life, I have to pay Hungary. On the plus side, they've got some incredibly low tax rates. On the downside, I still get taxed by other countries. Fear the man who willingly pays tax in 3 countries and unwillingly pays it in 1 additional one. I don't want America getting my money, but they get it. While you do get to the capital, please clear the way for the cadavers. The Italians deserve nothing less. Alright, we're sitting on way too many diplomats, which is probably a good problem to have. We're improving opinions with our new subject and some old subjects. I would actually quite like Perm to like me a bit more, so let's improve that opinion. And is there anybody that I should brace for war with? We should brace for war with, I was about to say Greece. Come on, Ottomans, do something. Yeah, you keep expecting things to change a lot faster. It must be EU4 brain kicking in. Anyway, I want to build up a spy network over in Georgia so I can war them once I'm done warring with Muscovy. So that's the order of operations planned, at least. Crush Alana to get my border with Georgia. Crush Muscovy. Crush Georgia. And then hopefully during all that time, my country is stabilized insofar as we can call this mess a country. It's getting there, though. Look at that. We got like 1 or 2% control out in the boonies. This little province even has 4.5%. How is it so high? I think you're a core, right? No, you've got a temple. Now, you might reasonably be thinking, Jake, why aren't you building any bloody buildings? That's a good question. Why aren't we building buildings? It's probably because the cost far outweighs the benefit. It'll be something like build a building and you'll gain half a ducat a month forever. More like half a ducat a year. Temples here. Increase max control by 5% and unrest goes down. And literacy goes up. I mean, these are all good things. But, takes a year, costs 50 ducats. It's pretty expensive. Really expensive. Well, considering what it does for me. So no, I leave that to my estates. And the estates do build things. Slowly. Buildings produce goods and employ pops, which gets wages, which you can tax, Jake. Goods are good. So about that taxation. 0.41. Okay, a little bit of commoner tax. No tax, no tax. Tax really isn't how we make our money here. We need to make other people pay us. And granted, that's exactly what we're doing. Wow, Hungarian war reparations are going up. Man, it is always good to fight them. But yes, it seems I need to fight for my money for now. Horde unity? No. We need to be united. Violence against us, you say? Nonsense. You auto-balance the taxes to keep your estates happy. Your estates are unhappy, so you don't tax them, hence the low income. If you had the goods your pops need, they would be happier. Well, fantastic, but that's a massive investment that I can't make. Building a couple of shops isn't magically going to give me the money to sustain that. There will be a time when I don't need to worry so much about my immediate survival, I'm sure. Then I can worry about that kind of investment. But I could be dead wrong. The thing is, I don't know the game well enough. Thankfully, Zyngus seems to know a lot about how to play the game, so perhaps we'll have to consult the Zyngus guides in due time. Not liking how many of my men I'm just losing here to attrition, though. Wait, are they dying to Black Death? Bubonic plague in location is killing them. That's amazing. I'm going to need you up in Riazan then, where you can maybe not die so much. I guess I'll pay army maintenance so you don't completely die on me. Ah, it's okay. We brought back plenty of slaves and we'll bring back plenty more. Actually, within a year, we're going to be ready to go and fight down south, but I gotta say, this Black Death situation... Oh, look, it's spreading south, not north. Maybe we should fight on Muscovy before the others. Jurisprudence? Mongolian Sunni clerics migrate to Gothia. No, come on now. New forms of Muslim mysticism are emerging. A brand of Sufi. Look, we already have plenty of religious problems. A few more of these left to their own devices isn't going to hurt. Although I could expel more of my diseased people. Oh wait, no. They're going from Gothia to Azov. I like mysticism for now. Pretty hard to run these countries. There's so many problems. It reminds me a lot of playing EU3. And if you ever played EU3 as a horde, you know, it's very similar to this. You are rife with problems. Oh wait, our ruler's in charge of the army. That seems very, very dangerous. Why was I in charge of the army? I don't recall putting me in charge. Let's put you in charge, Captain. You're very good. It does help the Horde unity, right? Or maybe the Crown Power putting myself in charge, but let's not be doing that. Every location in Terek will have spread of the bubonic disease. Okay. While increasing pop satisfaction, self-indulgent will keep us happy and safe. Nah, the way I see it, just let it kill my people. What do I care? My country is already garbage. Even if 20% of my people died, who cares? We're about to go and enslave more of them. You've been in charge of your army ever since your father died. Also, you just reinstated yourself. What? I thought it said captain. Captain Melzu. Our mercenary. Am I having a stroke here? That is not me. Having someone of the Crown estate in charge of your army gives you Crown power, which is one of the main factions. You gain money. Crown power, Crown estate. That's the chieftains right there. Hey, there's the Crown. Yeah, I want a family member. Alright, well, we'll put someone not so good in charge. Our units are good enough. It happened in the Hungary War, but in all the battles, your good general was leading the battles. Okay. Seems fine enough. Whew. I was hoping for another fake out. Don't worry, I've got the button ready for another fake out. But the situation doesn't call for it. Well, I gotta say, during the horrific Black Death, it's gotta be the worst time for the chieftain insurgents to be doing their thing, but they're certainly doing their thing. Can't break the back of them any further, and I can't revoke any more of their rights because you need all of the stability in the world to do so. Ooh, a prodigy child. Unfortunately, she's female. Are we having any other babies? Because I could really do with some babies. No. Why are you not, Wait, who's even my heir? So if we weren't already eyeing up tribal succession crisis, it's going to be right around the corner if Berdibeg Khan decides to die. I hope we maintain the blood bonus that we get, but I feel like we're going to lose it. Yeah, maximum mayhem is coming real fast. Oh, what's this? a potentially very fertile 18-year-old from the Horde of Nagai. They're not in line. Royal marriage. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This gives everybody something to be happy about. And there we go, my 4th spouse. Maybe I can have an actual male child, and then the Khan can live on. A man can dream. Yeah, come marry me in my plague-ridden land. We're all going to be plague-ridden in due time. We're just giving them a bonus early access. How's that antagonism looking? Not great. I don't know why Novgorod is stripy, though. Ah, there's a coalition threshold. No idea what the threshold is. It's troubling. I would really like to go on this war, but I don't want to march through bubonic lands anymore. The capital seems to be oddly spared, right? Look at how nice and green it is. 10% hold. 60% hold. Alright, everybody else eat this. Maybe it'll burn out early in my lands, and then, it gets a lot worse when it reaches there. Because, it's been through a lot of people, it builds up its own defenses. I think we'll be fine. No need to worry about it. Yeah, I'm sitting at Muscovy thinking I could just declare war as soon as I have negative 50 stability. He's got a bit of a Cao Cao look to him, doesn't he? Okay, I was thinking Novgorod's on the list here, but no, that's Nizhny Novgorod. I wonder, these people are in the Union. Can a Union member make separate peace? So we can check here, for example... Yeah, you've got the Alliance and whatnot, but I'm curious about the Union. Muscovy, tell me more. Casus Belli target, Casus Belli, Casus Belli. There must be a way to see... Ah, here we go. Organizations. The Yoke. The Muscovite Union. Here we go. Muscovy is a senior partner in the Muscovite Union. They've got all these little rent boys doing their work for them. But my curiosity is, can they separate peace? I mean, could I just brutalize all of them? Take their money, take their reparations, carry on, just sweep through them like a plague, whilst also bringing a plague? It is a great idea. Members leave the Union, they no longer have the same ruler, consolidate, senior partner. Members with a lower level must have integration enforced. That does not answer my question, though. But although it says junior partner, I don't think it stops them from doing their own thing, including separate peace. But it's hard to say for sure. How long is that Casus Belli good for in the south? 1st of February. I'm really running out of time for that. Do I even have the time to declare that war? 10 months I'll have the stability barring any negative effects. I think I need to rush down and do that first. Bubonic plague be damned. Although the attrition is murderous, at least it'll murder them as well. And hey, we know what we're dealing with, unlike them. Yeah, I think I charge down as soon as I have the stability. We murder all of these guys. I get my little border with Georgia. And then we turn around and we smack Muscovy. That's the game plan. Although, speaking of this game plan, I've been playing this for what feels like all day. Throat's kind of going and I'm getting guy thirsty. We will come back and we will do more Golden Hording. In fact, EU5 is just the schedule for the foreseeable future. Will I even be back later tonight? I don't want to promise anything like that, but I gotta say, the game is, seeping into my being, really taking me back to days of yore. So we're going to continue learning the game of the Golden Horde. We're going to continue spreading our horse archers and our filthy disease for as long as we see fit, and hopefully I get good enough at the game that we can play a bit faster, because it's only been 10 years. At this rate, we'll get a full campaign done in a month or two. Anyway, save and save often. Maybe keep it separate from Dead Hungry. That's a nice memory. So yeah, if people have been asking me what's my verdict on EU5, both of my thumbs are erected here. I think it's pretty great. I'm having a good time with it. But that's a very infantile opinion to have, right? I haven't played enough of it to get a real feel. The real tell is how do you feel after 100 or 1,000 hours of grand strategy. But I gotta say, it's very good as a new Paradox release. I mean, come on, we were all there at EU3, EU4, HOI releases, and you know. But CK3 was a good release, and this is also joining the lofty heights of good, stable, relatively performative releases. And the bugs, I mean, have we had anything really impactful, honestly? A couple of annoyances, but it's not exactly crashing to desktop. So, huzzah, I do, and I'm not paid by Paradox anymore, I can say what I want. Not that I couldn't when I was there. But yes, I do think this is pretty great. So great that I'll be back with this. It's meant to be my days off on Monday, Tuesday, but yeah, I will continue to return. So until I am, it's a cheers and a cheerio.